Ennead 2, Book 6, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Second Ennead, Book 6, of Essence and Being. Distinction between essence and being. 1. Is essence something different from being? Does essence indicate an abstraction of the other four categories? And is being, on the contrary, essence with the other four categories: motion and rest, identity and difference? Are these the elements of being? Yes. Being is the totality of these things, of which one is essence, the other is motion, and so forth. Motion, therefore, is accidental essence. Is it also accidental being? Or is it being completely? Motion is being, because all intelligible things are beings. But why is not each of the sense things a being? The reason is that on high all things form only a single group of totality, while here below they are distinct, one from another, because they are images that have been distinguished. Likewise, in a seminal reason, all things are together, and each of them is all the others. The hand is not distinct from the head, while, on the contrary, in a body, all the organs are separate, because they are images instead of being genuine beings. Distinction between complements of being and qualities. We may now say that in the intelligible world, qualities are the characteristic differences in being or essence. These differences effect distinction between the beings. In short, they cause them to be beings. This definition seems reasonable, but it does not suit the qualities below in the sense world. Some are differences of being, as biped or quadruped, as thought Aristotle. Others are not differences, and on that very account are called qualities. Still, the same thing may appear a difference when it is a complement of the being, and again it may not seem a difference when it is not a complement of the being, but an accident; as, for instance, whiteness is a complement of being in a swan, or in white lead, but in a human being like you, it is only an accident, as thought Aristotle. So long as the whiteness is in the seminal reason, it is a complement of being and not a quality. If it be on the surface of a being, it is a quality. Distinction between essential and modal qualities. Two kinds of qualities must be distinguished: the essential quality, which is a peculiarity of its being, and the mere quality, which affects the being's classification. The mere quality introduces no change in the essence, and causes none of its characteristics to disappear. But when the being exists already, and is complete, this quality gives it a certain exterior disposition, and, whether in the case of a soul or body, adds something to it. Thus visible whiteness, which is of the very being of white lead, is not of the being of the swan, because a swan may be of some color other than white. Whiteness then completes the being of white lead, just as heat completes the being of fire. If igneousness is said to be the being of fire, whiteness is also the being of white lead. Nevertheless, the igneousness of the visible fire is heat, which constitutes the complement of its being, and whiteness plays the same part with respect to white lead. Therefore, differing according to the difference of various beings, the same things will be complements of being, and will not be qualities, or they will not be complements of being, and will be qualities. But it would not be reasonable to assert that these qualities are different according to whether or not they are complements of being, since their nature is the same. Distinction between whatness and affections of being. We must acknowledge that the reasons which produce these things, as heat and whiteness, are beings, if taken in their totality. But on considering their production, we see that what constitutes a whatness or quiddity, the Aristotelian "what it were to be," in the intelligible world, becomes a quality in the sense world. Consequently, we always err on the subject of the quiddity when we try to determine it, mistaking the simple quality for it, as thought Plato. For when we perceive a quality, the fire is not what we call fire, but a being. As to the things which arrest our gaze, we should distinguish them from the quiddity, and define them by the qualities of sense objects, for they do not constitute the being, but the affections of being. Actualized being less perfect than essence. We are thus led to ask how a being can be composed of non-beings. It has already been pointed out that the things subject to generation could not be identical with the principles from which they proceed. Let us now add that they could not be beings. But still, how can one say that the intelligible being is constituted by a non-being? The reason is that in the intelligible world, since being forms a purer and more refined essence, being really is somehow constituted by the differences of essence; or rather, we feel it ought to be called being from considering it together with its energies, or actualizations. This being seems to be a perfecting of essence; but perhaps being is less perfect when it is thus considered together with its actualizations, for, being less simple, it veers away from essence. Suchness is later than being and quiddity. 2. Let us now consider what quality in general is; for when we shall know this, our doubts will cease. First, must it be admitted that one and the same thing is now a quality, and then a complement of being? Can one say that quality is the complement of being, or rather of such a being? The suchness of being implies a previously existing being and quiddity. Being cannot precede such being. Taking the illustration of fire, is it mere being before it is such being? In this case, it would be a body; consequently, the body will be a being. Fire will be a hot body. Body and heat combined will not constitute being; but heat will exist in the body as in you exists the property of having a stub nose, as said Aristotle. Consequently, if we abstract heat, shine, and lightness, which seem to be qualities, and also impenetrability, nothing will remain but tridimensional extension, and matter will be being. But this hypothesis does not seem likely; it is rather form which will be being. Form is not a quality, but a reason. Is form a quality? No. Form is a reason. Now, what is constituted by material substance and reason? In the warm body, it is neither what burns, nor what is visible; it is quality. If, however, it be said that combustion is an act emanating from reason, that being hot and white are actualities, we could not find anything to explain quality. Qualities are acts of being proceeding from reasons and essential potentialities. What we call a complement of being should not be termed a quality, because they are actualizations of being, actualizations which proceed from the reasons and the essential potentialities. Qualities are, therefore, something outside of being, something which does not at times seem to be, and at other times does not seem not to be qualities, something which adds to being, something that is not necessary. For example, virtues and vices, ugliness and beauty, health and individual resemblance. Though triangle and tetragon, each considered by itself, are not qualities, yet being transformed into triangular appearance is a quality. It is not therefore triangularity, but triangular formation, which is a quality. The same could be said of the arts and professions. Consequently, quality is a disposition, either adventitious or original, in already existing beings. Without it, however, being would exist just as much. It might be said that quality is either mutable or immutable, for it forms two kinds, according to whether it be permanent or changeable. Difference between intelligible and sense quality. 3. The whiteness that I see in you is not a quality, but an actualization of the potentiality of whitening. In the intelligible world, all the things that we call qualities are actualizations. They are called qualities because they are properties, because they differentiate the beings from each other, because, in respect to themselves, they bear a particular character. But since quality in the sense world is also an actualization, in what does it differ from the intelligible quality? The sense quality does not show the essential quality of every being, nor the difference or character of substances, but simply the thing that we properly call quality, and which is an actualization in the intelligible world. When the property of something is to be a being, this thing is not a quality. But when reason separates beings from their properties, when it removes nothing from them, when it limits itself to conceiving and begetting different from these beings, it begets quality, which it conceives of as the superficial part of being. In this case, nothing hinders the heat of the fire, so far as it is natural to it, from constituting a form, an actualization, and not a quality of the fire. It is a quality when it exists in a substance, where it no longer constitutes the form of being, but only a trace, an adumbration, an image of being, because it finds itself separated from the being whose actualization it is. Qualities are accidental shapes of being. Qualities, therefore, are everything that, instead of being actualizations and forms of beings, are only its accidents, and only reveal its shapes. We will therefore call qualities the habituations and the dispositions which are not essential to substances. The archetypes, or models of qualities, are the actualizations of the beings, which are the principles of these qualities. It is impossible for the same thing at one time to be, and at another not to be, a quality. What can be separated from being is quality. What remains united to being is being, form, and actualization. In fact, nothing can be the same in itself, and in some other condition where it has ceased to be form and an actualization. What, instead of being the form of a being, is always its accident, is purely and exclusively a quality. End of Ennead 2, Book 6. Ennead 2, Book 7, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Second Ennead, Book 7. About mixture to the point of total penetration. Refutation of Anaxagoras and Democritus. 1. The subject of the present consideration is mixture to the point of total penetration of the different bodies. This has been explained in two ways: that the two liquids are mingled so as mutually to interpenetrate each other totally, or that only one of them penetrates the other. The difference between these two theories is of small importance. First, we must set aside the opinion of Anaxagoras and Democritus, who explain mixture as a juxtaposition, because this is a crude combination rather than a mixture. Mixture should render the whole homogeneous, so that even the smallest molecules might each be composed of the various elements of the mixture. Refutation of Aristotle and Alexander of Aphrodisias. As to the peripatetic philosophers who assert that in a mixture only the qualities mingle, while the material extension of both bodies are only in juxtaposition, so long as the qualities proper to each of them are spread throughout the whole mass, they seem to establish the rightness of their opinion by attacking the doctrine which asserts that the two bodies mutually interpenetrate in mixture. They object that the molecules of both bodies will finally lose all magnitude by this continuous division, which will leave no interval between the parts of either of the two bodies. For if the two bodies mutually interpenetrate each other in every part, their division must become continuous. Besides, the mixture often occupies an extent greater than each body taken separately, and as great as if mere juxtaposition had occurred. Now, if two bodies mutually interpenetrate totally, the resulting mixture would occupy no more place than any one of them taken separately. The case where two bodies occupy no more space than a single one of them is, by these philosophers, explained by the air's expulsion, which permits one of the bodies to penetrate into the pores of the other. Besides, in the case of the mixture of two bodies of unequal extent, how could the body of the smaller extend itself sufficiently to spread into all the parts of the greater? There are many other such reasons. Refutation of the Stoics. We now pass to the opinions of Zeno and the other Stoic philosophers, who assert that two bodies which make up a mixture mutually interpenetrate each other totally. They support this view by observing that when the bodies interpenetrate totally, they are divided without the occurrence of a continuous division, which would make their molecules lose their magnitude. Indeed, perspiration issues from the human body without its being divided or riddled with holes. To this it may be objected that nature may have endowed our body with a disposition to permit perspiration to issue easily. To this the Stoics answer that certain substances, like ivory, which, when worked into thin sheets, admit in all their parts a liquid haute gruel, which passes from one surface to the other. As these substances are bodies, it is not easy to understand how one element can penetrate into another without separating its molecules. On the other hand, total division must imply mutual destruction, because their molecules would lose all magnitude whatever. When, however, two mingled bodies do not together occupy more space than either of them separately, the Stoics seem forced to admit to their adversaries that this phenomenon is caused by the displacement of air. Explanation of mixture that occupies more space than its elements. In the case where the compound occupies more space than each element separately, it might, though with little probability, be asserted that since every body along with its other qualities implies size, a local extension must take place. No more than the other qualities could this increase perish, since out of both qualities arises a new form, as a compound of the mixture of both qualities. So also must another size arise, the mixture combining the size out of both. Here the Peripatetics might answer the Stoics: if you assert a juxtaposition of substances, as well as of the masses which possess extension, you are actually adopting our opinions. If, however, one of the masses with its former extension penetrate the entire mass of the other, the extension, instead of increasing, as in the case where one line is added to another by joining their extremities, will not increase any more than when two straight lines are made to coincide by superimposing one on the other. Case of mixture of unequal quantities. The case of the mixture of a smaller quantity with a greater one, such as of a large body with a very small one, leads the Peripatetics to consider it impossible that the great body should spread in all the parts of the small one. Where the mixture is not evident, the Peripatetics might claim that the smaller body does not unite with all the parts of the greater. When, however, the mixture is evident, they can explain it by the extension of the masses, although it be very doubtful that a small mass would assume so great an extension, especially when we attribute to the composite body a greater extent, without, nevertheless, admitting its transformation, as when water transforms itself into air. Evaporation may lead to a third theory of mixture. 2. What happens when a mass of water transforms itself into air? This question demands particular treatment, for how can the transformed element occupy a greater extension? We shall not try to explain it on either the Peripatetic or Stoic principles, because we have sufficiently developed above the numerous reasons advanced by both those schools. We had better now consider which of the two systems we ourselves might adopt, and on which side lies reason. Besides, we should consider whether, besides these both, there be not place for a third opinion. Refutation of Stoic explanation of evaporation. When water flows through wool, or when paper allows water to filter through it, why does not the whole of the water pass through these substances, without partly remaining within them? If the water remain therein partially, we shall not be able to unite the two substances or masses. Shall we say that the qualities alone are confused or mingled? Water is not in juxtaposition with the paper, nor is lodged in its pores, for the whole paper is penetrated thereby, and no portion of the matter lacks that quality. If matter be united to quality everywhere, water must everywhere be present in the paper. If it be not water that everywhere is present in the paper, but only humidity which is the quality of the water, where then is the water itself? Why is not the mass the same? The matter that has insinuated itself into the paper extends it and increases its volume. Now, this augmentation of volume implies augmentation of mass, and the latter implies that the water has not been absorbed by the book, and that the two substances occupy different places, and do not interpenetrate each other. Since one body causes another to participate in its quality, why would it not also make it participate in its extension? By virtue of this union with a different quality, one quality, united with a different one, cannot either remain pure or preserve its earlier nature; it necessarily becomes weaker. But one extension added to another extension does not vanish. Refutation of Peripatetic explanation of evaporation. One body is said to divide another by penetrating it. This assertion, however, demands demonstration, for it is more reasonable to suppose that qualities may penetrate a body without dividing it. Such demonstration is attempted by the claim that qualities are incorporeal. But if matter itself be as incorporeal as the qualities, why could not some qualities, along with the matter, penetrate into some other body? That some solids do not penetrate other bodies is due to their possession of qualities incompatible with that of penetration. The objection that many qualities could not, along with matter, penetrate some body, would be justified only if it were the multitude of qualities that produce density. But if density be as much of a quality as corporeity, the qualities will constitute the mixture, not in themselves alone, but only as they happen to be determined. On the other hand, when matter does not lend itself to mixture, this occurs not by virtue of its being matter, but as matter united to some determinative quality. That is all the truer, as matter is receptive to any magnitude, not having any of its own. But enough of this. The body is rationalized matter. 3. Since we have spoken of corporeity, it must be analyzed. Is it a composite of all qualities, or does it constitute a form, a reason, which produces the body by presence in matter? If the body be the composite of all the qualities together with matter, this totality of qualities will constitute corporeity. But if corporeity be a reason which produces the body by approaching matter, doubtless it is a reason which contains all the qualities. Now, if this reason be not at all a definition of being, if it be a reason productive of the object, it will not contain any matter. It is the reason which applies itself to matter, and which, by its presence, produces the body there. Body is matter with indwelling reason. This reason, being a form, may be considered separately from matter, even if it were entirely inseparable therefrom. Indeed, reason, separated from matter, and residing in intelligence, is different from reason united to matter. The reason which abides within intelligence is intelligence itself, but this subject I shall refer to elsewhere. End of Ennead 2, Book 7. Ennead 2, Book 8, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Second Ennead, Book 8. Of sight, or why distant objects seem small. Of perspective. Various theories of perspective. 1. What is the cause that when distant, visible objects seem smaller, and that, though separated by a great space, they seem to be close to each other, while if close, we see them in their true size and their true distance? The cause of objects seeming smaller at a distance might be that light needs to be focused near the eye, and to be accommodated to the size of the pupils; that the greater the distance of the matter of the visible object, the more does its form seem to separate from it during its transit to the eyes; and that, as there is a form of quantity as well as of quality, it is the reason or form of the latter which alone reaches the eye. On the other hand, Epicurus thinks that we feel magnitude only by the passage and the successive introduction of its parts, one by one, and that consequently magnitude must be brought within our reach, and near us, for us to determine its quantity. Quality is more essential than quantity. Do objects at a distance seem smaller because we perceive magnitude only by accident, and because color is perceived first? In this case, when an object is near, we perceive its colored magnitude; when at a distance, we perceive first its color, not well enough distinguishing its parts to gather exact knowledge of its quantity, because its colors are less lively. Why should we be surprised at magnitudes being similar to sounds, which grow weaker as their form decreases in distinctness? As to sounds, indeed, it is the form that is sought by the sense of hearing, and here intensity is noticed only as an accident. But if hearing perceive magnitude only by accident, to what faculty shall we attribute the primitive perception of intensity in sound? Just as primitive perception of magnitude in the visible object is referable to the sense of touch. Hearing perceives apparent magnitude by determining not the quantity, but the intensity of sounds. This very intensity of sounds, however, is perceived only by accident, because it is its proper object. Likewise, taste does not by accident feel the intensity of a sweet savor. Speaking strictly, the magnitude of a sound is its extent. Now, the intensity of a sound indicates its extent only by accident, and therefore in an inexact manner. Indeed, a thing's intensity is identical with the thing itself. The multitude of a thing's parts is known only by the extent of space occupied by the object. Differences of color aid in the perception of magnitude. It may be objected that a color cannot be less large, and that it can only be less vivid. However, there is a common characteristic in something smaller and less vivid, namely, that it is less than what it is its being to be. As to color, diminution implies weakness; as to size, smallness. Magnitude connected with color diminishes proportionally with it. This is evident in the perception of a varied object, as, for instance, in the perception of mountains covered with houses, forests, and many other objects. Here the distinctness of detail affords a standard by which to judge of the whole. But when the view of the details does not impress itself on the eye, the latter no longer grasps the extent of the whole through measurement of the extent offered to its contemplation by the details. Even in the case where the objects are near and varied, if we include them all in one glance, without distinguishing all their parts, the more parts our glance loses, the smaller do the objects seem. On the contrary, if we distinguish all their details, the more exactly do we measure them and learn their real size. Magnitudes of uniform color deceive the eye because the latter can no longer measure their extent by its parts, and because, even if the eye attempt to do so, it loses itself, not knowing where to stop, for lack of difference between the parts. Disappearance of the form implies that of the size. The distant object seems to us close because our inability to distinguish the parts of the intervening space does not permit us to determine exactly its magnitude. When sight can no longer traverse the length of an interval by determining its quality in respect to its form, neither can it any longer determine its quantity in respect to magnitude. Refutation of Aristotle's visual angle theory. 2. Some hold that distant objects seem to us lesser only because they are seen under a smaller visual angle. Elsewhere we have shown that this is wrong, and here we shall limit ourselves to the following considerations. The assertion that a distant object seems less because it is perceived under a smaller visual angle supposes that the rest of the eye still sees something outside of this object, whether this be some other object or something external, such as the air. But if we suppose that the eye sees nothing outside of this object, whether this object, as would a great mountain occupy the whole extent of the glance, and permit nothing beyond it to be seen, or whether it even extend beyond the sweep of the glance on both sides, then this object should not, as it actually does, seem smaller than it really is, even though it fill the whole extension of the glance. The truth of this observation can be verified by a mere glance at the sky. Not in a single glance can the whole hemisphere be perceived, for the glance could not be extended widely enough to embrace so vast an expanse. Even if we grant the possibility of this, and that the whole glance embraces the whole hemisphere, still the real magnitude of the heaven is greater than its apparent magnitude. How then, by the diminution of the visual angle, could we explain the smallness of the apparent magnitude of the sky, on the hypothesis that it is the diminution of the visual angle which makes distant objects appear smaller? End of Ennead 2, Book 8. Ennead 2, Book 9, Part 1, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Second Ennead, Book 9. Against the Gnostics, or that the Creator and the world are not evil. The supreme principles must be simple and not compound. 1. We have already seen that the nature of the good is simple and primary, for nothing that is not primary could be simple. We have also demonstrated that the nature of the good contains nothing in itself, but is something unitary, the very nature of the One, for in itself the One is not some thing to which unity could be added, any more than the good in itself is some thing to which goodness could be added. Consequently, as both the One and the good are simplicity itself, when we speak of the One and the good, these two words express but one and the same nature. They affirm nothing, and only represent it to us so far as possible. This nature is called the first, because it is very simple and not composite. It is the absolute, as self-sufficient, because it is not composite; otherwise it would depend on the things of which it was composed. Neither is it predicable of anything as an attribute in a subject, for all that is in another thing comes from something else. If then this nature be not in anything else, nor is derived from anything else, if it contain nothing composite, it must not have anything above it. The only supreme principles must then be unity, intelligence, and soul. Consequently, there are no principles other than the three divine hypostatic substances, and the first rank will have to be assigned to unity, the second to intelligence, as the first thinking principle, and the third to the soul. Such indeed is the natural order which admits of no further principles in the intelligible world. If less be claimed, it is because of a confusion between the soul and intelligence, or intelligence with the first. But we have often pointed out their mutual differences. The only thing left is to examine if there might not be more than these three hypostatic substances, and in this case, what their nature might be. The Aristotelian distinction of potentiality and actuality is not applicable to divinity. The principle of all things, such as we have described it, is the most simple and elevated possible. The Gnostics are wrong in distinguishing within that supreme principle potentiality from actualization, for it would be ridiculous to seek to apply to principles that are immaterial and are actualizations that Aristotelian distinction, and thus to increase the number of the divine hypostatic substances. The distinction of rest and movement also inapplicable. Neither could we, below the Supreme, distinguish two intelligences, one at rest and the other in motion. We should have to define the resting of the first, and the movement or utterance of the second. The inaction of the one and the action of the other would be equally mysterious. By its being, or nature, intelligence is eternally and identically a permanent actualization. To rise to intelligence and to move around it is the proper function of the soul. An intermediary logos or aeon Jesus, also unaccountable. Reason, logos, which descends from intelligence into the soul and intellectualizes her, does not constitute a nature distinct from the soul and intelligence, and intermediary between them. Consciousness is unitary, though containing thinker, object, and thought. Nor should we admit the existence of several intelligences merely because we distinguish a thinker from a consciousness of the thinker. Though there be a difference between thinking and thinking that one thinks, these two, nevertheless, constitute a single intuitive consciousness of its actualizations. It would be ridiculous to deny such a consciousness to veritable intelligence. It is, therefore, the same intelligence that thinks, and that thinks that it thinks. Otherwise, there would be two principles, of which the one would have thought, and the other consciousness of thought. The second would doubtless differ from the first, but would not be the real thinking principle. A mere logical distinction between thought and consciousness of thought would not establish the actual differences between two hypostatic substances. Further, we shall have to consider whether it be possible to conceive of an intelligence which would exclusively think, without any accompanying consciousness of its thought. If we ourselves, who are entirely devoted to practical activity and discursive reason, were in such a condition, we would, even if otherwise considered sensible, be insane. But as true intelligence thinks itself in its thoughts, and as the intelligible, far from being outside of intelligence, is intelligence itself, intelligence, by thinking, possesses itself, and necessarily sees itself. When intelligence sees itself, it does not see itself as unintelligent, but as intelligent. Therefore, in the first actualization of thought, intelligence has the thought and consciousness of thought, two things that form but a single one. Not even logically is this a duality. If intelligence always think what it is there any reason to separate even by a simple logical distinction thought from the consciousness of thought? The absurdity of the doctrine we are controverting will be still more evident if we suppose that a third intelligence is conscious, that the second intelligence is conscious of the thought of the first. We might thus go on to infinity. A differentiated reason would deprive the soul of consciousness. Last, if we suppose that reason is derived from intelligence, and then from reason in the soul derive another reason, which would be derived from reason in itself, so as to constitute a principle intermediary between intelligence and soul, the soul would be deprived of the power of thought, for thus the soul, instead of receiving reason from intelligence, would receive reason from an intermediary principle. Instead of possessing reason itself, the soul would possess only an adumbration of reason. The soul would not know intelligence, and would not be able to think. No more than three principles admitted because of the unity of consciousness. 2. In the intelligible world, therefore, we shall not recognize more than three principles: unity, intelligence, and soul, without those superfluous and incongruous fictions. We shall insist that there is a single intelligence that is identical and immutable, which imitates its Father so far as it can. Then there is our soul, of which one part ever remains among the intelligibles, while one part descends to sense objects, and another abides in an intermediary region. As our soul is one nature in several powers, she may at times entirely rise to the intelligible world, with the best part of herself and of essence; at other times, the soul's lower part allows itself to be dragged down to the earth, carrying with it the intermediate portion, for the soul cannot be entirely dragged down. This being dragged down occurs only because the soul does not abide in the better region. While dwelling in it, the soul, which is not a part of it, and of which we are not a part, has given to the body of the universe all the perfections of which she was capable. The soul governs it by remaining quiet, without reasoning, without having to correct anything. With wonderful power she beautifies the universe by contemplation of the intelligible world. The more the soul attaches herself to contemplation, the more powerful and beautiful she is. What she receives from above, she communicates to the sense world, and illuminates, because she herself is always illuminated by intelligence. The world as eternally begotten. God's need to give. 3. Thus the soul, ever being illuminated, in turn herself illuminates the lower things that subsist only through her, like plants that feed on dew, and which participate in life, each according to its capacity. Likewise a fire heats the objects that surround it, each in proportion to its nature. Now, if such is the effect of fire, whose power is limited, while intelligible beings exert unlimited powers, how would it be possible for these beings to exist without causing anything to participate in their nature? Each of them must therefore communicate some degree of its perfection to other beings. The good would no longer be the good; intelligence would no longer be intelligence; the soul would no longer be soul, if, beneath that which possesses the first degree of life, there was not some other thing which possessed the second degree of life, and which subsisted only so long as subsists he who occupies the first rank. It is therefore unavoidable that all things, inferior to the first, must always exist in mutual dependence, and that they be begotten because they derive their existence from some other source. They were not begotten at a definite moment. When we affirm that they are begotten, we should say they were begotten, or they shall be begotten. Nor will they be destroyed, unless they are composed of elements in which they could be dissolved. Those that are indissoluble will not perish. It may be objected that they could be resolved into matter. But why should matter also not be liable to be destroyed? If it were granted that matter was liable to destruction, there was no necessity for its existence. It may be further objected that the existence of matter necessarily results from the existence of other principles. In this case, this necessity still subsists. If matter is to be considered as isolated from the intelligible world, then the divine principles also, instead of being present everywhere, will, as it were, be walled up in a limited place. But if the latter be impossible, then must matter be illuminated by the intelligible world. By a pun on inclination, Plotinus shows that the world soul could not have gone through the drama of creation attributed to Sophia and Achamoth. 4. But in that case, the soul created only because she had lost her wings. The universal soul, however, could not have been subject to such an accident. Those Gnostics who claim that she committed a fault should explain the nature of that fault. Why did this fall occur? If she fell from all eternity, she must similarly remain in her fault. If only at a determinate time, why not earlier? We, however, believe that the soul created the world, not by inclining towards matter, but rather because she did not incline towards it. Thus, to incline towards matter, the soul would have forgotten the intelligible entities; but if she had forgotten them, she could not have created the world using them as models. From what models would the soul have created the world? She must have formed it according to the intelligible models she had contemplated above. If she remembered them while creating, she had not inclined away from them towards matter. Neither did the soul have an obscure notion of the intelligibles; otherwise she would have inclined herself towards them, to get a clear intuition of them. For if she kept some memory of the intelligible world, why would she not have wished to reascend therein? Most generally assigned motives of creation are ridiculous or worse. Besides, what advantage could the world soul have imagined she was gaining by creating the world? That she did so in order to be honored seems unworthy, for it would be attributing to her the desires of a sculptor. Another theory is that the world soul created the world by virtue of a rational conception, and she thus exercised her power, though creating did not inhere in her nature. If so, how did she make the world? When will she destroy it? If she repented, what is she waiting for before she destroys her handiwork? If, however, she has not yet repented, she could not repent after time will have accustomed her to her work, and will have made her more kindly disposed thereto. If, however, she be awaiting individual souls, the latter should not have returned into generation, since in the former generation they have already experienced evils here below, and consequently they should long since have ceased to descend upon this earth. The world should not be considered evil because of our sufferings. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. Nor should the world be considered badly made, merely because we suffer so much therein. This idea results from entertaining unjustifiable expectations of its perfections, and from confusing it with the intelligible world of which it is an image. Could a more beautiful image indeed be imagined? After the celestial fire, could we imagine a better fire than our own? After the intelligible earth, could we imagine a better earth than ours? After the actualization by which the intelligible world embraces itself, could we imagine a sphere more perfect, more wonderful, or better ordered in its movements? After the intelligible sun, how could we imagine any sun different from the one that we see? It is contradictory to consider oneself capable of perfection, but to deny impassibility to the beautiful works of nature. 5. Is it not absurd to see those Gnostics, who, like everybody else, possess a body, passions, fears, and excitements, holding an idea of their own powers high enough to make them believe themselves capable of attaining the intelligible, while to the sun, though it be immutable and perfect, and though it be impassible power, refusing a wisdom superior to ours, we who were born only yesterday, and who find so many obstacles in our search after truth? We certainly are surprised to see these Gnostics considering the souls of both themselves and of the vilest men immortal and divine, while refusing immortality to the entire heaven, to all the stars it contains, though they be composed of elements more beautiful and purer than we, though they manifest a marvelous beauty and order, while these Gnostics themselves acknowledge that disorder is observed here below. According to their theories, however, the immortal soul would have picked out the worst part of the world, while giving up the best to mortal souls. An intermediary elemental soul is also inadmissible. It is also absurd to see them introduce into the world, after the universal soul, another soul said to be composed of elements. How could a composition of elements possess life? A mixture of elements does not produce heat or cold, humidity or dryness, or any combination thereof. Besides, how could this soul that is inferior to the universal soul hold in union together the four elements, if she herself were composed of them, and therefore were posterior to them? We may also rightfully demand of the Gnostics an explanation of their predicating perception, reflection, and other faculties to this mythical soul. The Gnostics' new earth, that is, model of the old, is unreasonable. Besides, as the Gnostics have no appreciation of the work of the demiurgic Creator, nor for this earth, they insist that the divinity has created for them a new earth, which is destined to receive them when they shall have left here below, and which is the reason of the world. But what need do they have of inhabiting the model of this world that they pretend to hate? In any case, from where does this model come? According to them, the model was created only when its author inclined towards things here below. But what was the use of the model if its creator busied himself considerably with the world to make a world inferior to the intelligible world which he possessed? If the model were created before the world, what could have been its use? Was it for the saved souls? Why, therefore, were those souls not saved by remaining within the model? Under this hypothesis, the creation of the model was useless. If the model, however, was created after this world, its author derived it from this world, stealing the form away from matter. The experience that the souls had acquired in their earlier trials sufficed to teach them to seek their salvation. Last, if the Gnostics pretend to have, in their souls, received the form of the world, we have a new incomprehensible language. Exiles, repentances, antitypes, and other Gnostic inventions. 6. We hardly know what to say of the other new conceptions they have injected into the universe, such as exiles, antitypes, and repentances. If by repentances and exiles they mean certain states of the soul, in the normal meaning of the word where a soul yields to repentance, and if by antitypes they mean the images of the intelligible beings that the soul contemplates before contemplating the intelligible beings themselves, they are using meaningless words, invented merely as catchwords and terms for their individual sect, for they imagine such fictions merely because they have failed clearly to understand the ancient wisdom of the Greeks. Before them, the Greeks, clearly and simply, had spoken of ascensions of souls that issued from the cavern, and which insensibly rise to a truer contemplation. The doctrines of these Gnostics are partly stolen from Plato, while the remainder, which were invented merely to form their own individual system, are innovations contrary to truth. It is from Plato that they borrowed their judgments. The rivers of Hades. They do speak of several intelligible principles, such as essence, intelligence, the second demiurgic creator, or universal soul. But all that comes from Plato's Timaeus, which says, "Likewise as the ideas contained in the existing organism were seen by intelligence, so he, the creator of this universe, thought that the latter should contain similar and equally numerous natures. But, not clearly understanding Plato, the Gnostics here imagined three principles: an intelligence at rest, which contains all beings; a second intelligence that contemplates them as they occur in the first intelligence; and a third intelligence that thinks them discursively. They often consider this discursive intelligence as the creative soul, and they consider this to be the demiurgic creator mentioned by Plato, because they were entirely ignorant of the true nature of this demiurgic creator. In general, they alter entirely the idea of creation, as well as many other doctrines of Plato, and they give out an entirely erroneous interpretation thereof. They imagine that they alone have rightly conceived of intelligible nature, while Plato and many other divine intellects never attained thereto. By speaking of a multitude of intelligible principles, they think that they seem to possess an exact knowledge thereof, while really they degrade them, assimilating them to lower and sensual beings by increasing their number. The principles that exist on high must be reduced to the smallest number feasible. We must recognize that the principle below the first contains all the essences, and so deny the existence of any intelligible entities outside of it, inasmuch as it contains all beings by virtue of its being primary being, of primary intelligence, and of all that is beautiful beneath the first himself. The soul must be assigned to the third rank. The differences obtaining between souls must further be explained by the difference of their conditions or nature. The Gnostics may well borrow from the Greeks, but should not depreciate them. Instead of besmirching the reputation of divine men, the Gnostics should interpret the doctrines of the ancient sages in a friendly way, borrowing from them such as they are right in professing, as, for instance, the immortality of the soul, the existence of the intelligible world, and of the first divinity, who is the Good; the necessity for the soul to flee from intercourse with the body, and the belief that separation of the soul from body is equivalent to a return from generation to being. They do well indeed if they borrow these ideas from Plato for the purpose of developing them. They are even at liberty to express any opinion they please in diverging from his views. But their own doctrine should not be established in the minds of their followers by insults and sarcasms against Greek sages. They could only do so by demonstrating the propriety of their distinctive tenets, whenever they differ from those of the ancient philosophers, and by expounding their own tenets with a really philosophic reserve and equanimity. Even when they controvert a system, they are still bound to consider nothing but the truth, without any attempt at self-glorification, either by attacking men whose teachings have long since been approved by worthy philosophers, or by claims of superiority to the latter. For that which the ancients taught on the subject of the intelligible world will always be considered as the best and wisest by all who do not permit themselves to be misled by the errors that today mislead so many. Gnostic additions to Platonism are their poorest doctrines. If, from the doctrines of the Gnostics, we remove what they have borrowed from the teachings of the ancients, their remaining additions will be discovered as very unfortunate. Their polemic against Greek philosophy consists of an introduction of a great number of genealogies and destructions, blaming the intercourse of the soul with the body, complaining of the universe, criticizing its administration, identifying the demiurgic creator, that is, intelligence, with the universal souls. The universal soul may not be judged by the human standard. 7. Elsewhere we have demonstrated that this world never began, and will never end, and that it must last as long as the intelligible entities. We have also shown, and that earlier than these Gnostics, that the soul's intercourse with the body is not advantageous to her. But to judge the universal Soul according to ours is to resemble a man who would blame the totality of a well-governed city by an examination limited to the workers in earth or metal. Differences between the universal Soul and the human soul. The differences between the universal Soul and our human souls are very important. To begin with, the universal Soul does not govern the world in the same manner as our soul governs the body, for she governs the world without being bound thereto. Besides many other differences elsewhere noted, we were bound to the body after the formation of a primary bond. In the universal Soul, the nature that is bound to the body of the world binds all that it embraces. But the universal Soul herself is not bound by the things she binds. As she dominates them, she is impassible in respect to them, while we ourselves do not dominate exterior objects. Besides, that part of the universal Soul which rises to the intelligible world remains pure and independent. Even that which communicates life to the body of the world receives nothing therefrom. In general, what is in another being necessarily participates in the state of that being, but a principle which has its own individual life would not receive anything from any other source. That is why, when one thing is located within another, it feels the experiences of the latter, but does not any the less retain its individual life in the event of the destruction of the latter. For instance, if the fire within yourself be extinguished, that would not extinguish the universal fire. Even if the latter were extinguished, the universal Soul would not feel it, and only the constitution of the body of the world would be affected thereby. If a world exclusively composed of the remaining three elements were a possibility, that would be of no importance to the universal Soul, because the world does not have a constitution similar to that of each of the contained organisms. On high, the universal Soul soars above the world, and thereby imposes on it a sort of permanence. Here below, the parts, which as it were flow off, are maintained in their place by a second bond. As celestial entities have no place outside of the world into which they might ooze out, there is no need of containing them from the interior, nor of compressing them from without to force them back within. They subsist in the location where the universal Soul placed them from the beginning. Those which naturally move modify the beings which possess no natural motion. They carry out well-arranged revolutions because they are parts of the universe. Here below, there are beings which perish because they cannot conform to the universal order. For instance, if a tortoise happened to be caught in the midst of a choric ballet that was dancing in perfect order, it would be trodden underfoot because it could not withdraw from the effects of the order that regulated the feet of the dancers. On the contrary, if it conformed to that order, it would suffer no harm. Gnostic demands for reason of world's creation are idle, and involve still larger questions. 8. To ask, as do the Gnostics, why the world was created, amounts to asking the reason of the existence of the universal Soul, and of the creation of the demiurgic Creator himself. To ask such a question well characterizes men who first wish to find a principle of that which in the world is eternal, but who later opine that the demiurgic Creator became the creating cause only as a result of an inclination or alteration. If indeed they be at all willing to listen to us fairly, we shall have to teach them the nature of these intelligible principles, to end their habit of scorning those venerable intelligible beings, and to induce them to pay these a deserved respect. No one, indeed, has the right to find fault with the constitution of the world, which reveals the greatness of intelligible nature. We are forced to recognize that the world is a beautiful and brilliant statue of the divinities, from the fact that the world achieved existence without beginning with an obscure life, such as that of the little organisms it contains, and which the productiveness of universal life never ceases to bring forth, by day or night. On the contrary, its life is continuous, clear, manifold, extended everywhere, and illustrating marvelous wisdom. It would be no more than natural that the world should not equal the model it imitates; otherwise it would no longer be an imitation. It would be an error, however, to think that the world imitates its model badly. It lacks none of the things that could be contained by a beautiful and natural image; for it was necessary for this image to exist without implying reasoning or skill. Intelligence could not have been the last degree of existence. Intelligence, indeed, could not be the last degree of existence. It was necessarily actualization of a double nature, both within itself and for other beings. It was inevitable that it should be followed by other beings, for only the most impotent being would fail to produce something that should proceed from it, while it is granted that the intelligible possesses a wonderful power, wherefore it could not help creating. This is the best of all possible worlds, because we can achieve virtue. What would be the nature of a world better than the present one, if it were possible? The present one must be a faithful image of the intelligible world, if the existence of the world be necessary, and if there be no better possible world. The whole earth is peopled with animate and even immortal beings. From here below up to the heaven, the world is full of them. Why should the stars in the highest sphere, the fixed stars, and those in the lower spheres, the planets, not be divinities, in view of their regular motion and their carrying out a magnificent revolution around the world? Why should they not possess virtue? What obstacle could hinder them from acquiring it? Not on high are found the things which here below make men evil, namely, that evil nature which both is troubled and troubles. With their perpetual leisure, why should not the stars possess intelligence, and be acquainted with the divinity and all the other intelligible deities? How should we possess a wisdom greater than theirs? Only a foolish man would entertain such thoughts. How could our souls be superior to the stars, when at the hands of the universal Soul they undergo the constraint of descending here below? For the best part of souls is that which commands. If, on the contrary, the souls descend here below voluntarily, why should the Gnostics find fault with this sphere, whither they come voluntarily, and from which they can depart whenever it suits them? That everything here below depends on the intelligible principles is proved by the fact that the organization of the world is such that, during this life, we are able to acquire wisdom, and live out a life similar to that of the divinities. The inequality of riches is of no moment to an eternal being. 9. No one would complain of poverty and the unequal distribution of wealth, if one realized that the sage does not seek equality in such things, because he does not consider that the rich man has any advantage over the poor man, the prince over the subject. The sage leaves such opinions to commonplace people, for he knows that there are two kinds of life: that of the virtuous who achieve the supreme degree of perfection and the intelligible world, and that of common earthly men. Even the latter life is double, for though at times they do think of virtue and participate somewhat in the good, at other times they form only a vile crowd, and are only machines destined to satisfy the primary needs of virtuous people. There is no reason to be surprised at a man committing a murder, or through weakness yielding to his passions, when souls that behave like young, inexperienced persons, not indeed like intelligences, daily behave thus. It has been said that this life is a struggle in which one is either victor or vanquished. But is not this very condition a proof of good arrangement? What does it matter if you are wronged, so long as you are immortal? If you be killed, you achieve the fate that you desired. If you have reason to complain of how you are treated in some particular city, you can leave it. Besides, even here below, there evidently are rewards and punishments. Why then complain of a society within which distributive justice is exercised, where virtue is honored, and where vice meets its deserved punishment? Moreover, this world contains traditions of divinity. Not only are there here below statues of the divinities, but even the divinities condescend to look on us, leading everything in an orderly manner from beginning to end, and they apportion to each the fate that suits him, and which harmonizes with his antecedents in his successive existences. This is unknown only to persons who are most vulgarly ignorant of divine things. Try therefore to become as good as you can, but do not on that account imagine that you alone are capable of becoming good, for then you would no longer be good. Other men than you are good. There are most excellent ministering spirits called guardians. Further, there are deities who, while inhabiting this world, contemplate the intelligible world, and are still better than the guardians. Further still is the blissful universal Soul that manages the universe. Honor therefore the intelligible divinities, and above all, the great King of the intelligible world, whose greatness is especially manifested in the multitude of the divinities. True knowledge shown not by unification, but revelation of divine power. It is not by reducing all things to unity, but by setting forth the greatness developed by the divinity itself, that one manifests his knowledge of divine power. The divinity manifests his power when, though remaining what he is, he produces many divinities which depend on him, which proceed from him and exist by him. In this way, this world holds existence from him, and contemplates him along with all the divinities which announce to men the divine decrees, and who reveal to them whatever pleases them. These stars must not be blamed for not being what the divinity is, for they only represent their nature. Modesty is a part of goodness; pride is folly. If, however, you pretend to scorn these stars that are considered divinities, and if you hold yourself in high esteem on the plea that you are not far inferior to them, learn first that the best man is he who is most modest in his relations with divinities and men. In the second place, learn that one should think of the divinity only within limits, without insolence, and not to seek to rise to a condition that is above human possibilities. It is unreasonable to believe that there is no place by the side of the divinity for all other men, while impudently proposing alone to aspire to that dignity. This by itself would deprive the soul of the possibility of assimilation to the divinity to the limit of her receptivity. This the soul cannot attain unless guided by intelligence. To pretend to rise above intelligence is to fall short of it. There are people insane enough to believe, without reflection, claims such as the following: by initiation into secret knowledge, or gnosis, you will be better not only than all men, but even than all the deities. These people are swollen with pride, and men, who before were modest, simple, and humble, become arrogant on hearing themselves say, "You are a child of the divinity. The other men that you used to honor are not his children, any more than the stars, who were worshipped by the ancients. You yourself, without working, are better than heaven itself." Then companions crowd around him and applaud his utterance. He resembles a man who, though not knowing how to count, should, in the midst of a crowd of men, equally ignorant with him, hear it said by somebody that he was 1,000 feet high, while others were only 5 feet high. He would not realize what was meant by 1,000 feet, but he would consider this measure very great. Other Gnostic inconsistencies. Gnostics admit that the divinity interests himself in men. How then could he, as they insist, neglect the world that contains them? Could this be the case because he lacked the leisure to look after it? In this case, he would lack the leisure to look after anything beneath him, including men also. On the other hand, if he do care for men, that care would include the world that surrounds and contains them. If he ignored what surrounded men in order to ignore the world, he would thereby also ignore the men themselves. The objection that men do need that the divinity should care for the world is not true, for the world does need the care of the divinity. The divinity knows the arrangement of the world, the men it contains, and their condition therein. The friends of the divinity support meekly all that results necessarily therefrom. They are right, for that which happens should be considered not only from one's own standpoint, but also from that of the totality of circumstances. Each person or thing should be considered from his place in the scale of existence. One should ever aspire to him to whom aspire all beings capable of the good. One should be persuaded that many beings, or rather that all beings, aspire thereto; that those who attain to him are happy, while the others achieve a fate suitable to their nature. Finally, one should not imagine oneself alone capable of attaining happiness. Mere assertion of possession does not suffice for real possession thereof. There are many men who, though perfectly conscious that they do not possess some good, nevertheless boast of its possession, or who really believe they do possess it, when the opposite is the true state of affairs, or that they exclusively possess it, when they are the only ones who do not possess it. End of Ennead 2, Book 9, Part 1. Ennead 2, Book 9, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Plotinus addresses himself to those of his friends who were formerly Gnostic, not to the latter who are hopeless. 10. On examining many other assertions of the Gnostics, or rather all of their assertions, we find more than enough to come to some conclusion concerning the details of their doctrines. We cannot indeed help blushing when we see some of our friends who had imbued themselves with Gnostic doctrines before becoming friends of ours, somehow or another persevere therein, working zealously to try to prove that they deserved full confidence, or speaking as if they were still convinced that they were based on good grounds. We are here addressing our friends, not the partisans of the Gnostics. Vainly indeed would we try to persuade the latter not to let themselves be deceived by men who furnish no proofs. What proofs indeed could they furnish? But who only impose on others by their boastfulness. Plotinus has no intention of writing a full confutation. Following another kind of discussion, we might write a refutation of these men who are impudent enough to ridicule the teachings of those divine men who taught in ancient times, and who conformed entirely to truth. We shall not, however, embark on this, for whoever understands what we have already said will, from that sample, be able to judge of the remainder. Gnostic theory of creation by mere illumination. Neither will we controvert an assertion which overtops all their others in absurdity. We use this term for lack of a stronger. Here it is. The soul and another wisdom inclined downwards towards things here below, either because the soul first inclined downwards spontaneously, or because she was misled by wisdom, or because, in Gnostic view, soul and wisdom were identical. The other souls descended here below together with the soul, as well as the members of wisdom, and entered into bodies, probably human. Nevertheless, the soul, on account of which the other soul descended here below, did not herself descend. She did not incline, so to speak, but only illuminated the darkness. From this illumination was born in matter an image, wisdom, the image of the soul. Later was formed the demiurgic creator, called an image of the image, by means of matter or materiality, or of a principle by Gnostics designated by another name, the fruit of the fall. For they make use of many other names for the purpose of increasing obscurity. This is how they derive their demiurgic creator. They also suppose that this demiurgic creator separated himself from his mother, wisdom, and from him they deduce the whole world, even to the extremity of the images. The perpetration of such assertions amounts to a bitter sarcasm of the power that created the world. The numberless intellectual difficulties of such a theory. 11. To begin with, if the soul did not descend, if she limited herself to illuminating the darkness, which is synonymous with matter, by what right could it be asserted that the soul inclined downwards? If indeed a kind of light issued from the soul, this does not justify an inclination of the soul, unless we admit the existence of something, darkness, beneath her, that the soul approached the darkness by a local movement, and that, on arriving near it, the soul illuminated it. On the contrary, if the soul illuminated it while remaining self-contained, without doing anything to promote that illumination, why did the soul alone illuminate the darkness? According to the Gnostics, this occurred only after the soul had conceived the reason of the universe. Then only could the soul illuminate the darkness by virtue of this rational conception. But then, why did the soul not create the world at the same time she illuminated the darkness, instead of waiting for the generation of psychic images? Further, why did this reason of the world, which the Gnostics call the foreign land, and which was produced by the superior powers, as they say, not move its authors to that inclination? Last, why does this illuminated matter produce psychic images and not bodies? Wisdom, or the image of the soul, does not seem to stand in need of darkness or matter. If the soul create, then her image, wisdom, should accompany her, and remain attached to her. Besides, what is this creature of hers? Is it a being, or is it, as the Gnostics say, a conception? If it be a being, what difference is there between it and its principle? If it be some other kind of a soul, it must be a soul of growth and generation, since its principle is a reasonable soul. If, however, this wisdom be a soul of growth and generation, how could it be said to have created for the purpose of being honored? In short, how could it have been created by pride, audacity, and imagination? Still less would we have the right to say that it had been created by virtue of a rational conception. Besides, what necessity was there for the mother of the demiurgic creator to have formed him of matter and of an image? Speaking of conception, it would be necessary to explain the origin of this term. Then, unless a creative force be predicated of this conception, it would be necessary to show how a conception can constitute a real being. But what creative force can be inherent in this imaginary being? The Gnostics say that this image, the demiurgic creator, was produced first, and that only afterwards other images were created. But they permit themselves to assert that without any proof. For instance, how could it be said that fire was produced first, and other things only later? How the Gnostic demiurge created. 12. How could this newly formed image, the demiurgic creator, have undertaken to create by memory of the things he knew? As he did not exist before, he could not have known anything any more than the mother, wisdom, which is attributed to him. Besides, it is quite surprising that though the Gnostics did not descend upon this world as images of souls, but as veritable, genuine souls, nevertheless, hardly one or two of them succeeds in detaching themselves from the sense world, and by gathering together their memories, to remember some of the things they previously knew, while this image, the demiurgical creator, as well as his mother, wisdom, which is a material image, was capable of conceiving intelligible entities in a feeble manner indeed, as say the Gnostics, but after all, from her very birth. Not only did she conceive intelligible things, and formed an idea of the sense world from the intelligible world, but she also discovered with what elements she was to produce the sense world. Why did she first create the fire? Doubtless because she judged she would begin thereby, for why did she not begin with some other element? If she could produce fire because she had the conception thereof, why, as she had the conception of the world, as she must have begun by a conception of the totality, did she not create the whole at one single stroke? Indeed, this conception of the world embraced all its parts. It would also have been more natural, for the demiurgical creator should not have acted like a workman, as all the arts are posterior to nature and to the creation of the world. Even today, we do not see the natures, when they beget individuals, first produce the fire, then the other elements successively, and finally mingle them. On the contrary, the outline and organization of the entire organism are formed at once in the germ born at the monthly periods in the womb of the mother. Why then, in creation, should matter not have been organized at one stroke by the type of the world, a type that must have contained fire, earth, and all the rest of them? Perhaps the Gnostics would have thus conceived of the creation of the world, if instead of an image they had had in their system a genuine soul. But their demiurgic creator could not have proceeded thus. To conceive of the greatness, and especially of the dimension of the heavens, of the obliquity of the zodiac, of the course of the stars, the form of the earth, and to understand the reason of each of these things, would not have been the work of an image, but rather of a power that proceeded from the better principles, as the Gnostics, in spite of themselves, acknowledge. The necessity of the illumination of the darkness must have been eternal. Indeed, if we examine attentively that in which this illumination of the darkness consists, the Gnostics may be led to a recognition of the true principles of the world. Why was the production of this illumination of the darkness necessary if its existence was not absolutely unavoidable? This necessity of an illumination of the darkness was either in conformity with, or in opposition to nature. If it conformed thereto, it must have been so from all time. If it were contrary thereto, something contrary to nature would have happened to the divine powers, and evil would be prior to the world. Then it would no longer be the world that was the cause of evil, as the Gnostics claim, but the divine powers. The world is not the principle of evil for the soul, but it is the soul that is the principle of evil for the world. Ascending from cause to cause, reason will relate this world to the primary principles. Even the existence of the darkness must be related to the soul. If matter is also said to be the cause of evil, where does it originate? For the darkness existed already, as say the Gnostics, when the soul has seen and illuminated them. From whence comes darkness? If the Gnostics answer that it is the soul herself that created darkness by inclining downwards to matter, then evidently the darkness did not exist before the inclination of the soul. Darkness, therefore, is not the cause of this inclination. The cause is in the nature of the soul. This cause may thus be related to preceding necessities, and, as a result, to first principles. Instead of complaining of the world, understand it, and fit yourself to it. 13. Those who complain of the nature of the world do not know what they are doing, nor the extent of their audacity. Many men are ignorant of the close concatenation which unites the entities of the first, second, and third ranks, and which descends even to those of the lowest degree. Instead of blaming what is subordinate to first principles, we should gently submit to the laws of the universe, rise to first principles, not undergo those tragic terrors, inspired in certain people by the spheres of the world, which exert on us nothing but a beneficent influence. What is so terrible in them? Why should they be feared by these men foreign to philosophy and all sound learning? Though celestial spheres do have fiery bodies, they should not inspire us with any fear, because they are perfectly harmonious with the universe and with the earth. We must, besides, consider the souls of the stars, to which those Gnostics consider themselves so superior, while their bodies, which surpass ours so much in size and beauty, efficaciously concur in the production of things that are conformed to the order of nature, for such things could not be born if first principles alone existed. Finally, the stars complete the universe, and are important members thereof. If even man holds a great superiority over animals, there must be a far greater superiority in those stars which exist as ornaments to the universe, and to establish order therein, and not to exert thereover a tyrannical influence. The events that are said to flow from the stars are rather signs thereof than causes. Besides, the events that really do flow from the stars differ among each other by circumstances. It is not therefore possible that the same things should happen to all men, separated as they are by their times of birth, the places of their residence, and the dispositions of their souls. It is just as unreasonable to expect that all would be good, nor, because of the impossibility of this, to go and complain on the grounds that all sense objects should be similar to intelligible objects. Moreover, evil is nothing but what is less complete in respect to wisdom, and less good in a decreasing gradation. For instance, nature, that is, the power of growth and generation, should not be called evil because she is not sensation, nor sensation be called evil because it is not reason. Otherwise, we might be led to think that there was evil in the intelligible world. Indeed, the soul is inferior to intelligence, and intelligence is inferior to the One. Gnostics wrongly imagine intelligible entities can be bewitched. 14. Another error of the Gnostics is their teaching that intelligible beings are not beyond the reach of being affected by human beings. When the Gnostics utter magic incantations, addressing them to intelligible beings, not only to the soul, but to the principles superior thereto, what are they really trying to do? To bewitch them? To charm them? Or to influence them? They therefore believe that divine beings listen to us, and that they obey him who skillfully pronounces these songs, cries, aspirations, and whistlings, to all of which they ascribe magic power. If they do not really mean this, if they by sounds only claim to express things which do not fall under the senses, then, through their effort to make their art more worthy of respect, they unconsciously rob it of all claim to respect in our estimation. Their explanation of disease as demoniacal possession is wrong. They also pride themselves on expelling diseases. If this were done through temperance, by a well-regulated life, as do the philosophers, this claim might be respected. But they insist that diseases are demons, which they can expel by their words, and they boast of this in order to achieve reputation among the common people that is always inclined to stand in awe of magic. They could not persuade rational individuals that diseases do not have natural causes, such as fatigue, satiety, lack of food, corruption, or some other change, depending on an interior or exterior principle. This is proved by the nature of diseases. Sometimes a disease is expelled by moving the bowels, or by the administration of some potion. Diet and bleeding are also often resorted to. Is this because the demon is hungry, or the potion destroys him? When a person is healed on the spot, the demon either remains or departs. If he remain, how does his presence not hinder recovery? If he depart, why? What has happened to him? Was he fed by the disease? In this case, the disease was something different from the demon. If he enter without any cause for the disease, why is the individual into whose body he enters not always sick? If he enter into a body that contains already a natural cause of disease, how far does he contribute to the disease? The natural cause is sufficient to produce the disease. It would be ridiculous to suppose that the disease would have a cause, but that as soon as this cause is active, there would be a demon ready to come and assist it. The genuine value of Gnosticism seen in its low moral aspects. The reader must now clearly see the kind of assertions given out by the Gnostics, and what their purpose must be. What they say about demons or guardians has here been mentioned only as a commentary on their vain pretenses. Other opinions of the Gnostics may best be judged by a perusal of their books, by each individual for himself. Remember always that our system of philosophy contains, beside the other good reasons, the simplicity of moral habits, the purity of intelligence, and that instead of vain boasting, it recommends the care of personal dignity, rational self-confidence, prudence, reserve, and circumspection. The remainder of Gnostic philosophy may well be contrasted with ours, as all that is taught by the Gnostics is very different from our teachings. We would have no advantage in a further detailed contrast, and it would be unworthy of us to pursue the matter. The Gnostic destiny of man is demoralizing. 15. We should, however, observe the moral effect produced in the soul of those who listen to the speeches of these men who teach scorn of the world and its contents. About the destiny of man, there are two principal doctrines. The one assigns as our end the pleasures of the body; the other suggests honesty and virtue, the love of which comes from the divinity and leads back to the divinity, as we have shown elsewhere. Epicurus, who denies divine providence, advises us to seek the only thing that remains, the enjoyments of pleasure. Well, the Gnostics hold a still more pernicious doctrine. They blame the manner in which divine providence operates, and they accuse providence itself. They refuse respect to laws established here below, and to the virtue which has been honored by all centuries. To destroy the last vestiges of honor, they destroy temperance by joking at it. They attack justice, whether natural or acquired by reason or exercise. In one word, they annihilate everything that could lead to virtue. Nothing remains but to seek out pleasure, to profess selfishness, to renounce all social relations with men, to think only of one's personal interest, unless, indeed, one's own innate disposition be good enough to resist their pernicious doctrines. Nothing that we regard as good is by them esteemed, for they seek entirely different objects. The Gnostics ignore virtue, without which God is a mere word. Nevertheless, those who know the divinity should attach themselves to him even here below, and, by devoting themselves to his first principles, correct earthly things by applying their divine nature thereto. Only a nature that disdains physical pleasure can understand that of which honor consists. Those who have no virtue could never rise to intelligible entities. Our criticism of the Gnostics is justified by this, that they never speak of virtue, never study it, give no definition of it, do not make out its kinds, and never repeat anything of the beautiful discussions thereof left to us by the ancient sages. The Gnostics never tell how one could acquire or preserve moral qualities, how one should cultivate or purify the soul. Their precept, "Contemplate the divinity," is useless if one does not also teach how this contemplation is to take place. One might ask the Gnostics if such contemplation of the divinity would be hindered by any lust or anger. What would hinder one from repeating the name of the divinity while yielding to the domination of the passions and doing nothing to repress them? Virtue, when perfected, and by wisdom solidly established in the soul, is what shows us the divinity. Without real virtue, God is no more than a name. Scorn of this world is no guarantee of goodness. 16. One does not become a good man merely by scorning the divinities, the world, and the beauties it contains. Scorn of the divinities is the chief characteristic of the evil. Perversity is never complete until scorn of the divinities is reached, and if a man were not otherwise perverse, this vice would be sufficient to make him such. The respect which the Gnostic pretend to have for the intelligible divinities, the aeons, is an illogical accident. For when one loves a being, he loves all that attaches thereto. He extends to the children the affection for the parent. Now, every soul is a daughter of the Heavenly Father. The souls that preside over the stars are intellectual, good, and closer to the divinity than ours. How could this sense world, with the divinities it contains, be separated from the intelligible world? We have already shown above the impossibility of such a separation. Here we insist that when one scorns beings so near to those that hold the front rank, it can only be that one knows them by name only. To accept certain classes of being from divine care is to show callousness of disposition. How could it ever be considered pious to claim that divine providence does not extend to sense objects, or at least interests itself only in some of them, the spiritual men, not the psychical? Such an assertion must surely be illogical. The Gnostics claim that divine providence interests itself only in them. Was this the case while they were living on high, or only since they live here below? In the first case, why did they descend onto this earth? In the second, why did they remain here below? Besides, why should the divinity not be present here below also? Otherwise, how could he know that the Gnostics who are here below have not forgotten him, and have not become perverse? If he know those that have not become perverse, he must also know those who have become perverse, to distinguish the former from the latter. He must therefore be present to all men, and to the entire world in some manner or other. Thus the world will participate in the divinity. If the divinity deprived the world of his presence, he would deprive you also thereof, and you could not say anything of him or of the beings below him. The world certainly derives its existence from him, whether the divinity protect you by his providence or his help, and whatever be the name by which you refer to him. The world never was deprived of the divinity, and never will be. The world has a better right than any individuals to the attentions of Providence, and to participation in divine perfections. This is particularly true in respect to the universal soul, as is proved by the existence and wise arrangement of the world. Which of these so proud individuals is as well arranged and as wise as the universe, and could ever enter into such a comparison without ridicule or absurdity? Indeed, unless made merely in the course of a discussion, such a comparison is really an impiety. To doubt such truths is really the characteristic of a blind and senseless man, without experience or reason, and who is so far removed from knowledge of the intelligible world that he does not even know the sense world. Could any musician who had once grasped the intelligible harmonies hear that of sense sounds without profound emotion? What skillful geometrician or arithmetician will fail to enjoy symmetry, order, and proportion in the objects that meet his view? Though their eyes behold the same objects as common people, experts see in them different things, when, for instance, with practiced glance they examine some picture. When recognizing in sense objects an image of intelligible essence, they are disturbed and reminded of genuine beauty, that is, the origin of love. One rises to the intelligible by seeing a shining image of beauty glowing in a human face. Heavy and senseless must be that mind which could contemplate all the visible beauties, this harmony, and this imposing arrangement, this grand panoramic view furnished by the stars in spite of their distance, without being stirred to enthusiasm and admiration of their splendor and magnificence. He who can fail to experience such feelings must have failed to observe sense objects, or know even less the intelligible world. Gnostics justify their hate of the body by Plato. In this case, they should follow him also in admiration of the world. 17. Some Gnostics object that they hate the body because Plato complains much of it, as an obstacle to the soul, and as something far inferior to her. In this case, they should, making abstraction of the body of the world by thought, consider the rest, that is, the intelligible sphere, which contains within it the form of the world, and then the incorporeal souls, which in perfect order communicate greatness to matter by modeling it in space according to an intelligible model, so that what is begotten might, so far as possible by its greatness, equal the indivisible nature of its model; for the greatness of sense mass here below corresponds to the greatness of intelligible power. Let the Gnostics therefore consider the celestial sphere, whether they conceive of it as set in motion by the divine power that contains its principle, middle, and end, or whether they imagine it as immovable, and not yet exerting its action on any of the things it governs by its revolution. In both ways they will attain a proper idea of the soul that presides over this universe. Let them then conceive of this soul as united to a body, though remaining impassible, and still communicating to this body, so far as the latter is capable of participating therein, some of its perfections, for the divinity is incapable of jealousy. Then they will form a proper idea of the world. They will understand how great is the power of the soul, since she makes the body participate in her beauty to the limit of her receptivity. This body has no beauty by nature, but when it is beautified by the soul, it entrances divine souls. Gnostics boast of lack of appreciation of beauty already recognized. The Gnostics pretend that they have no appreciation for the beauty of the world, and that they make no distinction between beautiful and ugly bodies. In this case, they should not distinguish good from bad taste, nor recognize beauty in the sciences, in contemplation, nor in the divinity itself; for sense beings possess beauty only by participation in first principles. If they be not beautiful, neither could those first principles be such. Consequently, sense beings are beautiful, though less beautiful than intelligible beings. The scorn professed by Gnostics for sense beauty is praiseworthy enough if it refer only to the beauty of women and of young boys, and if its only purpose be to lead to chastity. But you may be sure that they do not boast of scorning what is ugly; they only boast of scorning what they had at first recognized and loved as being beautiful. Even exterior or partial beauty need not conflict with the beauty of the universe, and in any case there would be no evil in it. We must further observe that it is not the same beauty that is seen in the parts and in the whole, in individuals and in the universe; that there are beauties great enough in sense objects and in individuals, for instance in the guardians, to lead us to admire their Creator, and to prove to us that they indeed are works of His. In this way we may attain a conception of the unspeakable beauty of the universal soul, if we do not attach ourselves to sense objects, and if without scorning them we know how to rise to intelligible entities. If the interior of a sense being be beautiful, we shall judge that it is in harmony with its exterior beauty. If it be ugly, we will consider that it is inferior to its principle. But it is impossible for a being really to be beautiful in its exterior while ugly within, for the exterior is beautiful only in so far as it is dominated by the interior. Those who are called beautiful, but who are ugly within, are externally beautiful only deceptively. In contradiction to those who claim that there are men who possess a beautiful body and an ugly soul, I insist that such never existed, and that it was a mistake to consider them beautiful. If such men were ever seen, their interior ugliness was accidental, and also their soul was, by nature, beautiful; for we often meet here below obstacles which hinder us from reaching our goal. But the universe cannot by any obstacle be hindered from possessing interior beauty in the same way that it possesses exterior beauty. The beings to whom nature has not, from the beginning, given perfection, may indeed not attain their goal, and consequently may become perverted. But the universe never was a child, nor imperfect; it did not develop, and received no physical increase. Such a physical increase would have been impossible, inasmuch as it already possessed everything. Nor could we admit that its soul had ever, in the course of time, gained any increase. But even if this were granted to the Gnostics, this could not constitute any evil. Recognition of the beauty of the body need not imply attachment thereto. It is compatible with resignation. 18. Gnostics, however, might object that their doctrine inspired revulsion from, and hate for the body, while that of Plotinus really attached the soul to the body by recognition of its beauty. Hardly. We may illustrate by two guests who dwelt together in a beautiful house. The first guest blamed the disposition of the plan, and the architect who constructed it, but nevertheless remained within it. The other guest, instead of blaming the architect, praised his skill, and awaited the time when he might leave this house, when he should no longer need it. The first guest would think himself wiser and better prepared to leave, because he had learned to repeat that walls are composed of lifeless stones and beams, and that this house was far from truly representing the intelligible house. He would, however, not know that the only difference obtaining between him and his companion is that he did not know how to support necessary things, while his companion, who did not blame the house, will be able to leave it without regret, because he loved stone buildings only very moderately. So long as we have a body, we have to abide in these houses constructed by the world soul, who is our beneficent sister, and who had the power to do such great things without any effort. Gnostics acknowledge kinship with depraved men, but refuse it to the beautiful universe, of which we should be far prouder. The Gnostics do not hesitate to call the most abandoned men their brothers, but refuse this name to the sun, and the other deities of heaven, and to the very soul of the world. Fools that they are! Doubtless, to unite ourselves thus to the stars, by the bonds of kindred, we must no longer be perverse. We must have become good, and instead of being bodies, we must be souls in these bodies, and so far as possible, we must dwell within our bodies in the same manner as the universal soul dwells within the body of the universe. To do this, one has to be firm, not allow oneself to be charmed by the pleasures of sight or hearing, and to remain untroubled by any reverse. The soul of the world is not troubled by anything, because she is outside of the reach of all. We, however, who here below are exposed to the blows of fortune, must repel them by our virtue, weakening some and foiling others by our constancy and greatness of soul. When we shall thus have approached this power, which is out of the reach of all exigencies, having approached the soul of the universe and of the stars, we shall try to become her image, and even to increase this resemblance to the assimilation of fusion. Then, having been well disposed by nature and exercised, we also will contemplate what these souls have been contemplating since the beginning. We must also remember that the boast of some men that they alone have the privilege of contemplating the intelligible world does not mean that they really contemplate this world any more than any other men. Gnostics, who boast superiority to the divinities, who cannot leave their bodies, are in reality ignorant of the true state of affairs. Vainly also do some Gnostics boast of having to leave their bodies when they will have ceased to live, while this is impossible to the divinities, because they always fill the same function in heaven. They speak thus only because of their ignorance of what it is to be outside of the body, and of how the universal soul, in her entirety, wisely governs what is inanimate. The jealous distinction between the spiritual, psychic, and material is due chiefly to ignorance of other people's attainments. We ourselves may very well not love the body; we may become pure, scorn death, and both recognize and follow spiritual things that are superior to earthly things. But on this account, we should not be jealous of other men who are not only capable of following the same goal, but who do constantly pursue it. Let us not insist that they are incapable of doing so. Let us not fall into the same error as those who deny the movement of the stars because their senses show them to remain immovable. Let us not act as do the Gnostics, who believe that the nature of the stars does not see what is external because they themselves do not see that their own souls are outside. End of Ennead 2, Book 9. Ennead 3, Book 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Sylvan Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 1st. Concerning Fate. Possible theories about fate. 1. The first possibility is that there is a cause both for the things that become and those that are, the cause of the former being their becoming, and that of the latter their existence. Again, neither of them may have a cause, or in both cases some may have a cause, and some not. Further, those that become might have a cause, while of these that exist, some might partly have a cause. Contrariwise, all things that exist may have a cause, while of those that become, parts may have a cause, and part not. Last, none of the things that become might have any cause. Except the first, all things are caused. Speaking of eternal things, the first cannot be derived from other causes, just because they are first. Things dependent from the first, however, may indeed thence derive their being. To each thing we should also attribute the resultant action, for a thing's being is constituted by its displayed energy. Stoic and Epicurean causeless origin really the utmost determinism. Now among the things that become, or among those that, although perpetually existent, do not always result in the same actions, it may be boldly asserted that everything has a cause. We should not admit the Stoic contention that something happens without a cause, nor accept the Epicurean arbitrary convergence of the atoms, nor believe that any body initiates a movement suddenly and without determining reason, nor suppose, with Epicurus again, that the soul undertakes some action by a blind impulse without any motive. Thus to suppose that a thing does not belong to itself, that it could be carried away by involuntary movements, and act without motive, would be to subject it to the most crushing determinism. The will must be excited, or the desire awakened by some interior or exterior stimulus. No determination is possible without motive. Every good thing has some cause, nature being the ultimate cause. If everything that happens has a cause, it is possible to discover such facts proximate causes, and to them refer this fact. People go downtown, for example, to see a person, or collect a bill. In all cases, it is a matter of choice, followed by decision, and the determination to carry it out. There are indeed certain facts usually derived from the arts, as for instance, the re-establishment of health may be referred to medicine and the physician. Again, when a man has become rich, this is due to his finding some treasure, or receiving some donation, to working or exercising some lucrative profession. The birth of a child depends on its father, and the concourse of exterior circumstances, which, by the concatenation of causes and effects, favored his procreation. For example, right food, or even a still more distant cause, the fertility of the mother, or, still more generally, of nature, or, in general, it is usual to assign natural causes. Proximate causes are unsatisfactory; we must seek the ultimate ones. 2. To stop on arriving at these causes, and to refuse further analysis, is to exhibit superficiality. This is against the advice of the sages, who advise ascending to the primary causes, to the supreme principles. For example, why, during the full moon, should the one man steal, and the other one not steal? Or why, under the same influence of the heavens, has the one and not the other been sick? Why, by use of the same means, has the one become rich, and the other poor? The difference of dispositions, characters, and fortunes force us to seek ulterior causes, as indeed the sages have always done. Materialists support determinism. Those sages who, like Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus, assumed material principles, such as the atoms, and to explain everything by their motion, their shock and combinations, pretend that everything existent and occurring is caused by the agency of these atoms, their actions and reactions. This includes, according to them, our appetites and dispositions. The necessity residing in the nature of these principles and in their effects is therefore, by these sages, extended to everything that exists. As to the Ionic Helicists, who assume other physical, ultimate principles, referring everything to them, they thus also subject all beings to necessity. Heraclitus, though more spiritual, is also determinist. There are others, such as Heraclitus, who, seeking the supreme principle of the universe, refer everything to it, saying that this principle penetrates, moves, and produces everything. This they call fate, and the supreme cause. From it they derive everything. Its motions are said to give rise not only to the things that are occurring, but even our thought. That is how the members of an animal do not move themselves, but receive the stimulus from the governing principle within them. The astrologers make cosmic deductions from prognostication. Some of the astrologers explain everything by the circular motion of the heavens, by the relative positions of the planets and stars, and by their mutual aspects or relations. They base this principle on the prevalent habit of deducing therefrom conjectures about futurity. The Stoic determinism is based on various theories. Others, like the Stoic Chrysippus, define fate otherwise. It is the concatenation of causes in their connection towards the infinite, by which every posterior fact is the consequence of an anterior one. Thus, the things that follow relate to the things that precede, and, as their effects, necessarily depend thereupon. Amidst these Stoic philosophers, there are two conceptions of fate. Some consider that everything depends from a single principle, while others do not. These views we shall study later. We shall first examine the system with which we began. Later we shall review the others. The physical theories are absurd. 3. To refer everything to physical causes, whether you call them atoms or elements, and from their disordered motion to deduce order, reason, and the soul that directs the body, is absurd and impossible. Nevertheless, to deduce everything from atoms is, if possible, still more impossible, and consequently many valid objections have been raised against this theory. The Stoic polemic against the Epicureans. To begin with, even if we do admit such atomic principles, their existence does not in any way inevitably lead to either the necessity of all things or fatality. Let us indeed grant the existence of atoms. Now some will move downwards, that is, if there is an up and down in the universe; others obliquely, by chance, in various directions. As there will be no order, there will be nothing determinate. Only what will be born of the atoms will be determinate. It will, therefore, be impossible to guess or predict events, whether by art, and indeed how could there be any art in the midst of orderless things, or by enthusiasm, or divine inspiration, for prediction implies that the future is determined. True, bodies will obey the impulses necessarily communicated to them by the atoms, but how could you explain the operations and affections of the soul by movements of atoms? How could atomic shock, whether vertical or oblique, produce in the soul these our reasonings, or appetites, whether necessarily or in any other way? What explanation could they give of the soul's resistance to the impulsions of the body? By what concourse of atoms will one man become a geometrician, another become a mathematician and astronomer, and the other a philosopher? For, according to that doctrine, we no longer produce any act for which we are responsible; we are even no longer living beings, since we undergo the impulsion of bodies that affect us just as they do inanimate things. Application of this polemic to the physicists. The same objections apply to the doctrine of the philosophers, who explain everything by other physical causes, such as elements. Principles of inferior nature might well warm us, cool us, or even make us perish, but they could not beget any of the operations which the soul produces; these have an entirely different cause. Restatement of Heraclitus's position. 4. But might Heraclitus suppose that a single soul, interpenetrating the universe, produces everything, and by supplying the universe with motion, supplies it simultaneously to all its constituent beings, so that from this primary cause would necessarily flow all secondary causes, whose sequence and connection would constitute fate? Similarly, in a plant, for instance, the plant's fate might be constituted by the governing principle, which, from the root, administers its other parts, and which organizes into a single system their actions and reactions. This would interfere with self-consciousness and responsibility. To begin with, this necessity and fate would by their excess destroy themselves, and render impossible the sequence and concatenation of the causes. It is, indeed, absurd to insist that our members are moved by fate, when they are set in motion or innervated by the governing principle. It is a mistake to suppose that there is a part which imparts motion, and, on the other hand, a part which receives it from the former. It is the governing principle that moves the leg, as it would any other part. Likewise, if in the universe exists but a single principle which acts and reacts, if things derive from each other by a series of causes, each of which refers to the preceding one, it will no longer be possible to say truly that all things arise through causes, for their totality will constitute but a single being. In that case, we are no longer ourselves; actions are no longer ours; it is no longer we who reason; it is a foreign principle which reasons, wills, and acts in us, just as it is not our feet that walk, but we who walk by the agency of our feet. On the contrary, common sense admits that every person lives, thinks, and acts by his own individual, proper life, thought, and action. To each must be left the responsibility of his actions, good or evil, and not attribute shameful deeds to the universal cause. Restatement of the astrological theory of fate. 5. Others again insist that this is not the state of affairs. Their disposition depends on the circular movement of the heaven, which governs everything, on the course of the stars, of their mutual relative position at the time of their rising, of their setting, of their zenith, or of their conjunction. Indeed, such are the signs on which are founded prognostications and predictions of what is to happen, not only to the universe, but also to each individual, both as to his fortunes and his thought. It is noticed that the other animals and vegetables increase or decrease according to the kind of sympathy existing between them and the stars; that all other things experience their influence; that various regions of the earth differ according to their adjustment with the stars, and especially the sun; that from the nature of these regions depend not only the character of the plants and animals, but also human forms, size, color, affections, passions, tastes, and customs. In this system, therefore, the course of the stars is the absolute cause of everything. Refutation of the astrological system. To this we answer that our astrologer attributes indirectly to the stars all our characteristics, will, passions, vices, and appetites. He allows us no role other than to turn like mills, instead of responsibility, as befits men, producing actions that suit our nature. On the contrary, we should be left in possession of what belongs to us by the observation that the universe limits itself to exercising some influence on what we possess already, thanks to ourselves, and which is really characteristic of us. Moreover, one should distinguish the deeds in which we are active from those in which we are necessarily passive, and not deduce everything from the stars. Nobody, indeed, doubts that the differences of place and climate exert an influence over us, imparting to us, for instance, a cool or warm-hearted disposition. Heredity also should be considered, for children usually resemble their parents by their features, form, and some affections of the irrational soul. Nevertheless, even though they resemble them by their facial features, because they are born in the same place, they may differ in habits and thoughts, because these things depend on an entirely different principle. In addition, we can adduce to the support of this truth the resistance which the soul offers to the temperament and to the appetites. As to the claim that the stars are the causes of everything, because one can predict what is to happen to each man from a consideration of their positions, it would be just as reasonable to assert that the birds and the other beings which the augurs consult as omens produce the events of which they are the signs. Horoscopes questioned. They do not account for simultaneous differences. This leads us to consider more in detail what sort of facts may be predicted according to the inspection of the positions occupied by the stars presiding over the birth of a man. They who, from the assertion that the stars indicate a man's future, draw the consequence that the stars produce them, are in error. In some person's horoscope, which indicates birth from noble parents, on either maternal or paternal side, this nobility of birth cannot be attributed to the stars, as this nobility subsisted already in the parents before the stars had taken the position according to which the horoscope is cast. Besides, astrologers pretend they can discover the parents' fortune from the birth of their children, and from the condition of the parents, the disposition and fate of the unborn offspring. From a child's horoscope they announce his brother's death, and from a woman's horoscope the fortunes of her husband, and conversely. It is unreasonable to refer to the stars things which evidently are necessary consequences of parental conditions. We then reach a dilemma. The cause lies either in these antecedent conditions or in the stars. The beauty and ugliness of children, when they resemble their parents, must evidently be derived from them, and not from the course of the stars. Moreover, it is probable that at any one moment are born a crowd of human and animal young. Now, inasmuch as they are born under the same star, they all ought to have the same nature. How does it then happen that, in the same positions, stars produce men and other beings simultaneously, as Cicero asks? Heredity more important than star influence. Continuation. 6. Each being derives his character from his nature. One being is a horse, because he is born from a mare, while another is human, because born from a human mother; and more, he is that particular horse, and that particular man, because he is born from such and such a horse or woman. Doubtless, the course of the stars may modify the result, but the greatest part of the influence must be allowed to heredity. Stars affect the physical, not the mental being. The stars act on the body only in a physical way, and thus impart to them heat, cold, and the variety of temperament which results therefrom. But how could they endow the man with habits, tastes, and inclinations which do not seem to depend on the temperament, such as the avocation of a surveyor, a grammarian, a gambler, or an inventor? Irrational claims of astrologers. Besides, nobody would admit that perversity could come from beings who are divinities. How could one believe that they are the authors of the evils attributed to them, and that they themselves become evil because they set or pass under the earth, as if they could possibly be affected by the fact that, in regard to us, they seem to set, as if they did not continue to wander around the heavenly sphere, and remained in the same relation to the earth? Besides, it is incredible that because a star is in such or such a position, in respect of another star, it becomes better or worse, and that it affects us with goodness when it is well disposed, and evil in the contrary case. Stars serve as letters in which to read nature. We grant that by their movement the stars cooperate in the conservation of the universe, and that they simultaneously play in it another part. They serve as letters for those skilled in deciphering this kind of writing, and who, by the observation of the figures formed by the stars, read into them future events according to the laws of analogy, as, for instance, if one presaged high deeds from seeing a bird fly high. Restatement of the Stoic doctrine and the Heraclitean. 7. There remains to be considered the Stoic doctrine, which, concatenating and interrelating all things among each other, establishes a single cause which produces everything through seminal reasons. This doctrine reattaches itself to Heraclitus's, which deduces from the action of the universal soul the constitution and the movements of the individuals as well as those of the universe. Alexander of Aphrodisia's polemic against the Stoics. In this case, even if we possessed the power of doing something by ourselves, we would not be any the less than the remainder of the universe subjected to necessity, because fate, containing the whole series of causes, necessarily determines each event. Now, since fate includes all causes, there is nothing which could hinder the occurrence of that event, or alter it. If, then, everything obeys the impulsion of a single principle, nothing is left to us but to follow it. Indeed, in this case, the fancies of our imagination would result from anterior facts, and would in turn determine our appetites. Our liberty would then have become a mere word, nor would we gain any advantage from obeying our appetites, since our appetites themselves will be determined by anterior facts. We would have no more liberty than the other animals, than children, or the insane, who run hither and yon, driven by blind appetites, for they also obey their appetites as fire would do, and as all the things which fatally follow the dispositions of their nature. These objections will be decisive for those capable of apprehending them, and in the search for other causes of our appetites, they will not content themselves with the principles which we have examined. The human soul as an independent principle. 8. What other cause, besides the preceding, will we have to invoke, so as to let nothing occur without a cause, to maintain order and interdependence of things in the world, and in order to preserve the possibility of predictions and omens without destroying our personality? We shall have to introduce among the number of beings another principle, namely the soul, and not only the world soul, but even the individual soul of every person. In the universal concatenation of causes and effects, this soul is a principle of no little importance, because instead of, like all other things, being born of a seminal reason, it constitutes a primary cause. Outside of a body, she remains absolute mistress of herself, free and independent of the cause which administers the world. As soon as she has descended into a body, she is no longer so independent, for she then forms part of the order to which all things are subjected. Now, inasmuch as the accidents of fortune, that is to say, the surrounding circumstances, determine many events, the soul alternately yields to the influence of external circumstances, and then again she dominates them and does what she pleases. This she does more or less according as she is good or evil. When she yields to the corporeal temperament, she is necessarily subjected to desire or anger, discouraged in poverty or proud in prosperity, as well as tyrannical in the exercise of power. But she can resist all these evil tendencies if her disposition is good. She modifies her surroundings more than she is affected by them. Some things she changes, others she tolerates without herself incurring guilt. The soul is free when following reason. 9. All things, therefore, which result either from a choice by the soul, or from exterior circumstances, are necessary, or determined by a cause. Could anything indeed be found outside of these causes? If we gather into one glance all the causes we admit, we find the principles that produce everything, provided we count, amidst external causes, the influence exercised by the course of the stars. When a soul makes a decision, and carries it out because she is impelled thereto by external things, and yields to a blind impulse, we should not consider her determination and action to be free. The soul is not free when, perverting herself, she does not make decisions which direct her in the straight path. On the contrary, when she follows her own guide, pure and impassible reason, her determination is really voluntary, free, and independent, and the deed she performs is really her own work, and not the consequence of an exterior impulse. She derives it from her inner power, her pure being from the primary and sovereign principle which directs her, being deceived by no ignorance, nor vanquished by the power of appetites. For when the appetites invade the soul, and subdue her, they drag her with them by their violence, and she is rather passive than active in what she does. The soul obeys fate only when evil. 10. The conclusion of our discussion is that while everything is indicated and produced by causes, these are of two kinds: first the human soul, and then only exterior circumstances. When the soul acts conformably to right reason, she acts freely; otherwise she is tangled up in her deeds, and she is rather passive than active. Therefore, whenever she lacks prudence, the exterior circumstances are the causes of her actions. One then has good reason to say that she obeys fate, especially if fate is here considered as an exterior cause. On the contrary, virtuous actions are derived from ourselves; for when we are independent, it is natural for us to produce them. Virtuous men act and do good freely; others do good only in breathing spells left them in between by their passions. If, during these intervals, they practice the precepts of wisdom, it is not because they receive them from some other being; it is merely because their passions do not hinder them from listening to the voice of reason. End of Ennead 3, Book 1. Ennead 3, Book 2, Part 1, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 2, of Providence. Epicurus taught chance, and the Gnostics an evil creator. 1. When Epicurus derives the existence and constitution of the universe from automatism and chance, he commits an absurdity and stultifies himself. That is self-evident, though the matter have elsewhere been thoroughly demonstrated. But if the world do not owe its origin to chance, we will be compelled to furnish an adequate reason for the existence and creation of all these beings. This teleological question deserves the most careful consideration. Things that seem evil do indeed exist, and they do suggest doubts about universal providence, so that some, like Epicurus, insist there is no providence, while others, like the Gnostics, hold that the demiurgic creator is evil. The subject, therefore, demands thorough investigation of its first principles. Particular and universal providence assumed as premises. Let us leave aside this individual providence, which consists in deliberating before an action, and in examining whether we should or should not do something, or whether we should give or not give it. We shall also assume the existence of the universal Providence, and from this principle we shall deduce the consequences. Providence is not particular because the world had no beginning. We would acknowledge the existence of a particular providence, such as we mentioned above, if we thought that the world had a beginning of existence, and had not existed since all eternity. By this particular providence we mean a recognition in the divinity of a kind of prevision and reasoning, similar to the reasoning and prevision of the artist who, before carrying out a work, deliberates on each of the parts that compose it. We would suppose that this prevision and reasoning were necessary to determine how the universe could have been made, and on what conditions it should have been the best possible. But as we hold that the world's existence had no beginning, and that it has existed since all time, we can, in harmony with reason and our own views, affirm that universal Providence consists in this: that the universe is conformed to intelligence, and that intelligence is prior to the universe, not indeed in time, for the existence of the intelligence did not temporarily precede that of the universe, but in the order of things, because, by its nature, intelligence precedes the world that proceeds from it, of which it is the cause, type and model, and cause of unchanged, perpetual persistence. How intelligence continues to make the world subsist. This is how intelligence continues to make the world subsist. Pure intelligence and being in itself constitute the genuine, intelligible world that is prior to everything, which has no extension, which is weakened by no division, which has no imperfection even in its parts, for none of its parts are separated from its totality. This world is the universal life and intelligence. Its unity is both living and intelligent. In it, each part reproduces the whole. Its totality consists of a perfect harmony, because nothing within it is separate, independent, or isolated from anything else. Consequently, even if there were mutual opposition, there would be no struggle. Being everywhere one and perfect, the intelligible world is permanent and immutable, for it contains no internal reaction of one opposite on another. How could such a reaction take place in this world, since nothing is lacking in it? Why should reason produce another reason within it, and intelligence produce another intelligence, merely because it was capable of doing so? If so, it would not, before having produced, have been in a perfect condition; it would produce and enter in motion, because it contained something inferior. But blissful beings are satisfied to remain within themselves, persisting within their essence. A multiple action compromises him who acts by forcing him to issue from himself. The intelligible world is so blissful that even while doing nothing, it accomplishes great things, and while remaining within itself, it produces important operations. The sense world created not by reflection, but by self-necessity. 2. The sense world draws its existence from that intelligible world. The sense world, however, is not really unitary. It is indeed multiple, and divided into a plurality of parts, which are separated from each other, and are mutually foreign. Not love reigns there, but hate, produced by the separation of things which their state of imperfection renders mutually inimical. None of its parts suffices to itself. Preserved by something else, it is none the less an enemy of the preserving power. The sense world has been created not because the divinity reflected on the necessity of creating, but because, in the nature of things, it was unavoidable that there be a nature inferior to the intelligible world, which, being perfect, could not have been the last degree of existence. It occupied the first rank. It had great power, that was universal and capable of creating without deliberation. If it had had to deliberate, it would not, by itself, have expressed the power of creation; it would not have possessed it essentially. It would have resembled an artisan who himself does not have the power of creating, but who acquires it by learning how to work. By giving something of itself to matter, intelligence produced everything, without issuing from its rest or quietness. That which it gives is reason, because reason is the emanation of intelligence, an emanation that is as durable as the very existence of intelligence. In a seminal reason, all the parts exist in an united condition, without any of them struggling with another, without disagreement or hindrance. This reason, then, causes something of itself to pass into the corporeal mass, where the parts are separated from each other, and hinder each other, and destroy each other. Likewise, from this unitary intelligence, and from the reason that proceeds thence, issues this universe whose parts are separate and distinct from each other, some of the parts being friendly and allied, while some are separate and inimical. They therefore destroy each other, either voluntarily or involuntarily, and through this destruction their generation is mutually operated. In such a way did the divinity arrange their actions and experiences that all concur in the formation of a single harmony, in which each utters its individual note, because in the whole the reason that dominates them produces order and harmony. The sense world does not enjoy the perfection of intelligence and reason; it only participates therein. Consequently, the sense world needed harmony because it was formed by the concurrence of intelligence and necessity. Necessity drives the sense world to evil, and to what is irrational, because necessity itself is irrational; but intelligence dominates necessity. The intelligible world is pure reason; none other could be such. The world which is born of it had to be inferior to it, and be neither pure reason nor mere matter, for order would have been impossible in unmingled matter. The sense world, therefore, is a mixture of matter and reason; those are the elements of which it is composed. The principle from which this mixture proceeds, and which presides over the mixture, is the soul. Neither must we imagine that this presiding over the mixture constitutes an effort for the soul, for she easily administers the universe by her presence. The world should not be blamed for its imperfections. 3. For not being beautiful, this world should not be blamed, neither for not being the best of corporeal worlds; nor should the cause from which it derives its existence be accused. To begin with, this world exists necessarily; it is not the work of a reflecting determination; it exists because a superior being naturally begets it in his own likeness. Even if its creation were the result of reflective determination, it could not shame its author, for the divinity made the universe beautiful, complete and harmonious. Between the greater and lesser parts, he introduced a fortunate accord. A person who would blame the totality of the world from consideration of its parts is therefore unjust. He should examine the parts in their relation to the totality, and see whether they be in accord and in harmony with it. Then the study of the whole should continue down to that of the least details. Otherwise, criticism does not apply to the world as a whole, but only to some of its parts. For instance, we well know how admirable as a whole is man. Yet we grant that there would be justification for criticism of a separate hair, or toe, or some of the vilest animals, or Thersites, as a specimen of humanity. The world's testimony to its creator. Since the work under consideration is the entire world, we would, were our intelligence attentively to listen to its voice, hear it exclaim as follows: "It is a divinity who has made me, and from the divinity's hands I issued complete, including all animated beings entire and self-sufficient, standing in need of nothing, since everything is contained within me, plants, animals, the whole of nature, the multitude of the divinities, the troop of guardians, excellent souls, and the men who are happy because of virtue." This refers not only to the earth, which is rich in plants and animals of all kinds; the power of the soul extends also to the sea. Nor are the air and entire heaven inanimate; they are the seat of all the excellent souls, which communicate life to the stars, and which preside over the circular revolution of the heaven, a revolution that is eternal and full of harmony, which imitates the movement of intelligence by the eternal and regular movement of the stars around one and the same center, because heaven has no need to seek anything outside of itself. All the beings I contain aspire to the good; all achieve Him, each according to its potentiality. Indeed, from the good depends the entire heaven, my whole soul, the divinities that inhabit my various parts, all the animals, all the plants, and all my apparently inanimate beings. In this aggregation of beings, some seem to participate only in existence, others in life, others in sensation, others in intelligence, while still others seem to participate in all the powers of life at one time. For we must not expect equal faculties for unequal things; as, for instance, sight for the fingers, as it is suitable to the eye, while the finger needs something else; it needs its own form, and has to fulfill its function. Opposition among inanimate beings. 4. We should not be surprised at water extinguishing fire, or at fire destroying some other element. Even this element was introduced to existence by some other element, and it is not surprising that it should be destroyed, since it did not produce itself, and was introduced to existence only by the destruction of some other element, as thought Heraclitus and the Stoics. Besides, the extinguished fire is replaced by another active fire. In the incorporeal heaven, everything is permanent; in the visible heaven, the totality, as well as the more important and the most essential parts, are eternal. The souls, on passing through different bodies, by virtue of their disposition, themselves change on assuming some particular form; but when they can do so, they stand outside of generation, remaining united to the universal Soul. The bodies are alive by their form, and by the whole that each of them constitutes, by its union with a soul, since they are animals, and since they nourish themselves; for in the sense world life is mobile, but in the intelligible world it is immobile. Immobility necessarily begat movement. Self-contained life was compelled to produce other life, and calm being naturally exhaled vibrating spirit. Opposition among animals. Mutual struggle and destruction among animals is necessary, because they are not born immortal. Their origin is due to reasons embracing all of matter, and because this reason possessed within itself all the things that subsist in the intelligible world. From what other source would they have arisen? Opposition among humans. The mutual wrongs of human beings may, however, very easily all be caused by the desire of the good, as had been thought by Democritus. But having strayed because of their inability to reach him, they turned against each other. They are punished for it by the degradation these evil actions introduced within their souls, and after death they are driven into a lower place, for none can escape the order established by the law of the universe, or the law of Adrastia. Order does not, as some would think, exist because of disorder, nor law on account of lawlessness. In general, it is not the better that exists on account of the worse. On the contrary, disorder exists only on account of order, lawlessness on account of law, irrationality on account of reason, because order, law, and reason, such as they are here below, are only imitations or borrowings. It is not that the better produced the worse, but that the things which need participation in the better are hindered therefrom, either by their nature, by accident, or by some other obstacle, as Chrysippus thought that evils happen by consequence or concomitance. Indeed, that which succeeds only in acquiring a borrowed order may easily fail to achieve it, either because of some fault inherent in its own nature, or by some foreign obstacle. Things hinder each other unintentionally, by following different goals. Animals whose actions are free incline sometimes towards good, sometimes towards evil, as the two horses in Plato's Phaedrus. Doubtless they do not begin by inclining towards evil, but as soon as there is the least deviation at the origin, the further the advance in the wrong road, the greater and more serious does the divergence become. Besides, the soul is united to a body, and from this union necessarily arises appetite. When something impresses us at first sight, or unexpectedly, and if we do not immediately repress the motion which is produced within us, we allow ourselves to be carried away by the object towards which our inclination drew us. But the punishment follows the fault, and it is not unjust that the soul that has contracted some particular nature should undergo the consequences of her disposition, by passing into a body which conforms thereto. Happiness need not be expected for those who have done nothing to deserve it. The good alone obtain it, and that is why the divinities enjoy it. Lack of happiness should be blamed on the soul that does not deserve it. 5. If then, even here below, souls enjoy the faculty of arriving at happiness, we should not accuse the constitution of the universe because some souls are not happy. The fault rather lies with their weakness, which hinders them from struggling courageously enough in the career where prizes are offered to virtue. Why indeed should we be astonished that the spirits, which have not made themselves divine, should not enjoy divine life? Poverty and diseases are of no importance to the good, and they are useful to the evil, as thought Theognis. Besides, we are necessarily subject to diseases because we have a body. Then all these accidents are not useless for the order and existence of the universe. Indeed, when a being is dissolved into its elements, the reason of the universe uses it to beget other beings, for the universal reason embraces everything within its sphere of activity. Thus, when the body is disorganized, and the soul is softened by her passions, then the body, overcome by sickness, and the soul, overcome by vice, are introduced into another series and order. There are things, like poverty and sickness, which benefit the persons who undergo them. Even vice contributes to the perfection of the universe, because it furnishes opportunity for the exercise of the divine justice. It serves other purposes also. For instance, it increases the vigilance of souls, and excites the mind and intelligence to avoid the paths of perdition. It also emphasizes the value of virtue, by contrast with the evils that overtake the wicked. Of course, such utilities are not the cause of the existence of evils. We only mean that since evils exist, the divinity made use of them to accomplish his purposes. It would be the characteristic of a great power to make even evils promote the fulfillment of its purposes, to cause formless things to assist in the production of forms. In short, we assert that evil is only an omission or failure of good. Now, a coming short of good must necessarily exist in the beings here below, because in them good is mingled with other things. For this thing to which the good is allied differs from the good, and thus produces the lack of good. That is why it is impossible for evil to be destroyed, because things are successively inferior, relatively to the nature of the absolute good, and because, being different from the good from which they derive their existence, they have become what they are by growing more distant from their principle. In spite of apparent misfortune to the good, no harm can happen to them. 6. It is constantly objected that fortune maltreats the good, and favors the evil, in opposition to the agreement that ought to exist between virtue and happiness. The true answer to this is that no harm can happen to the righteous man, and no good to the vicious man. Other objectors ask why one man is exposed to what is contrary to nature, while the other obtains what conforms thereto. How can distributive justice be said to obtain in this world? If, however, the obtaining of what conforms to nature do not increase the happiness of the virtuous man, and if being exposed to what is contrary to nature do not diminish the wickedness of the vicious man, of what importance, as thought Plato, are either of these conditions? Neither will it matter if the vicious man be handsome, or the virtuous man ugly. The slavery of the good and victory of the evil seem to accuse Providence. Further objections assert that propriety, order, and justice demand the contrary of the existing state of affairs in the world, and that we could expect no less from a Providence that was wise. Even if it were a matter of moment to virtue or vice, it is unsuitable that the wicked should be the masters and chiefs of state, and that the good should be slaves. For a bad prince commits the worst crimes. Moreover, the wicked conquer in battles, and force their prisoners to undergo the extremities of torments. How could such facts occur, if indeed a divine Providence be in control? Although indeed, in the production of some work of art, it be especially the totality that claims attention, nevertheless, the parts must also obtain their due, especially when they are animated, living, and reasonable. It is just that divine Providence should extend to everything, especially inasmuch as its duty is precisely to neglect nothing. In view of these objections, we shall be forced to demonstrate that really everything here below is good, if we continue to insist that the sense world depends on supreme intelligence, and that its power penetrates everywhere. Perfection must not be sought in things mingled with matter. 7. To begin with, we must remark that to show that all is good in the things mingled with matter, and therefore of sense, we must not expect to find in them the whole perfection of the world, which is not soiled by matter, and is intelligible; nor should we expect to find, in that which holds the second rank, characteristics of that which is of the first. Since the world has a body, we must grant that this body will have influence on the totality, and expect no more than that reason will give it that which this mixed nature was capable of receiving. For instance, if we were to contemplate the most beautiful man here below, we would be wrong in believing that he was identical with the intelligible man; and inasmuch as he was made of flesh, muscles, and bones, we would have to be satisfied with his having received from his Creator all the perfection that could be communicated to him to embellish these bones, muscles, and flesh, and to make the seminal reason in him predominate over the matter within him. Evil is only a lower form of good. Granting these premises, we may start out on an explanation of the above-mentioned difficulties. For in the world we will find remarkable traces of the providence and divine power from which it proceeds. Let us take first the actions of souls who do evil voluntarily, the actions of the wicked who, for instance, harm virtuous men, or other men equally evil. Providence need not be held responsible for the wickedness of these souls; the cause should be sought in the voluntary determinations of those souls themselves. For we have proved that the souls have characteristic motions, and that, while here below, they are not pure, but rather are animals, as would naturally be the case with souls united to bodies. Now, it is not surprising that, finding themselves in such a condition, they would live conformably to that condition. Indeed, it is not the formation of the world that made them descend here below. Even before the world existed, they were already disposed to form part of it, to busy themselves with it, to infuse it with life, to administer it, and in it to exert their power in a characteristic manner, either by presiding over its issues and by communicating to it something of their power, or by descending into it, or by acting in respect to the world, each in its individual manner. The latter question, however, does not refer to the subject we are now considering. Here it will be sufficient to show that, however these circumstances occur, Providence is not to be blamed. It is a matter of faith that Providence embraces everything here below, even the misfortunes of the just. But how shall we explain the difference that is observed between the lot of the good and the evil? How can it occur that the former are poor, while others are rich, and possess more than necessary to satisfy their needs, being even powerful and governing cities and nations? The Gnostics and Manichaeans think that the sphere of activity of Providence does not extend down to the earth. No, for all of the rest of this world conforms to universal reason, inasmuch as animals and plants participate in reason, life, and soul. The Gnostic will answer that if Providence do extend to this earth, it does not predominate therein. As the world is but a single organism, to advance such an objection is the part of somebody who would assert that the head and face of man were produced by nature, and that reason dominated therein, while the other members were formed by other causes, such as chance or necessity, and that they were evil either on this account or because of the importance of nature. Wisdom and piety, however, would forbid the admission that here below not everything was well, blaming the operation of Providence. How sense objects are not evil. 8. It remains for us to explain how sense objects are good and participate in the cosmic order, or at least that they are not evil. In every animal The higher parts, such as the face and head, are the most beautiful, and are not equaled by the middle or lower parts. Now men occupy the middle and lower region of the universe. In the higher region we find the heaven containing the divinities. It is they that fill the greater part of the world with the vast sphere where they reside. The earth occupies the center, and seems to be one of the stars. We are surprised at seeing injustice reigning here below, chiefly because man is regarded as the most venerable and wisest being in the universe. Nevertheless, this being that is so wise occupies but the middle place between divinities and animals, at different times inclining towards the former or the latter. Some men resemble the divinities, and others resemble animals, but the greater part continue midway between them. The good may neglect natural laws, which carry rewards. It is those men who occupy this middle place who are forced to undergo the rapine and violence of depraved men, who resemble wild beasts. Though the former are better than those whose violence they suffer, they are nevertheless dominated by them because of inferiority in other respects, lacking courage or preparedness. It would be no more than a laughing matter if children who had strengthened their bodies by exercise, while leaving their souls inviolate in ignorance, should in physical struggle conquer those of their companions who had exercised neither body nor soul, if they stole their food or soft clothing. No legislator could hinder the vanquished from bearing the punishment of their cowardliness and effeminacy, if, neglecting the gymnastic exercises which had been taught them, they did not, by their inertia, effeminacy, and laziness, fear becoming fattened sheep, fit to be the prey of wolves. They who commit this rapine and violence are punished therefore, first because they thereby become wolves and noxious beasts, and later because, in this or some subsequent existence, they necessarily undergo the consequences of their evil actions, as thought Plato. For men who here below have been evil do not die entirely when their soul is separated from their bodies. Now, in the things that are regulated by nature and reason, that which follows is always the result of that which precedes. Evil begets evil, just as good begets good. But the arena of life differs from a gymnasium where the struggles are only games. Therefore, the above-mentioned children, which we divided into two classes, after having grown up in ignorance, must prepare to fight, and take up arms, and display more energy than in the exercises of the gymnasium. As some, however, are well armed, while the others are not, the first must inevitably triumph. The divinity must not fight for the cowardly, for the cosmic law decrees that in war life is saved by valor and not by prayers. Nor is it by prayers that the fruits of the earth are obtained. They are produced only by labor. Nor can one have good health without taking care of it. If the evil cultivate the earth better, we should not complain of their reaping a better harvest. Besides, in the ordinary conduct of life, it is ridiculous to listen only to one's own caprice, doing nothing that is prescribed by the divinities, limiting oneself exclusively to demanding one's conservation, without carrying out any of the actions on which the divinities willed that our preservation should depend. Death is better than disharmony with the laws of the universe. Indeed, it would be better to be dead than to live thus in contradiction with the laws that rule the universe. If, when men are in opposition to these laws, divine Providence preserved peace in the midst of all follies and vices, it would deserve the charge of negligence in allowing the prevalence of evil. The evil rule only because of the cowardice of those who obey them. This is juster than if it were otherwise. Providence should not be extended to the point of suppressing our own initiative. 9. Nor should the sphere of Providence be extended to the point of suppressing our own action. For if Providence did everything, and Providence alone existed, it would thereby be annihilated. To what indeed would it apply? There would be nothing but divinity. It is indeed incontestable that divinity exists, and that its sphere extends over other beings. But divinity does not suppress the latter. For instance, divinity approaches man, and preserves in him what constitutes humanity; that is, divinity makes him live in conformity to the law of Providence, and makes him fulfill the commandments of that law. Now this law decrees that the life of men who have become virtuous should be good, both here below and after their death, and that the evil should meet an opposite fate. It would be unreasonable to expect the existence of men who forget themselves to come and save the evil, even if the latter addressed prayers to the divinity. Neither should we expect the divinities to renounce their blissful existence to come and administer our affairs, nor that the virtuous men, whose life is holy and superior to human conditions, should be willing to govern the wicked. The latter never busy themselves with promoting the good to the governing of other men, and themselves to be good, as thought Plato. They are even jealous of the man who is good by himself. There would indeed be more good people if virtuous men were chosen as chiefs. Though men are only mediocre, they are never abandoned by Providence. Man is therefore not the best being in the universe. According to his choice, he occupies an intermediate rank. In the place he occupies, however, he is not abandoned by Providence, which ever leads him back to divine things by the numerous means it possesses to cause the triumph of virtue. That is the reason why men have never lost rationality, and why, to some degree, they always participate in wisdom, intelligence, art, and the justice that regulates their mutual relations. Even when one wrongs another, he is still given credit for acting in justice to himself, and he is treated according to his deserts. Besides, man, as a creature, is handsome as possible, and by the part he plays in the universe, he is superior to all the animals that dwell here below. It is ridiculous to complain of the lower nature of animals. No one in his senses would complain of the existence of animals inferior to man, if, besides, they contribute towards the embellishment of the universe. Would it not be ridiculous to complain that some of them bite men, as if the latter had an imprescriptible right to complete security? The existence of these animals is necessary; it procures us advantages both evident and still unknown, but which will be revealed in the course of time. Thus there is nothing useless in animals, either in respect to themselves or to man. It is, besides, ridiculous to complain because many animals are wild, when there are even men who are such. What should surprise us most is that many animals are not submissive to man, and defend themselves against him. End of Ennead 3, Book 2, Part 1. Ennead 3, Book 2, Part 2, by Plotinus, translated by Kenneth, Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. If unjust acts are produced astrologically, then divine reason is to blame. 10. But if men be evil only in spite of themselves, and involuntarily, it would be impossible to say that those who commit injustices and those who suffer them are responsible, the former for their ferocity, and the latter for their cowardice. To this we answer that if the wickedness of the former, as well as the cowardice of the latter, be necessarily produced by the course of the stars, or by the action of a principle of which it is only the effect, then it is explained by physical reasons. But if it be the very reason of the universe that produces such things, how does it not thereby commit an injustice? Even involuntariness does not affect spontaneity that is responsible. Unjust actions are involuntary only in this sense, that one does not have the will to commit a fault; but this circumstance does not hinder the spontaneity of the action. However, when one acts spontaneously, one is responsible for the fault. One would avoid responsibility for the fault only if one were not the author of the action. To say that the wicked are such necessarily does not mean that they undergo an external constraint, but that their character is constituted by wickedness. The influence of the course of the stars does not destroy our liberty; for if every action in us were determined by the exterior influence of such agents, everything would go on as these agents desired it. Consequently, men would not commit any actions contrary to the will of these agents. If the divinities alone were the authors of all our actions, there would be no impious persons. Therefore, impiety is due to men. It is true that, once the cause is given, the effects will follow, if only the whole series of causes be given. But man himself is one of these causes; he therefore does good by his own nature, and he is a free cause. Even the shadows are necessary to the perfection of a picture. 11. Is it true that all things are produced by necessity, and by the natural concatenation of causes and effects, and that thus they are as good as possible? No. It is the reason which, governing the world, produces all things, in this sense that it contains all the seminal reasons, and which decrees that they shall be what they are. It is reason that, in conformity with its rational nature, produces what are called evils, because it does not wish everything to be equally good. An artist would not cover the body of a pictured animal with eyes. Likewise, reason did not limit itself to the creation of divinities. It produced beneath them guardians, then men, then animals, not by envy, as Plato remarks, but because its rational essence contains an intellectual variety, that is, contains the seminal reasons of all different beings. We resemble such men as know little of painting, and who would blame an artist for having put shadows in his picture. Nevertheless, he has only properly disposed the contrasts of light. Likewise, well-regulated states are not composed of equal orders. Further, one would not condemn a tragedy because it presents personages other than heroes, such as slaves or peasants, who speak incorrectly. To cut out these inferior personages, and all the parts in which they appear, would be to injure the beauty of the composition. It is reasonable for the reason to assign souls to different ranks in the universe. 12. Since it is the reason of the world which produced all things by an alliance with matter, and by preserving its peculiar nature, which is to be composed of different parts, and to be determined by the principle from which it proceeds, that is, by intelligence, The work produced by reason under these conditions could not be improved in beauty. Indeed, the reason of the world could not be composed of homogeneous and similar parts. It must therefore not be accused, because it is all things, and because all its parts differ from others. If it had introduced into the world things which it had not previously contained, as for instance souls, and had forced them to enter into the order of the world without considering their nature, and if it had made many become degraded, reason would certainly be to blame. Therefore we must acknowledge that the souls are parts of reason, and that reason harmonizes them with the world without causing their degradation, assigning to each that station which is suitable to her. Divine justice extends also into past and future. 13. There is a further consideration that should not be overlooked, namely, that if you desire to discover the exercise of the distributive justice of the divinity, it is not sufficient to examine only the present. The past and future must also be considered. Those who, in a former life, were slave owners, if they abused their power, will be enslaved, and this change would be useful to them. It impoverishes those who have badly used their wealth, for poverty is of service even to virtuous people. Likewise, those who kill will in their turn be killed. He who commits homicide acts unjustly, but he who is its victim suffers justly. Thus arises a harmony between the disposition of the man who is maltreated and the disposition of him who maltreats him as he deserved. It is not by chance that a man becomes a slave, is made prisoner, or is dishonored. He must himself have committed the violence which he in turn undergoes. He who kills his mother will be killed by his son. He who has violated a woman will in turn become a woman in order to become the victim of a rape. Hence the divine word called adrasteia. The orderly system here mentioned really is unescapable, truly a justice and an admirable wisdom. From the things that we see in the universe, we must conclude that the order which reigns in it is eternal, that it penetrates everywhere, even in the smallest thing, and that it reveals an admirable art, not only in the divine things, but also in those that might be supposed to be beneath the notice of Providence, on account of their minuteness. Consequently, there is an admirable variety of art in the vilest animal. It extends even into plants, whose fruits and leaves are so distinguished by the beauty of form, whose flowers bloom with so much grace, which grow so easily, and which offer so much variety. These things were not produced once for all. They are continually produced with variety, because the stars in their courses do not always exert the same influence on things here below. What is transformed is not transformed and metamorphosed by chance, but according to the laws of beauty and the rules of suitability observed by divine powers. Every divine power acts according to its nature, that is, in conformity with its essence. Now its essence is to develop justice and beauty in its actualizations, for if justice and beauty did not exist here, they could not exist elsewhere. The Creator is so wise that all complaints amount to grotesqueness. 14. The order of the universe conforms to divine intelligence, without implying that on that account its author needed to go through the process of reasoning. Nevertheless, this order is so perfect that he who best knows how to reason would be astonished to see that even with reasoning one could not discover a plan wiser than that discovered as realized in particular natures, and that this plan better conforms to the laws of intelligence than any that could result from reasoning. It can never, therefore, be proper to find fault with the reason that produces all things, because of any alleged imperfections of any natural object, nor to claim, for the beings whose existence has begun, the perfection of the beings whose existence had no beginning, and which are eternal, both in the intelligible world and in this sense world. That would amount to wishing that every being should possess more good than it can carry, and to consider as insufficient the form it received. It would, for instance, amount to complaining that man does not bear horns, and to fail to notice that if reason had to spread abroad everywhere, it was still necessary for something great to contain something less, that in everything there should be parts, and that these could not equal the whole without ceasing to be parts. In the intelligible world, everything is all, but here below, each thing is not all things. The individual man does not have the same properties as the universal man, for if the individual beings had something which was not individual, then they would be universal. We should not expect an individual being, as such, to possess the highest perfection, for then it would no longer be an individual being. Doubtless, the beauty of the part is not incompatible with that of the whole, for the more beautiful a part is, the more does it embellish the whole. Now the part becomes more beautiful on becoming similar to the whole, or imitating its essence, and in conforming to its order. Thus a ray of the Supreme Intelligence descends here below upon man, and shines in him like a star in the divine sky. To imagine the universe, one should imagine a colossal statue that were perfectly beautiful, animated or formed by the art of Vulcan, whose ears, face, and breast would be adorned with shimmering stars, disposed with marvelous skill. OBJECTION OF INTERNECINE WAR AMONG ANIMALS AND MEN. 15. The above considerations suffice for things studied each in itself. The mutual relation, however, between things already begotten and those that are still being begotten from time to time deserves to attract attention, and may give rise to some objections, such as the following. How does it happen that animals devour each other? That men attack each other mutually, and that they are always in ceaseless internecine warfare? How could the reason of the universe have constituted such a state of affairs, while still claiming that all is for the best? Responsibility cannot be shifted from reason, which is responsible. It does not suffice here to answer, everything is for the best possible. Matter is the cause that things are in a state of inferiority. Evils could not be destroyed. It is true enough indeed that things had to be what they are, for they are good. It is not matter which has come to dominate the universe; it has been introduced in it so that the universe might be what it is, or rather, it is caused by reason. The principle of things is therefore the logos, or reason, of the universe, which is everything. By it were things begotten; by it were they coordinated in generation. Necessity of internecine warfare. What, then, will it be objected, is the necessity of this natural internecine warfare of animals and also of men? First, animals have to devour each other in order to renew themselves. They could not, indeed, last eternally, even if they were not killed. Is there any reason to complain because, being already condemned to death, as they are, they should find an end which is useful to other beings? What objection can there be to their mutually devouring each other in order to be reborn under other forms? It is as if on stage an actor who is thought to be killed goes to change his clothing and returns under another mask. Is it objected that he was not really dead? Yes, indeed, but dying is no more than a change of bodies, just as the comedian changes his costume. Or if the body were to be entirely despoiled, this is no more than when an actor, at the end of a drama, lays aside his costume, only to take it up again when, once more, the drama begins. Therefore, there is nothing frightful in the mutual transformation of animals into each other. Is it not better for them to have lived under this condition than never to have lived at all? Life would then be completely absent from the universe, and life could no longer be communicated to other beings. But as this universe contains a multiple life, it produces and varies everything during the course of its existence, as it were, joking with them. It never ceases to beget living beings, remarkable by beauty and by the proportion of their forms. The combats in which mortal men continually fight against each other, with a regularity strongly reminding of the Pyrrhic dances, as thought Plato, clearly shows how all these affairs that are considered so serious are only children's games, and that their death was nothing serious. To die early in wars and battles is to precede, by only a very little time, the unescapable fate of old age, and it is only an earlier departure for a closer return. We may be comforted for the loss of our possessions during our lifetime by observing that they have belonged to others before us, and that for those who have deprived us thereof, they form but a very fragile possession, since they in turn will be bereft thereof by others, and that if they be not despoiled of their riches, they will lose still more by keeping them. Murders, massacres, the taking and pillaging of towns should be considered, as in the theatre we consider changes of scene and of personages, the tears and cries of the actors. All these changes of fortune affect only the outer man in any case. In this world, indeed, just as in the theatre, it is not the soul, the interior man, but his shadow, the exterior man, who gives himself up to lamentations and groans, who on this earth moves about so much, and who makes of it the scene of an immense drama with numberless different acts. Such is the characteristic of the actions of a man who considers exclusively the things placed at his feet, and outside of him, and who does not know that his tears and serious occupations are any more than games. The really earnest man occupies himself seriously only with really serious affairs, while the frivolous man applies himself to frivolous things. Indeed, frivolous things become serious for him who does not know really serious occupations, and who himself is frivolous. If indeed one cannot help being mixed up in this child's play, it is just as well to know that he has fallen into child's play, where one's real personality is not in question. If Socrates were to mingle in these games, it would only be his exterior man who would do so. Let us add that tears and groans do not prove that the evils we are complaining of are very real evils, for often children weep and lament over imaginary grievances. Does this point of view destroy sin and justice? 16. If the above considerations be true, what about wickedness, injustice, and sin? For if everything be well, how can there be agents who are unjust, and who sin? If no one be unjust or sinful, how can unhappy men exist? How can we say that certain things conform to nature, while others are contrary thereto, if everything that is begotten, or that occurs, conforms to nature? Last, would that point of view, not do away entirely with impiety towards the divinity, if it be the divinity that makes things such as they are. If the divinity resemble a poet who would, in his drama, introduce a character whose business it was to ridicule and criticize the author. This problem solved, by reason being derived from intelligence. Let us, therefore, more clearly define the reason of the universe, and let us demonstrate that it should be what it is. To reach our conclusion more quickly, let us grant the existence of this reason. This reason of the universe is not pure, absolute intelligence, neither is it the pure soul, but it depends therefrom. It is a ray of light that springs both from intelligence and from the soul united to intelligence. These two principles beget reason, that is, a rational, quiet life. Now, all life is an actualization, even that which occupies the lowest rank. But the actualization which constitutes the life of reason is not similar to the actualization of fire. The actualization of the life peculiar to reason, even without feeling, is not a blind movement. All things that enjoy the presence of reason, and which participate therein in any manner soever, immediately receive a rational disposition, that is, a form, for the actualization which constitutes the life of the reason can impart its forms, and for that actualization motion is to form beings. Its movement, like that of a dancer, is therefore full of art. A dancer, indeed, gives us the image of that life, full of art. It is the art that moves it, because the art itself is its life. All this is said to explain the nature of life, whatever it be. The unity of reason is constituted by the contraries it contains. As reason proceeds from intelligence and life, which possesses both fullness and unity, reason does not possess the unity and fullness of intelligence and life. Consequently, reason does not communicate the totality and universality of its essence to the beings to which it imparts itself. It therefore opposes its parts to each other, and creates them defective, whereby reason constitutes and begets war and struggle. Thus reason is the universal unity, because it could not be the absolute unity. Though reason implies struggle, because it consists of parts, it also implies unity and harmony. It resembles the reason of a drama, whose unity contains many diversities. In a drama, however, the harmony of the whole results from its component contraries being coordinated in the unity of action, while in universal reason it is from unity that the struggle of contraries arises. That is why we may well compare universal reason to the harmony formed by contrary sounds, and to examine why the reasons of the beings also contain contraries. In a concert, these reasons produce low and high sounds, and by virtue of the harmony that constitutes their essence, they make these diverse sounds contribute to unity, that is, to harmony itself, the supreme reason of which they are only parts. In the same way, we must consider other oppositions in the universe, such as black and white, heat and cold, winged or walking animals, and reasonable and irrational beings. All these things are parts of the single universal organism. Now, if the parts of the universal organism were often in mutual disagreement, the universal organism, nevertheless, remains in perfect accord with itself, because it is universal, and it is universal by the reason that inheres in it. The unity of this reason must therefore be composed of opposite reasons, because their very opposition somehow constitutes its essence. If the reason of the world were not multiple, it would no longer be universal, and would not even exist any longer. Since it exists, reason must therefore contain within itself some difference, and the greatest difference is opposition. Now, if reason contain a difference and produce different things, the difference that exists in these things is greater than that which exists in reason. Now, difference carried to the highest degree is opposition. Therefore, to be perfect, reason must from its very essence produce things not only different, but even opposed. The whole is good, though composed of good and evil parts. 17. If reason, thus, from its essence, produce opposed things, the things it will produce will be so much the more opposed, as they are more separated from each other. The sense world is less unitary than its reason, and consequently it is more manifold, containing more oppositions. Thus, in individuals, the love of life has greater force; selfishness is more powerful in them, and often, by their avidity, they destroy what they love, when they love what is perishable. The love which each individual has for himself makes him appropriate all he can in his relations with the universe. Thus the good and evil are led to do opposite things by the art that governs the universe, just as a choric ballet would be directed. One part is good, the other poor, but the whole is good. It might be objected that in this case no evil person will be left. Still, nothing hinders the existence of the evil, only they will not be such as they would be taken by themselves. Besides, this will be a motive of leniency in regard to them, unless reason should decide that this leniency be not deserved, thereby making it impossible. Founded on the pun of logos, as character, role, and reason, the evils are shown to play their part badly in the drama of life. Besides, if this world contain both bad and good people, and if the latter play the greater part in the world, there will take place that which is seen in dramas, where the poet at times imposes his ideas on the actors, and again at others relies on their ingenuity. The obtaining of the first, second, or third rank by an actor does not depend on the poet. The poet only assigns to each the part he is capable of filling, and assigns to him a suitable place. Likewise in the world, each one occupies his assigned place, and the bad man, as well as the good one, has the place that suits him. Each one, according to his nature and character, comes to occupy the place that suits him, and that he had chosen, and then speaks and acts with piety if he be good, and impiously if he be evil. Before the beginning of the drama, the actors already had their proper characters; they only developed it. In dramas composed by men, it is the poet who assigns their parts to the actors, and the latter are responsible only for the efficiency or inefficiency of their acting, for they have nothing to do but repeat the words of the poet. But in this drama of life, of which men imitate certain parts when their nature is poetic, it is the soul that is the actor. This actor receives his part from the creator, as stage actors receive from the poet their masks, garments, their purple robe, or their rags. Thus, in the drama of the world, it is not from chance that the soul receives her part. Like good and bad actors, souls are punished and rewarded by the manager. Indeed, the fate of a soul conforms to her character, and by going through with her part properly, the soul fulfills her part in the drama managed by universal reason. The soul sings her part, that is, she does that which is in her nature to do. If her voice and features be beautiful by themselves, they lend charm to the poem, as would be natural. Otherwise, they introduce a displeasing element, but which does not alter the nature of the work. The author of the drama reprimands the bad actor, as the latter may deserve it, and thus fulfills the part of a good judge. He increases the dignity of the good actor, and if possible, invites him to play beautiful pieces, while he relegates the bad actor to inferior pieces. Likewise, the soul which takes part in the drama, of which the world is the theatre, and which has undertaken a part in it, brings with her a disposition to play well or badly. At her arrival she is classed with the other actors, and after having been allotted to all the various gifts of fortune, without any regard for her personality or activities, she is later punished or rewarded. Such actors have something beyond usual actors. They appear on a greater scene. The Creator of the universe gives them some of his power, and grants them the freedom to choose between a great number of places. The punishments and rewards are so determined that the souls themselves run to meet them, because each soul occupies a place in conformity with her character, and is thus in harmony with the reason of the universe. The soul must fit herself to her special part in the great scheme. Every individual, therefore, occupies, according to justice, the place he deserves, just as each string of the lyre is fixed to the place assigned to it by the nature of the sounds it is to render. In the universe, everything is good and beautiful if every being occupy the place he deserves. If, for instance, he utter discordant sounds when in darkness and Tartarus, for such sounds fit that place. If the universe is to be beautiful, the individual must not behave like a stone in it. He must contribute to the unity of the universal harmony by uttering the sound suitable to him, as thought Epictetus. The sound that the individual utters is the life he leads, a life which is inferior in greatness, goodness, and power to that of the universe. The shepherd's pipe utters several sounds, and the weakest of them, nevertheless, contributes to the total harmony, because this harmony is composed of unequal sounds, whose totality constitutes a perfect harmony. Likewise, universal reason, though one, contains unequal parts. Consequently, the universe contains different places, some better and some worse, and their inequality corresponds to the inequality of the soul. Indeed, as both places and souls are different, the souls that are different find the places that are unequal, like the unequal parts of the pipe, or any other musical instrument. They inhabit different places, and each utters sounds proper to the place where they are, and to the universe. Thus, what is bad for the individual may be good for the totality. What is against nature in the individual agrees with the nature in the whole. A sound that is feeble does not change the harmony of the universe, as, to use another example, one bad citizen does not change the nature of a well-regulated city, for often there is need of such a man in a city. He therefore fits it well. Universal reason tries to patch up gags by undisciplined actors. 18. The difference that exists between souls in respect to vice and virtue has several causes, among others, the inequality that exists between souls from the very beginning. This inequality conforms to the essence of universal reason, of which they are unequal parts, because they differ from each other. We must indeed remember that souls have three ranks: the intellectual, rational, and sense lives, and that the same soul does not always exercise the same faculties. But to explain our meaning, let us return to our former illustration. let us imagine actors who utter words not written by the poet. As if the drama were incomplete, they themselves supply what is lacking, and fill omissions made by the poet. They seem less like actors than like parts of the poet, who foresaw what they were to say, so as to reattach the remainder so far as it was in his power. In the universe, indeed, all things that are the consequences and results of bad deeds are produced by reasons, and conform to the universal reason. Thus, from an illicit union, or from a rape, may be born natural children that may become very distinguished men. Likewise, from cities destroyed by perverse individuals may rise other flourishing cities. This illustration of drama allows both good and evil to be ascribed to reason. It might indeed be objected that it is absurd to introduce into the world souls, some of which do good, and others evil. For when we absolve universal reason from the responsibility of evil, we are also simultaneously taking from it the merit for the good. What, however, hinders us from considering deeds done by actors as parts of a drama, in the universe as well as on the stage, and thus to derive from universal reason both the good and the evil that are done here below? For universal reason exercises its influence on each of the actors with so much the greater force as the drama is more perfect, and as everything depends on it. Introduction to the next book. But why should we at all impute evil deeds to universal reason? The souls contained in the universe will not be any more divine for that. They will still remain parts of the universal reason, and consequently remain souls. For we shall have to acknowledge that all reasons are souls. Otherwise, if the reason of the universe be a soul, why should certain reasons be souls, and others only seminal reasons? End of Ennead 3, Book 2. Ennead 3, Book 3, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 3. Continuation of that on Providence. Souls show kinship to world soul by fidelity to their own nature. 1. The question why some reasons are souls, while others are reasons merely, when at the same time universal reason is a certain soul, may be answered as follows. Universal reason, which proceeds from the universal soul, embraces both good and bad things, which equally belong to its parts. It does not engender them, but exists with them in its universality. In fact, these logoses, or reasons, or particular souls, are the acts of the universal soul, and these reasons, being parts of the universal soul, have parts of the operations as their acts or energies. Therefore, just as the universal soul, which is one, has different parts, so this difference occurs again in the reasons and in the operations they effect. Just as their works harmonize, so do the souls themselves mutually harmonize. They harmonize in this, that their very diversity, or even opposition, forms an unity. By a natural necessity does everything proceed from, and return to, unity. Thus, creatures which are different, or even opposed, are not any the less coordinated in the same system, and that because they proceed from the same principle. Thus horses or human beings are subsumed under the unity of the animal species, even though animals of any kind, such as horses for example, bite each other, and struggle against each other with a jealousy which rises to fury, and though animals of either species, including man, do as much. Likewise, with inanimate things, they form divers species, and should likewise be subsumed under the genus of inanimate things. And if you go further, to essence, and further still, to superessence, the One. Having thus related or subsumed everything to this principle, let us again descend by dividing it. We shall see unity splitting as it penetrates and embraces everything simultaneously in a unique or all-embracing system. Thus divided, the unity constitutes a multiple organism. Each of its constituent parts acts according to its nature, without ceasing to form part of the universal being. Thus is it that the fire burns, the horse behaves as a horse should, and men perform deeds as various as their characters. In short, every being acts, lives well or badly, according to its own nature. Apparent chance really is the plan of a divine general, Providence. 2. Circumstances, therefore, are not decisive of human fortune. They themselves only derive naturally from superior principles, and result from the mutual concatenation of all things. This concatenation, however, derives from the Stoic predominant element in the universe, and every being contributes to it according to its nature, just as in an army the general commands and the soldiers carry out his orders cooperatively. In the universe, in fact, everything has been strategically ordered by Providence, like a general who considers everything, both actions and experiences, victuals and drink, weapons and implements, arranging everything so that every detail finds its suitable location. Thus, nothing happens which fails to enter into the general's plan, although his opponent's doings remain foreign to his influence, and though he cannot command their army. If indeed Providence were the great chief over all, to whom the universe is subordinated, what could have disarranged his plans, and could have failed to be intimately associated therewith? We cannot question our order in the hierarchy of nature. 3. Although I am able to make any desired decision, nevertheless my decision enters into the plan of the universe, because my nature has not been introduced into this plan subsequently, but it includes me and my character. But whence originates my character? This includes 2 points. Is the cause of any man's character to be located in him who formed him, or in that man himself? Must we, on the other hand, give up seeking its cause? Surely, just as it is hopeless to ask why plants have no sensation, or why animals are not men, it would be the same as asking why men are not gods. Why should we complain that men do not have a more perfect nature, if, in the case of plants and animals, nobody questions or accuses either these beings themselves, nor the power which has made them? This would be senseless for 2 reasons. If we say that they might have been better, we are either speaking of the qualities which each of them is capable of acquiring by himself, and in this case we should blame only him who has not acquired them, or we are speaking of those qualities which he should derive not from himself, but from the Creator, in which case it would be as absurd to claim for man more qualities than he has received, than it would be to do so in the case of plants or animals. What we should examine is not if one being be inferior to another, but if it be complete within its own sphere, for evidently natural inequalities are unavoidable. This again depends on conformity to nature, not that inequalities depend on the will of the principle which has regulated all things. The cause of our imperfections is distance from the Supreme. The reason of the universe, indeed, proceeds from the universal Soul, and the latter, in turn, proceeds from intelligence. Intelligence, however, is not a particular being; it consists of all intelligible beings, and all the beings form a plurality. Now, a plurality of being implies mutual differences between them, consisting of first, second, and third ranks. Consequently, the souls of engendered animals are rather degradations of souls, seeming to have grown weaker by their procession. The generating reason of the animal, indeed, although it be animated, is a soul other than that from which proceeds universal reason. This reason itself loses excellence in the degree that it hastens down to enter into matter, and what it produces is less perfect. Nevertheless, we may well consider how admirable a work is the creature, although it be so far distant from the Creator. We should, therefore, not attribute to the Creator the imperfections of the creature, for any principle is superior to its product. So we may assert that the principle even of imperfect things is perfect, and instead of complaining, we should rather admire his communication of some traits of his power to beings dependent from him. We have even reason to be more than grateful for his having given gifts greater than they can receive or assimilate; and as the gifts of Providence are superabundant, we can find the cause of imperfection only in the creatures themselves. Doubleness of soul, reasons, and providence. 4. If man were simple, that is, if he were no more than what he had been created, and if all his actions and passions derived from the same principle, we would no more exercise our reason to complain for his behoof than we have to complain for that of other animals. But we do have something to blame in the man, and that in the perverted man. We have good grounds for this blame, because man is not only that which he was created, but has, besides, another principle which is free: intelligence with reason. This free principle, however, is not outside of Providence and the reason of the universe, any more than it would be reasonable to suppose that the things above depended on the things here below. On the contrary, it is superior things which shed their radiance on inferior ones, and this is the cause of the perfection of Providence. As to the reason of the universe, it itself is double also. One produces things, while the other unites generated things to intelligible ones. Thus are constituted two providences: a superior one from above, intellectual reason, the principal power of the soul, and an inferior one, the natural and generative power, called reason, which derives from the first, and from both results the concatenation of things, and universal providence, or providence and destiny. Men's better nature is not dominant because of their subconscious nature. Men, therefore, not being only what they were made, possess another principle, free intelligence with reason; but not all make use of all the principles they possess. Some make use of the one principle, their intelligence, while others make use of the other principle of reason, or even of the lower principle of imagination and sensation. All these principles are present in the man, even when they do not react on him, and even in this case they are not inert. Each fulfills its peculiar office, only they do not all act simultaneously upon him, or are not perceived by his consciousness. It may seem difficult to understand how this may be the case with all of them present, and it might seem easier to consider them absent. But they are present in us, in the sense that we lack none of them, although we might consider them absent in the sense that a principle that does not react on a man might be considered absent from him. It might be asked why these principles do not react on all men, since they are part of them. We might, referring chiefly to this free, intelligent, reasonable principle, say that first, it does not belong to animals; second, it is not even practiced by all men. If it be not present in all men, so much the more is it not alone in them, because the being, in whom this principle alone is present, lives according to this principle, and lives according to other principles only so far as he is compelled by necessity. The cause which hinders intelligence and reason from dominating us will have to be sought in the stoic substrate of the man, either because our corporeal constitution troubles the superior principle of reason and intelligence, or because of the predominance of our passions. After all, we have not yet reached any conclusion, because this substrate of man is composed of two elements, the seminal reason and matter, and either of them might be the cause. At first blush, it would seem that the cause of the predominance of our lower natures must be sought in matter, rather than in the seminal reason, and that which dominates in us is not seminal reason, but matter and organized substrate. This, however, is not the case. What plays the part of substrate in respect of the superior principle of free intelligence and reason is both the seminal reason and that which is generated thereby, conforming to that reason. Consequently, the predominant element in us is not matter, any more than our corporeal constitution. Human character may be result of former lives. Besides, our individual characters might be derived from pre-existences. In this case, we would say that our seminal reason has degenerated as a result of our antecedents, that our soul has lost her force by irradiating what was below her. Besides, our seminal reason contains within itself the very reason of our constituent matter, a matter which it discovered or conformed to its own nature. In fact, the seminal reason of an ox resides in no matter other than that of an ox. Thus, as said Plato, the soul finds herself destined to pass into the bodies of animals other than men, because, just like the seminal reason, she has altered and has become such as to animate an ox, instead of a man. By this decree of divine justice, she becomes still worse than she was. Causes of deterioration. But why did the soul ever lose her way, or deteriorate? We have often said that not all souls belong to the first rank. Some belong to a second, or even third rank, and who consequently are inferior to those of the first. Further, leaving the right road may be caused by a trifling divergence. Third, the approximation of two differing things produces a combination which may be considered a third somewhat different from the other two components. Thus, even in this new element or habituation, the being does not lose the qualities he received with his existence. If he be inferior, he has been created inferior from the very origin. It is what he was created. He is inferior by the very virtue of his nature. If he suffer the consequences thereof, he suffers them justly. Fourth, we must allow for our anterior existence, because everything that happens to us today results from our antecedents. This providence is the normative, curative, sanative element of life. 5. From first to last, Providence descends from on high, communicating its gifts, not according to the law of an equality that would be numeric, but proportionate, varying its operations according to locality or occasion. So, in the organization of an animal, from beginning to end, everything is related. Every member has its peculiar function, superior or inferior, according to the rank it occupies. It has also its peculiar passions, passions which are in harmony with its nature, and the place it occupies in the system of things. So, for instance, a blow excites responses that differ according to the organ that received it. The vocal organ will produce a sound. Another organ will suffer in silence, or execute a movement resultant from that passion. Now, all sounds, actions, and passions form in the animal the unity of sound, life, and existence. The parts, being various, play different roles. Thus, there are differing functions for the feet, the eyes, discursive reason, and intelligence. But all things form one unity relating to a single providence, so that destiny governs what is below, and providence reigns alone in what is on high. In fact, all that lies in the intelligible world is either rational or superrational, namely, intelligence and pure soul. What derives therefrom constitutes providence, as far as it derives therefrom, as it is in pure soul, and thence passes into the animals. Thence arises universal reason, which, being distributed in unequal parts, produces things unequal, such as the members of an animal. As consequences from providence are derived the human deeds which are agreeable to the divinity. All such actions are related to the plan of providence. They are not done by providence, but when a man, or another animate or inanimate being performs some deeds, these, if there be any good in them, enter into the plan of providence, which everywhere establishes virtue, and amends or corrects errors. Thus does every animal maintain its bodily health by the kind of providence within him. On the occasion of a cut or wound, the seminal reason, which administers the body of this animal, immediately draws the tissues together and forms scars over the flesh, re-establishes health, and invigorates the members that have suffered. The plans of providence likened to the foreknowledge of a physician. Consequently, our evils are the consequences of our actions. They are its necessary effects, not that we are carried away by providence, but in the sense that we obey an impulsion whose principle is in ourselves. We ourselves then indeed try to reattach our acts to the plan of providence, but we cannot conform their consequences to its will. Our acts therefore conform either to our will or to other things in the universe, which, acting on us, do not produce in us an affection conformed to the intentions of Providence. In fact, the same cause does not act identically on different beings, for the effects experienced by each differ according to their nature. Thus Helena causes emotions in Paris which differ from those of Idomeneus. Likewise, the handsome man produces on a handsome man an effect different from that of the intemperate man on the intemperate. The handsome and temperate man acts differently on the handsome and temperate man than on the intemperate, and than the intemperate on himself. The deed done by the intemperate man is done neither by Providence nor according to Providence. Neither is the deed done by the temperate man done by Providence, since he does it himself, but it conforms to Providence because it conforms to the reason of the universe. Thus, when a man has done something good for his health, it is he himself who has done it, but he thereby conforms to the reason of the physician, for it is the physician who teaches him by means of his art what things are healthy or unhealthy. But when a man has done something injurious to his health, it is he himself who has done it, and he does it against the providence of the physician. Prediction does not work by providence, but by analogy. 6. If then the bad things do not conform to providence, the diviners and astrologers predict evil things only by the concatenation which occurs between contraries, between form and matter, for instance, in a composite being. Thus, in contemplating the form and seminal reason, one is really contemplating the being which receives the form, for one does not contemplate in the same way the intelligible animal and the composite animal. What one contemplates in the composite animal is the seminal reason, which gives form to what is inferior. Therefore, since the world is an animal, when one contemplates its occurrences, one is really contemplating the causes that make them arise, the providence which presides over them, and whose action extends in an orderly manner to all beings and events, that is, to all animals, their actions and dispositions, which are dominated by reason and mingled with necessity. We thus contemplate what has been mingled since the beginning, and what is still continually mingled. In this mixture, consequently, it is impossible to distinguish providence from what conforms thereto, nor what derives from the substrate, that is, from matter, and which consequently is deformed and evil. This is not a human task, not even of a man who might be wise or divine. Such a privilege can be ascribed only to God. Facts of life are letters that can be read. In fact, the function of the diviner is not to distinguish the cause, but the fact. His art consists in reading the characters traced by nature, and which invariably indicate the order and concatenation of facts, or rather, in studying the signs of the universal movement, which designate the character of each being before its revelation in himself. All beings, in fact, exercise upon each other a reciprocal influence, and concur together in the constitution and perpetuity of the world. To him who studies, analogy reveals the march of events, because all kinds of divination are founded on its laws. For things were not to depend on each other, but to have relations founded on their resemblance. This, no doubt, is that which is meant by the expression that analogy embraces everything. Analogy demanded by the unity of God. Now, what is this analogy? It is a relation between the worse and the worse, the better and the better, one eye and the other, one foot and the other, virtue and justice, vice and injustice. The analogy which reigns in the universe is then that which makes divination possible. The influence which one being exercises on another conforms to the laws of influence, which the members of the universal organism must exercise upon each other. The one does not produce the other, for all are generated together, but each is affected according to its nature, each in its own manner. This constitutes the unity of the reason of the universe. Evil is inseparable from the good. 7. It is only because there are good things in the world that there are worse ones. Granting the conception of variety, how could the worse exist without the better, or the better without the worse? We should not therefore accuse the better because of the existence of the worse, but rather we should rejoice in the presence of the better, because it communicates a little of its perfection to the worse. To wish to annihilate the worse in the world is tantamount to annihilating Providence itself. For if we annihilate the worse, to what could Providence be applied? Neither to itself, nor to the better. For when we speak of supreme Providence, we call it supreme in contrast with that which is inferior to it. The parable of the vine and the branches. Indeed, the supreme principle is that to which all other things relate, that in which they all simultaneously exist, thus constituting the totality. All things proceed from the principle while it remains wrapped in itself. Thus, from a single root, which remains wrapped in itself, issue a host of parts, each of which offers the image of their root under a different form. Some of them touch the root, others trend away from it, dividing and subdividing down to the branches, twigs, leaves, and fruits. Some abide permanently, like the branches; others swirl in a perpetual flux, like the leaves and fruits. These latter parts, which swirl in a perpetual flux, contain within themselves the seminal reasons of the parts from which they proceed, and which abide permanently. They themselves seem disposed to be little miniature trees. If they engendered before perishing, they would engender only that which is nearest to them. As to the parts which abide permanently, and which are hollow, such as the branches, they receive from the root the sap which is to fill them, for they have a nature different from that of the leaves, flowers, and fruits. Consequently, it is the branches' extremities that experience passions, or modifications, which they seem to derive only from the contiguous parts. The parts contiguous to the root are passive on one end, and active on the other, but the principle itself is related to all. Although all the parts issue from the same principle, yet they differ from each other, more as they are more distant from the root. Such would be the mutual relations of two brothers, who resemble each other because they are born from the same parents. End of Ennead 3, Book 3. Ennead 3, Book 4, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 4, of our individual guardian. Outline of natures in the universe. Other principles remain unmoved while producing and exhibiting their hypostases, substantial acts or forms of existence. The universal Soul, however, is in motion while producing and exhibiting her substantial act, or forms of existence, namely the functions of sensation and growth, reaching down as far as the sphere of the plants. In us also does the soul function, but she does not dominate us, constituting only a part of our nature. She does, however, dominate in plants, having, as it were, remained alone there. Beyond that sphere, however, nature begets nothing, for beyond it exists no life, begotten matter being lifeless. All that was begotten prior to this was shapeless, and achieved form only by trending towards its begetting principle, as to its source of life. Consequently, that which is begotten cannot be a form of the soul, being lifeless, but must be absolute indetermination. The things anterior to matter, namely the sense power and nature, are doubtless indeterminate, but only so within their form. They are not absolutely indeterminate; they are indeterminate only in respect of their perfection. On the contrary, that which exists at present, namely matter, is absolutely indeterminate. When it achieves perfection, it becomes body, on receiving the form suited to its power. This form is the receptacle of the principle which has begotten it, and which nourishes it. It is the only trace of the higher things in the body, which occupies the last rank amidst the things below. After death, man becomes what he has lived. 2. It is to this universal soul especially that may be applied these words of Plato: "The general soul cares for all that is inanimate." The other individual souls are in different conditions. The soul, adds Plato, circulates around the heavens successively, assuming divers forms. That is, the forms of thought, sense, or growth. The part which dominates in the soul fulfills its proper individual function; the others remain inactive, and somehow seem exterior to them. In man, it is not the lower powers of the soul that dominate; they do indeed coexist with the others. Neither is it always the best power, reason, which always dominates, for the inferior powers equally have their place. Consequently, man, besides being a reasonable being, is also a sensitive being, because he possesses sense organs. In many respects, he is also a vegetative being, for his body feeds and grows just like a plant. All these powers, reason, sensibility, growth, therefore, act together in the man; but it is the best of them that characterizes the totality of the man, so that he is called a reasonable being. On leaving the body, the soul becomes the power she had preponderatingly developed. Let us, therefore, flee from here below, and let us raise ourselves to the intelligible world, so as not to fall into the pure sense life by allowing ourselves to follow sense images, or into the life of growth by abandoning ourselves to the pleasures of physical love, and to gormandizing. Rather, let us rise to the intelligible world, to the intelligence, to the divinity. Laws of transmigration. Those who have exercised their human faculties are reborn as men. Those who have made use of their senses only pass into the bodies of brutes, and particularly into the bodies of wild animals, if they have yielded themselves to the transports of anger; so that even in this case the difference of the bodies they animate is proportioned to the difference of their inclinations. Those whose only effort it was to satisfy their desires and appetites pass into the bodies of lascivious and gluttonous animals. Last, those who, instead of following their desires or their anger, have rather degraded their senses by their inertia, are reduced to vegetate in plants, for in their former existence they exercised nothing but their vegetative power, and they worked at nothing but to make trees of themselves. Those who have loved too much the enjoyments of music, and who otherwise lived purely, pass into the bodies of melodious birds. Those who have reigned tyrannically become eagles, if they have no other vice. Last, those who spoke lightly of celestial things, having kept their glance directed upwards, are changed into birds which usually fly towards the high regions of the air. He who has acquired civil virtues again becomes a man, but if he does not possess them to a sufficient degree, he is transformed into a sociable animal, such as the bee, or other animal of the kind. Our guardian is the next higher faculty of our being. 3. What then is our guardian? It is one of the powers of our soul. What is our divinity? It is also one of the powers of our soul. Is it the power which acts principally in us, as some people think? For the power which acts in us seems to be that which leads us, since it is the principle which dominates in us. Is that the guardian to which we have been allotted during the course of our life? No. Our guardian is the power immediately superior to the one that we exercise, for it presides over our life without itself being active. The power which is active in us is inferior to the one that presides over our life, and it is the one which essentially constitutes us. If then we live on the plane of the sense life, our guardian is reason. If we live on the rational plane, our guardian will be the principle superior to reason, namely intelligence. It will preside over our life, but it itself does not act, leaving that to the inferior power. Plato truly said that we choose our guardian, for by the kind of life that we prefer, we choose the guardian that presides over our life. Why then does he direct us? He directs us during the course of our mortal life because he is given to us to help us to accomplish our destiny, but he can no longer direct us when our destiny is accomplished, because the power over the exercise of which he presided allows another power to act in his place, which, however, is dead, since the life in which it acted is terminated. This other power wishes to act in its turn, and after having established its preponderance, it exercises itself during the course of a new life, itself having another guardian. If then we should chance to degrade ourselves by letting an inferior power prevail in us, we are punished for it. Indeed, the evil man degenerates because the power which he has developed in his life makes him descend to the existence of the brute, by assimilating him to it by his morals. If we could follow the guardian who is superior to him, he himself would become superior by sharing his life. He would then take as guide a part of himself superior to the one that governs him, then another part still more elevated, until he had arrived at the highest. Indeed, the soul is several things, or rather, the soul is all things. She is things both inferior and superior. She contains all the degrees of life. Each of us, in a certain degree, is the intelligible world. By our inferior part, we are related to the sense world, and by our superior part, to the intelligible world. We remain there on high by what constitutes our intelligible essence. We are attached here below by the powers which occupy the lowest rank in the soul. Thus we cause an emanation, or rather an actualization, which implies no loss to the intelligible, to pass from the intelligible into the sense world. The intelligible does not descend; it is the sense world that rises. 4. Is the power, which is the act of the soul, always united to a body? No, for when the soul turns towards the superior regions, she raises this power with her. Does the universal Soul also raise with herself to the intelligible world the inferior power, which is her actualization, nature? No, for she does not incline towards her low, inferior portion, because she neither came nor descended into the world; but, while she remains in herself, the body of the world comes to unite with her, and to offer itself to receive her light's radiation. Besides, her body does not cause her any anxiety, because it is not exposed to any peril. Does not the world, then, possess any senses? It has no sight, says Plato, for it has no eyes; neither has it ears, nostrils, nor tongue. Does it then, as we, possess the consciousness of what is going on within it? As, within the world, all things go on uniformly according to nature, it is in this respect in a kind of repose; consequently, it does not feel any pleasure. The power of growth exists within it without being present therein, and so also with the sense power. Besides, we shall return to a study of the question; for the present we have said all that relates to the question in hand. The guidance of the guardian does not interfere with moral responsibility. 5. But if, before coming on to the earth, the soul chooses her life, and her guardian, how do we still preserve our liberty? Because what is called choice designates in an allegorical manner the character of the soul, and her general disposition everywhere. Again, it is objected that if the character of the soul preponderate, if the soul be dominated by that part which her former life rendered predominantly active, it is no longer the body which is her cause of evil. For if the character of the soul be anterior to her union with the body, if she have the character she has chosen, if, as said Plato, she do not change her guardian, it is not here below that a man may become good or evil. The answer to this is that potentially man is equally good or evil. By his choices, however, he may actualize one or the other. The soul has the power to conform to her character the destiny allotted to her. What then would happen if a virtuous man should have a body of evil nature, or a vicious man a body of a good nature? The goodness of the soul has more or less influence on the goodness of the body. Exterior circumstances cannot thus alter the character chosen by the soul. When Plato says that the lots are spread out before the souls, and that later the different kinds of conditions are displayed before them, and that the fortune of each results from the choice made amidst the different kinds of lives present, a choice evidently made according to her character, Plato evidently attributes to the soul the power of conforming to her character the condition allotted to her. Our guardian is both related to us and independent of us. Besides, our guardian is not entirely exterior to us, and, on the other hand, he is not bound to us, and is not active in us. He is ours in the sense that he has a certain relation with our soul. He is not ours in the sense that we are such men, living such a life under his supervision. This is the meaning of the terms used by Plato in the Timaeus. If these be taken in the above sense, all explains itself. If not, Plato contradicts himself. Our guardian helps us to carry out the destiny we have chosen. One can still understand, thus, why he says that our guardian helps us to fulfill the destiny we have chosen. In fact, presiding over our life, he does not permit us to descend very far below the condition we have chosen; but that which then is active is the principle below the guardian, and which can neither transcend him nor equal him, for he could not become different from what he is. That man is virtuous whose highest principle is active within him. 6. Who then is the virtuous man? He in whom is active the highest part of the soul. If his guardian contributed to his actions, he would not deserve being called virtuous. Now, it is the intelligence which is active in the virtuous man; it is the latter, then, who is a guardian, or lives according to one. Besides, his guardian is the divinity. Is this guardian above intelligence? Yes, if the guardian have as guardian the principle superior to intelligence, the good. But why does the virtuous man not enjoy this privilege since the beginning? Because of the trouble he felt in falling into generation. Even before the exercise of reason, he has within him a desire which leads him to the things which are suitable to him. But does this desire direct with sovereign influence? No, not with sovereignty, for the soul is so disposed that in such circumstances, becoming such, she adopts such a life, and follows such an inclination. Between incarnations is the time of judgment and expiation. Plato says that the guardian leads the soul to the hells, and that he does not remain attached to the same soul unless this soul should again choose the same condition. What does the guardian do before this choice? Plato teaches us that he leads the soul to judgment; that after the generation he assumes again the same form as before, and then, as if another existence were then beginning, during the time between generations, the guardian presides over the chastisements of the souls, and this period is for them not so much a period of life as a period of expiation. Even the souls entering into animal bodies have a guardian. Do the souls that enter into the bodies of brutes also have a guardian? Yes, doubtless, but an evil or stupid one. Condition of souls in the higher regions. What is the condition of the souls that have raised themselves on high? Some are in the sensible world, others are outside of it. The souls that are in the sense world dwell in the sun, or in some other planet, or in the firmament, according as they have more or less developed their reason. We must indeed remember that our soul contains in herself not only the intelligible world, but also a disposition conformable to the soul of the world. Now, as the latter is spread out in the movable spheres, and in the immovable sphere by her various powers, our soul must possess powers conformable to these, each of which exercise their proper function. The souls which rise from here below into the heavens go to inhabit the star which harmonizes with their moral life, and with the power which they have developed, with their divinity, or their guardian. Then they will have either the same guardian, or the guardian which is superior to the power which they exert. This matter will have to be considered more minutely. Fate of the divisible human soul. As to the souls which have left the sense world, so long as they remain in the intelligible world, they are above the guardian condition and the fatality of generation. Souls bring with them thither that part of their nature which is desirous of begetting, and which may reasonably be regarded as the essence which is divisible in the body, and which multiplies by dividing along with the bodies. Moreover, if a soul divide herself, it is not in respect to extension, because she is entirely in all the bodies. On the other hand, the soul is one, and from a single animal are ceaselessly born many young. This generative element splits up like the vegetative nature in plants, for this nature is divisible in the bodies. When this divisible essence dwells in the same body, it vivifies the body, just as the vegetative power does for plants. When it retires, it has already communicated life, as is seen in cut trees, or in corpses where putrefaction has caused the birth of several animals from a single one. Besides, the vegetative power of the human soul is assisted by the vegetative power that is derived from the universal Soul, and which here below is the same as on high. Fate consists in the unpredictable circumstances which alter the life currents. If the soul return here below, she possesses, according to the life which she is to lead, either the same guardian or another. With her guardian she enters into this world as if in a skiff. Then she is subjected to the power, by Plato called the spindle of necessity, and embarking in this world, she takes the place assigned to her by fortune. Then she is caught by the circular movement of the heavens, whose action, as if it were the wind, agitates the skiff in which the soul is seated, or rather is borne along. Thence are born varied spectacles, transformations, and divers incidents for the soul which is embarked in this skiff, whether because of the agitation of the sea which bears it, or because of the conduct of the passenger who is sailing in the bark, and who preserves her freedom of action therein. Indeed, not every soul placed in the same circumstances makes the same movements, wills the same volitions, or performs the same actions. For different beings, therefore, the differences arise from circumstances either similar or different, or even the same events may occur to them under different circumstances. It is this uncertainty that constitutes Providence. End of Ennead 3, Book 4. Ennead 3, Book 5, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 5, of Love, or Eros. Love as God, Guardian, and Passion. 1. Is love a divinity, a guardian, or a passion of the human soul? Or is it all three under different points of view? In this case, what is it under each of these points of view? These are the questions we are to consider, consulting the opinions of men, but chiefly those of the philosophers. The divine Plato, who has written much about love, here deserves particular attention. He says that it is not only a passion capable of being born in souls, but he calls it also a guardian, and he gives many details about its birth and parents. Passional love is twofold. To begin with passion, it is a matter of common knowledge that the passion designated as love is born in the souls which desire to unite themselves to a beautiful object. But its object may be either a shameful practice, or one worthy to be pursued by temperate men who are familiar with beauty, We must therefore investigate in a philosophical manner what is the origin of both kinds of love. Love is recognition of hidden affinity. The real cause of love is fourfold: the desire of beauty, our soul's innate notion of beauty, our soul's affinity with beauty, and our soul's instinctive sentiment of this affinity. Therefore, as beauty lies at the root of love, so ugliness is contrary to nature and divinity. In fact, when nature wants to create, she contemplates what is beautiful, determinate, and comprehended within the Pythagorean sphere of the good. On the contrary, the Pythagorean indeterminate is ugly, and belongs to the other system. Besides, nature herself owes her origin to the good, and therefore also to the beautiful. Now, as soon as one is attracted by an object because one is united to it by a secret affinity, he experiences, for the images of this object, a sentiment of sympathy. We could not explain its origin or assign its cause on any other hypothesis, even were we to limit ourselves to the consideration of physical love. Even this kind of love is a desire to procreate beauty, for it would be absurd to insist that nature, which aspires to create beautiful things, should aspire to procreate that which is ugly. Earthly beauty is an image of intelligible beauty. Of course, those who here below desire to procreate are satisfied in attaining that which is beautiful here below, namely, the beauty which shines in images and bodies, for they do not possess that intelligible beauty which nevertheless inspires them with that very love which they bear to visible beauty. That is the reason why those who ascend to the reminiscence of intelligible beauty love that which they behold here below only because it is an image of the other. As to those who fail to rise to the reminiscence of the intelligible beauty, because they do not know the cause of their passion, they mistake visible beauty for that veritable beauty, and they may even love it chastely if they be temperate. But to go as far as a carnal union is an error in any case. Hence it happens that only he who is inspired by a pure love for the beautiful really loves beauty, whether or not he have aroused his reminiscence of intelligible beauty. Beauty is immortal. They who join to this passion as much of a desire for immortality as our mortal nature admits, seek beauty in the perpetuity of the procreation which renders man imperishable. They determine to procreate and produce beauty according to nature, procreating because their object is perpetuity, and procreating beautifully because they possess affinity with it. In fact, perpetuity does bear affinity to beauty. Perpetual nature is beauty itself, and such also are all its derivatives. Passional love may be elevating, though open to misleading temptations. Thus, he who does not desire to procreate seems to aspire to the possession of the beautiful in a higher degree. He who desires to procreate does no doubt desire to procreate the beautiful, but his desire indicates in him the presence of need and dissatisfaction with mere possession of beauty. He thinks he will be procreating beauty if he begets on that which is beautiful. They who wish to satisfy physical love against human laws and nature no doubt have a natural inclination as principle of a triple passion, but they lose their way, straying from the right road for lack of knowledge of the end to which love was impelling them, of the goal of the aspiration roused by the desire of generation, and of the proper use of the image of beauty. They really do ignore beauty itself. They who love beautiful bodies without desiring to unite themselves to them, love them for their beauty only. Those who love the beauty of women and desire union with them love both beauty and perpetuity, so long as this object is not lost from sight. Both of these are temperate, but they who love bodies for their beauty only are the more virtuous. The former admire sensual beauty and are content therewith; the latter recall intelligible beauty, but without scorning visible beauty, regard it as an effect and image of the intelligible beauty. Both therefore love beauty without ever needing to blush. But as to those who violate laws human and divine, love of beauty misleads them to falling into ugliness, for the desire of good may often mislead to a fall into evil. Such is love considered as a passion of the soul. The Platonic myth of love. 2. Now let us speak of the love which is considered a deity not only by men in general, but also by the Orphic theologians and by Plato. The latter often speaks of Love, son of Venus, attributing to him the mission of being the chief of the beautiful children or boys, and to direct souls to the contemplation of intelligible beauty, or, if already present, to intensify the instinct to seek it. In his Banquet, Plato says that love is born, not of Venus, but of abundance and need, on some birthday of Venus. Interpretation of the Platonic myth. To explain if love be born of Venus, or if he were only born contemporaneously with his mother, we shall have to study something about Venus. What is Venus? Is she the mother of love, or only his contemporary? As answer hereto, we shall observe that there are two Venuses. The second, or popular Venus, is daughter of Jupiter and Dione, and she presides over earthly marriages. The first Venus, the celestial one, daughter of Uranus, by Plato in his Cratylus interpreted to mean contemplation of things above, has no mother and does not preside over marriages, for the reason that there are none in heaven. The celestial Venus, therefore, daughter of Cronos, that is, of intelligence, is the divine soul, which is born pure, of pure intelligence, and which dwells above. As her nature does not admit of inclining earthward, she neither can nor will descend here below. She is therefore a form of existence, or an hypostasis, separated from matter, not participating in its nature. This is the significance of the allegory that she had no mother. Rather than a guardian, therefore, she should be considered a deity, as she is pure being, unmingled with matter, and abiding within herself. Love, like higher soul or light, is inseparable from its source. In fact, that which is immediately born of intelligence is pure in itself, because by its very proximity to intelligence, it has more innate force, desiring to unite itself firmly to the principle that begat it, and which can retain it there on high. The soul, which is thus suspended to intelligence, could not fall down any more than the light which shines around the sun could separate from the body from which it radiates, and to which it is attached. Who celestial Venus is? Celestial Venus, the universal soul, the third principle, or hypostasis, therefore, attaches herself to Cronos, divine intelligence, the second principle, or, if you prefer, to Uranus, the one, the good, the first principle, the father of Cronos. Thus Venus turns towards Uranus and unites herself to him, and in the act of loving him she procreates love, with which she contemplates Uranus. Her activity thus affects a hypostasis and being. Both of them, therefore, fix their gaze on Uranus, both the mother and the fair child, whose nature it is to be a hypostasis, ever turned towards another beauty, an intermediary essence between the lover and the beloved object. In fact, love is the eye by which the lover sees the beloved object, anticipating her, so to speak, and before giving her the faculty of seeing by the organ which he thus constitutes, he himself is already full of the spectacle offered to his contemplation. Though he thus anticipates her, he does not contemplate the intelligible in the same manner as she does, in that he offers her the spectacle of the intelligible, and that he himself enjoys the vision of the beautiful, a vision that passes by him, or that coruscates around him as an aureole. Love possesses divine being. 3. We are therefore forced to acknowledge that love is a hypostasis, and is being, which no doubt is inferior to the being from which it emanates, that is, from celestial Venus, or the celestial soul, but which, nevertheless, still possesses being. In fact, that celestial soul is a being born of the activity which is superior to her, the primary being, a living being emanating from the primary being, and attached to the contemplation thereof. In it she discovers the first object of her contemplation. She fixes her glance on it as her good, and finds in this view a source of joy. The seen object attracts her attention, so that by the joy she feels, by the ardent attention characterizing her contemplation of its object, she herself begets something worthy of her and of the spectacle she enjoys. Thus is love born from the attention with which the soul applies herself to the contemplation of its object, and from the very emanation of this object, and so love is an eye full of the object it contemplates, a vision united to the image which it forms. Thus love, Eros, seems to owe its name to its deriving its existence from vision. Even when considered as passion, does love owe its name to the same fact, for love that is a being is anterior to love that is not a being. However much we may explain passion as love, it is, nevertheless, ever the love of some object, and is not love in an absolute sense. Celestial love must abide in the intelligible with the celestial soul. Such is the love that characterizes the superior soul, the celestial soul. It contemplates the intelligible world with it, because love is the soul's companion, being born of the soul, and abiding in the soul, and with her enjoys contemplation of the divinities. Now, as we consider the soul, which first radiates its light on heaven, as separate from matter, we must admit that the love which is connected with her is likewise separate from matter. If we say that this pure soul really resides in heaven, it is in the sense in which we say that that which is most precious in us, the reasonable soul, resides in our body, and nevertheless is separate from matter. This love must therefore reside only there where resides this pure soul. There is a lower love corresponding to the world soul. But as it was similarly necessary that beneath the celestial soul there should exist the world soul, there must exist with it another love, born of her desire and being her eye. As this Venus belongs to this world, and as it is not the pure soul, nor soul in an absolute sense, it has begotten the love which reigns here below, and which, with her, presides over marriages. As far as this love himself feels the desire for the intelligible, he turns towards the intelligible the souls of the young people, and he elevates the soul to which he may be united as far as it is naturally disposed to have reminiscence of the intelligible. Every soul indeed aspires to the good, even that soul that is mingled with matter, and that is the soul of some particular being, for it is attached to the superior soul, and proceeds therefrom. All souls have their love, which is their guardian. 4. Does each soul include such a love in her being, and possess it as a hypostatic form of existence? Since the world soul possesses, as hypostasis, form of existence, the love which is inherent in her being, our soul should also similarly possess, as hypostatic form of existence, a love equally inherent in our being. Why should the same not obtain even with animals? This love inherent to the being of every soul is the guardian considered to be attached to each individual. It inspires each soul with the desires natural for her to experience, for, according to her nature, each soul begets a love which harmonizes with her dignity and being. As the universal soul possesses universal love, so do individual souls each possess her individual love. But as the individual souls are not separated from the universal soul, and are so contained within her that their totality forms but a single soul, so are individual loves contained within the universal love. On the other hand, each individual love is united to an individual soul, as universal love is united to the universal soul. The latter exists entire everywhere in the universe, and so her unity seems multiple. She appears anywhere in the universe that she pleases, under the various forms suitable to her parts, and she reveals herself at will under some visible form. The higher love is deity, the lower is a guardian. We shall have to assume also a multiplicity of Venuses, which, born with love, occupy the rank of guardians. They originate from the universal Venus, from which derive all the individual Venuses, with the loves peculiar to each. In fact, the soul is the mother of love. Now Venus is the soul, and love is the soul's activity in desiring the good. The love which leads each soul to the nature of the good, and which belongs to her most exalted part, must also be considered a deity, inasmuch as it unites the soul to the good. The love which belongs to the soul, mingled with matter, is to be considered a guardian only. It is an error to consider the love as identical with the world. 5. What is the nature of this guardian, and what is, in general, the nature of guardians according to Plato's treatment of the subject in his Banquet? What is the nature of guardians? What is the nature of the love born of need, Penia, and abundance, Poros, son of prudence, Metis, at the birth of Venus? Plutarch held that Plato, by love, meant the world. He should have stated that love is part of the world, and was born in it. His opinion is erroneous, as may be demonstrated by several proofs. First, Plato calls the world a blessed deity, that is self-sufficient. However, he never attributes these characteristics to love, which he always calls a needy being. Further, the world is composed of a body and a soul, the latter being Venus. Consequently, Venus would be the directing part of love, or, if we take the world to mean the world soul, just as we often say man when we mean the human soul, love would be identical with Venus. Third, if love, which is a guardian, is the world, why should not the other guardians, who evidently are of the same nature, not also be the world? In this case, the world would be composed of guardians. Fourth, how could we apply to the world that which Plato says of love, that it is the guardian of fair children? Last, Plato describes love as lacking clothing, shoes, and lodging. This could not be applied to the world without absurdity or ridicule. All guardians are born of need and abundance. 6. To explain the nature and birth of love, we shall have to expound the significance of his mother, Need, to his father, Abundance, and to show how such parents suit him. We shall also have to show how such parents suit the other guardians, for all guardians, by virtue of their being guardians, must have the same nature, unless, indeed, guardians have only that name in common. Difference between deities and guardians. First, we shall have to consider the difference between deities and guardians. Although it be common to call guardians deities, we are here using the word in that sense it bears when one says that guardians and deities belong to different species. The deities are impassible, while the guardians, though eternal, can experience passions. Placed beneath the deities, but next to us, they occupy the middle place between deities and men. A guardian is the vestige of a soul descended into the world. But how did the guardians not remain impassible? How did they descend to an inferior nature? This surely is a question deserving consideration. We should also inquire whether there be any guardian in the intelligible world, whether there be guardians only here below, and if deities exist only in the intelligible world. We shall answer as follows. There are deities also here below, and the world is, as we habitually say, a deity of the third rank, inasmuch as every supralunar being is a divinity. Next, it would be better not to call any being belonging to the intelligible world a guardian, and if we locate the chief guardian, the guardian himself, in the intelligible world, we had better consider him a deity. In the world of sense, all the visible supralunar deities should be called second-rank deities, in that they are placed below the intelligible deities, and depend on them as the rays of light from the star from which they radiate. Last, a guardian should be defined as the vestige of a soul that had descended into the world. The latter condition is necessary because every pure soul begets a deity, and we have already said that the love of such a soul is a deity. Why all guardians are not loves. But why are not all the guardians loves? Further, why are they not completely pure from all matter? Among guardians, those are loves which owe their existence to a soul's desire for the good and the beautiful. Therefore, all souls that have entered into this world each generate a love of this kind. As to the other guardians, which are not born of human souls, they are engendered by the different powers of the universal Soul, for the utility of the All. They complete and administer all things for the general good. The universal Soul, in fact, was bound to meet the needs of the universe by begetting guardian powers which would suit the All, of which she is the soul. why the guardians are not free from matter. How do guardians participate in matter, and of what matter are they formed? This, their matter, is not corporeal, otherwise they would be animals with sensation. In fact, whether they have aerial or fire-like bodies, they must have had a nature primitively different from pure intelligence, to have ultimately united each with his own body, for that which is entirely pure could not have immediately united with a body, although many philosophers think that the being of every guardian, as guardian, is united to an air-like or fire-like body. But why is the being of every guardian mingled with a body, while the being of every deity is pure, unless in the first case there be a cause which produces the mingling with matter? This cause must be the existence of an intelligible matter, so that whatever participates in it might, by its means, come to unite with sense matter. Soul is a mixture of reason and indetermination. 7. Plato's account of the birth of love is that Abundance intoxicated himself with nectar, this happening before the day of wine, which implies that love was born before the sense world's existence. Then Need, the mother of love, must have participated in the intelligible nature itself, and not in a simple image of the intelligible nature. She, therefore, approached the intelligible nature, and found herself to be a mixture of form and indeterminateness, or intelligible matter. The soul, in fact, containing a certain indeterminateness before she had reached the good, but feeling a premonition of her existence, formed for herself a confused and indeterminate image, which became the very hypostasis or form of existence of love. Thus, as here reason mingles with the unreasonable, with an indeterminate desire, with an indistinct, faint, or obscure hypostatic form of existence, what was born was neither perfect nor complete; it was something needy, because it was born from an indeterminate desire and a complete reason. As to love, which is the thus begotten reason, it is not pure, since it contains a desire that is indeterminate, unreasonable, indefinite, nor will it ever be satisfied so long as it contains the nature of indetermination. It depends on the soul, which is its generating principle. It is a mixture affected by a reason, which, instead of remaining within itself, is mingled with indetermination. Besides, it is not reason itself, but its emanation which mingles with indetermination. Love is a gadfly. Love, therefore, is similar to a gadfly. Needy by nature, it still remains needy, whatever it may obtain. It could never be satisfied, for this would be impossible for a being that is a mixture. No being could ever be fully satisfied, if by its nature it be incapable of attaining fullness. Even were it satisfied for a moment, it could not retain anything if its nature made it continue to desire. Consequently, on one side, love is deprived of all resources because of its neediness, and on the other, it possesses the faculty of acquisition because of the reason that enters into its constitution. Guardians, as well as men, are urged by divine discontent. All other guardians have a similar constitution. Each of them desires and causes the acquisition of the good he is destined to procure. That is the characteristic they have in common with love. Neither could they ever attain satisfaction; they still desire some particular good. The result of this is that the men who here below are good are inspired by the love of the true, absolute good, and not by the love of such and such a particular good. Those who are subordinated to divers guardians are successively subordinated to such or such a guardian. They let the simple and pure love of the Absolute Good rest within themselves, while they see to it that their actions are presided over by another guardian, that is, another power of their soul, which is immediately superior to that which directs them, or is active within them. As to the men who, driven by evil impulses, desire evil things, they seem to have chained down all the loves in their souls, just as, by false opinions, they darken the right reason which is innate within them. Thus, all the loves implanted in us by nature, and which conform to nature, are all good. Those that belong to the inferior part of the soul are inferior in rank and power. Those that belong to the superior part are superior. All belong to the being of the soul. As to the loves which are contrary to nature, they are the passions of strayed souls, having nothing essential or substantial, for they are not engendered by the pure soul. They are the fruits of the faults of the soul, which produces them according to her vicious habits and dispositions. Right thoughts possess real existence. In general, we might admit that the true goods which are possessed by the soul when she acts conformably to her nature, by applying herself to things determined by reason, constitute real being; that the others, on the contrary, are not engendered by the very action of the soul, and are only passions. Likewise, false intellections lack real being, such as belongs to true intellections, which are eternal and determinate, possessing simultaneously the intellectual act, the intelligible existence and essence, and this latter not only in general, but in each real intelligible being manifesting intelligence in each idea. As to us, we must acknowledge that we possess only intellection and the intelligible; we do not possess them together or completely, but only in general, and hence comes our love for generalities. Our conceptions, indeed, usually trend towards the general; it is only by accident that we conceive something particular, when, for instance, we conceive that some particular triangle's angles amount to two right angles. It is only as a result of first having conceived that the triangle in general possesses this property. Jupiter, the great chief, or third god, is the soul, or Venus. 8. Finally, who is this Jupiter into whose gardens Plato said that abundance entered? What are these gardens? As we have already agreed, Venus is the soul, and abundance is the reason of all things. We still have to explain the significance of Jupiter and his gardens. Jupiter cannot well signify anything else than the soul, since we have already admitted that the soul was Venus. We must here consider Jupiter as that deity which Plato, in his Phaedrus, calls the great chief, and elsewhere, as I think, the third god. He explains himself more clearly in this respect in the Philebus, where he says that Jupiter has a royal soul, a royal intelligence. Since Jupiter is therefore both an intelligence and a soul, since he forms part of the order of causes, since we must assign him his rank according to what is best in him, and for several reasons, chiefly because he is a cause, a royal and directing cause, he must be considered as the intelligence. Venus, that is, Aphrodite, which belongs to him, which proceeds from him, and accompanies him, occupies the rank of a soul, for she represents in the soul that which is beautiful, brilliant, pure, and delicate, Abron, and that is why she is called Aphrodite. In fact, if we refer the male deities to the intellect, and if we consider the female deities as souls, because a soul is attached to each intelligence, we shall have one more reason to relate Venus to Jupiter. Our views upon this point are confirmed by the teachings of the priests and the Orphic theologians, who always identify Venus and Juno, and who call the evening star, or star of Venus, the star of Juno. Jupiter's garden is the fruitful reason that begets every object. 9. Abundance being the reason of the things that exist in intelligence and in the intelligible world, I mean the reason which pours itself out and develops, trends towards the soul, and exists therein. Indeed, the being which remains united in intelligence does not emanate from a foreign principle, while the intoxication of abundance is only a factious fullness. But what is that which is intoxicated with nectar? It is reason that descends from the superior principle to the inferior. The soul receives it from intelligence at the moment of the birth of Venus. That is why it is said that the nectar flows in the garden of Jupiter. This whole garden is the glory and splendor of the wealth of intelligence. This glory originates in the reason of Jupiter. This splendor is the light which the intelligence of this deity sheds on the soul. What else but the beauties and splendors of this deity could the gardens of Jupiter signify? On the other hand, what else can the beauties and splendors of Jupiter be, if not the reasons that emanate from him? At the same time, these reasons are called abundance, paros, or euporia, the wealth of the beauties which manifest. That is the nectar which intoxicates abundance. For indeed, what else is the nectar among the deities but that which each of them receives? Now, reason is that which is received from intelligence by its next inferior principle. Intelligence possesses itself fully, yet this self-possession does not intoxicate it, as it possesses nothing foreign thereto. On the contrary, reason is engendered by intelligence. As it exists beneath intelligence, and does not, as intelligence does, belong to itself, it exists in another principle. Consequently, we say that abundance is lying down in the garden of Jupiter, and that at the very moment when Venus, being born, takes her place among living beings. The object of myths is to analyze and to distinguish. 10. If myths are to earn their name of something reserved or silent, they must necessarily develop their stories under the category of time, and present as separate many things that are simultaneous, though different in rank or power. That is the reason they so often mention the generation of ungenerated things, and that they so often separate simultaneous things. But after having thus, by this analysis, yielded us all the instruction possible to them, these myths leave it to the reader to make a synthesis thereof. Ours is the following: significance of the Platonic myth of the garden of Jupiter. Venus is the soul which coexists with intelligence and subsists by intelligence. She receives from intelligence the reasons which fill her and embellishes her, and whose abundance makes us see in the soul the splendor and image of all beauties. The reasons which subsist in the soul are abundance of the nectar which flows down from above, their splendors which shine in the soul, as in life represent the garden of Jupiter. Abundance falls asleep in this garden because he is weighted down by the fullness contained within him. As life manifests and ever exists in the order of beings, Plato says that the deities are seated at a feast because they ever enjoy this beatitude. Significance of the Platonic myth of the birth of love. Since the soul herself exists, love also must necessarily exist, and it owes its existence to the desire of the soul, which aspires to the better and the good. Love is a mixed being. It participates in need because it needs satisfaction. It also participates in abundance because it struggles to acquire good which it yet lacks, inasmuch as only that which lacked good entirely would cease to seek it. It is therefore correct to call love the son of abundance and need, which are constituted by lack, desire, and reminiscence of the reasons or ideas which, reunited in the soul, have therein engendered that aspiration towards the good which constitutes love. Its mother is need because desire belongs only to need, and need signifies matter, which is entire need. Even indetermination, which characterizes the desire of the good, makes the being which desires the good play the part of matter, since such a being would have neither form nor reason, considered only from its desiring. It is a form only inasmuch as it remains within itself. As soon as it desires to attain a new perfection, it is matter relatively to the being from whom it desires to receive somewhat. Love is both material and a guardian. That is why love is both a being which participates in matter and is also a guardian born of the soul. It is the former inasmuch as it does not completely possess the good. It is the latter inasmuch as it desires the good from the very moment of its birth. End of Ennead 3, Book 5. Ennead 3, Book 6, Part 1, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Third Ennead, Book 6, of the Impassibility of Incorporeal Entities, Soul and Matter. A. Of the soul. Questions about the passibility of judgment and the soul. 1. Sensations are not affections, but actualizations and judgments relative to passions. The affections occur in what is other than the soul, that is, in the organized body, and the judgment in the soul. For if the judgment were an affection, it would itself presuppose another judgment, and so on to infinity. Though accepting this statement, we must nevertheless examine whether the judgment itself, as such, in no wise participates in the nature of its object. For if it receive the impression thereof, it is passive. Besides, the images derived from the senses, to use the popular language, are formed in a manner entirely different from what is generally believed. They are in the same case as the intellectual conceptions, which are actualizations, and through which, without being affected, we know objects. In general, neither our reason nor our will permit us, in any way, to attribute to the soul modifications and changes such as the heating or cooling of bodies. Further, we have to consider whether that part of the soul that is called the passive, or affective, or irrational, must also be considered as unalterable, or as being affectable. But we will take up this question later. We must begin by solving our earlier problems. How can the soul remain impassible, though given up to emotion? How could that part of the soul that is superior to sensation and passion remain unalterable, while admitting vice, false opinions, and ignorance or folly, when it has desires or aversions, when it yields itself to joy or pain, to hate, jealousy, and appetite, when, in one word, it never remains calm, but when all the things that happen to it agitate it and produce changes within it? On the Stoic hypothesis of corporeity, the soul cannot remain impassible. As it is impassible, all terms to the contrary are only figurative. If, on the Stoic hypothesis, the soul were extended and corporeal, it would be difficult, or rather impossible, for her to remain impassible and unalterable when the above-mentioned occurrences take place within her. If, on the contrary, she be a being that is unextended and incorruptible, we must take care not to attribute to her affections that might imply that she is perishable. If, on the contrary, her being be a number or a reason, as we usually say, how could an affection occur within a number or a reason? We must, therefore, attribute to the soul only irrational reasons, passions without passivity, that is, we must consider these terms as no more than metaphors drawn from the nature of bodies, taking them in an opposite sense, seeing in them no more than mere analogies, so that we may say that the soul experiences them without experiencing them, and that she is passive without really being such as are the bodies. Let us examine how all this occurs. Virtue as a harmony, vice as a disharmony. 2. What occurs in the soul when she contains a vice? We ask this because it is usual to say, to snatch a vice from the soul, to introduce virtue into her, to adorn her, to replace ugliness by beauty in her. Let us also premise, following the opinions of the ancients, that virtue is a harmony, and wickedness the opposite. That is the best means to solve the problem at issue. Indeed, when the parts of the soul, the rational part, the irascible part, and the part of appetite, harmonize with each other, we shall have virtue, and in the contrary case, vice. Still, in both cases, nothing foreign to the soul enters into her. Each of her parts remain what they are, while contributing to harmony. On the other hand, when there is dissonance, they could not play the same parts as the personnel of a choric ballet, who dance and sing in harmony, though not all of them fill the same functions. Though one sings, while the remainder are silent, and though each sings his own part, for it does not suffice that they all sing in tune, they must each properly sing his own part. In the soul we therefore have harmony when each part fulfills its functions. Still, each must have its own virtue before the existence of a harmony, or its vice before there is disharmony. What then is the thing whose presence makes each part of the soul good or evil? Evidently, the presence of virtue or vice. The mere statement that, for the rational part of the soul, vice consists in ignorance is no more than a simple negation, and predicates nothing positive about reason. This definition suffices to explain the facts of evil in the soul. But when the soul contains some of those false opinions which are the principal cause of vice, must we not acknowledge that something positive occurs in her, and that one of her parts undergoes an alteration? Is not the disposition of the soul's irascible part different according to its courage or cowardliness, and the soul's appetitive part according to whether it be temperate or intemperate? We answer that a part of the soul is virtuous when it acts in conformity with its being, or when it obeys reason, for reason commands all the parts of the soul, and herself is subjected to intelligence. Now, to obey reason is to see; it is not to receive an impression, but to have an intuition, to carry out the act of vision. Sight is of the same nature when in potentiality or in actualization. It is not altered in passing from potentiality to actualization. She only applies herself to do what it is her nature to do, to see and know without being affected. Her rational part is in the same relation with intelligence; she has the intuition thereof. The nature of intelligence is not to receive an impression similar to that made by a seal, but in one sense to possess what it sees, and not to possess it in another. Intelligence possesses it by cognizing it, but intelligence does not possess it in this sense, that while seeing it, intelligence does not receive from it a shape similar to that impressed on wax by a seal. Again, we must not forget that memory does not consist in keeping impressions, but in the soul's faculty of recalling and representing to herself the things that are not present to her. Some objector might say that the soul is different before reawakening a memory, and after having reawakened it. She may indeed be different, but she is not altered, unless indeed we call the passing from potentiality to actualization an alteration. In any case, nothing extraneous enters into her; she only acts according to her own nature. Only the physical organs, not the immaterial natures, could be affected. In general, the actualizations of immaterial natures do not in any way imply that these natures were altered, which would imply their destruction; but on the contrary, they remain what they were. Only material things are affected while active. If an immaterial principle were exposed to undergo affections, it would no longer remain what it is. Thus, in the act of vision, the sight acts, but it is the eye that is affected. As to opinions, they are actualizations analogous to sight. Psychological explanation of anger part's courage or cowardliness. But how can the soul's irascible part be at one time courageous and at the other cowardly? When it is cowardly, it does not consider reason, or considers reason as having already become evil, or because the deficiency of its instruments, that is, the lack of weakness of its organs, hinders it from acting, or feeling emotion, or being irritated. In the contrary condition, it is courageous. In either case, the soul undergoes no alteration, nor is affected. Psychological explanation of virtue or vice of appetite. Further, the soul's appetite is intemperate when it alone is active, for then, in the absence of the principles that ought to command or direct her, it alone does everything. Besides, the rational part, whose function it is to see, by considering the notions it receives from intelligence, is occupied with something else, for it does not do everything simultaneously, being busy with some other action. It considers other than corporeal things, so far as it can. Perhaps, also, the virtue or vice of the appetite depend considerably on the good or evil condition of the organs, so that in either case nothing is added to the soul. The soul originates movements, but is not altered against Stoics. Polemic against the Stoic theory of passions. 3. There are desires and aversions in the soul which demand consideration. It is impossible to deny that pain, anger, joy, appetite, and fear are changes and affections which occur in the soul and that move her. We must here draw a distinction, for it would be denying the evidence to insist that there are in us no changes or perception of these changes. We cannot attribute them to the soul, which would amount to the admission that she blushes or grows pale, without reflecting that these passions, though produced by the soul, occur in a different substance. For the soul, shame consists in the opinion that something is improper, and as the soul contains the body, or to speak more exactly, as the body is a dependency of the animating soul, the blood, which is very mobile, rushes to the face. Likewise, the principle of fear is in the soul. Paleness occurs in the body because the blood concentrates within the interior parts. In joy, the noticeable dilation belongs to the body also. What the body feels is not a passion. Likewise, with pain and appetite, their principle is in the soul, where it remains in a latent condition. What proceeds therefrom is perceived by sensation. When we call desires, opinions, and reasonings movements of the soul, we do not mean that the soul becomes excited in the production of these movements, but that they originate within her. When we call life a movement, we do not by this word mean an alteration, for to act according to one's nature is the simple and indivisible life of each part of the soul. Virtue and vice affect the soul differently from all the other passions. In short, we insist that action, life, and desire are not alterations, that memories are not forms impressed on the soul, and that actualizations of the imagination are not impressions similar to those of a seal on wax. Consequently, in all that we call passions or movements, the soul undergoes no change in her substance, substrate, or being, nature. Virtue and vice in the soul are not similar to what heat, cold, whiteness, or blackness are in bodies, and the soul's relation to vice and virtue is entirely different, as has been explained. Passional changes occur in the body, not even to the passional part of the soul. 4. Let us now pass to that part of the soul that is called the passional or affective. We have already mentioned it when treating of all the passions, that is, affections, which were related to the irascible part and appetitive part of the soul. But we are going to return to a study of this part, and explain its name, the passional or affective part. It is so called because it seems to be the part affected by the passions, that is, experiences accompanied by pleasure or pain. Amidst these affections, some are born of opinion. Thus, we feel fear or joy according as we expect to die, or as we hope to attain some good. Then the opinion is in the soul, and the affection in the body. On the contrary, other passions occurring in an unforeseen way give rise to opinion in that part of the soul to which this function belongs, but do not cause any alteration within her, as we have already explained. Nevertheless, if on examining unexpected fear, we follow it up higher, we discover that it still contains opinion as its origin, implying some apprehension in that part of the soul that experiences fear, as a result of which occur the trouble and stupor which accompany the expectation of evil. Now, it is to the soul that belongs imagination, both the primary imagination that we call opinion, and the secondary imagination that proceeds from the former. For the latter is no longer genuine opinion, but an inferior power, an obscure opinion, a confused imagination, which resembles the action characteristic of nature, and by which this power produces each thing, as we say, unimaginatively. Its resulting sense agitation occurs within the body. To it relate trembling, palpitation, paleness, and inability to speak. Such modifications indeed could not be referred to any part of the soul, otherwise such part of the soul would be physical. Further, if such part of the soul underwent such affections, these modifications would not reach the body, for that affected part of the soul would no longer be able to exercise its functions, being dominated by passion and thus incapacitated. The soul's affective part may be the cause of affections, but is incorporeal. The affective part of the soul, therefore, is not corporeal. It is a form indeed, but a form engaged in matter, such as the appetite, the power of growth, both nutritive and generative, a power which is the root and principle of appetite, and the affective part of the soul. Now a form cannot undergo an affection or a passion, but must remain what it is. It is the matter of a body which is capable of being affected by a passion, an affection, when this affection is produced by the presence of the power which is its principle. Indeed, it is neither the power of growth that grows, nor the nutritive power that is fed. In general, the principle that produces a motion is not itself moved by the movement it produces. In case it were moved in any way, its movement and action would be of an entirely different nature. Now, the nature of a form is an actualization, by its mere presence producing something, just as if the harmony alone could cause the vibration of the strings of a lyre. Thus, the affective part of the soul, without itself being affected, is the cause of the affections, whether the movement proceed from it, that is, from sense imagination, or whether they occur without distinct imagination. The affections of the soul compared to a musician playing the lyre. We might further consider whether, inasmuch as opinion originates in a higher principle of the soul, this principle does not remain immovable because it is the form of harmony, while the cause of the movement plays the role of the musician, and the parts caused to vibrate by the affection, that of the strings. For it is not the harmony, but the string that experiences the affection, and even if the musician desired it, the string would not vibrate unless it were prescribed by the harmony. Passions are produced by external images, and their avoidance is the task of philosophy. 5. If then, from the very start, the soul undergo no affections, what then is the use of trying to render her impassible by means of philosophy? The reason is that when an image is produced in the soul by the affective part, there results in the body an affection and a movement, and to this agitation is related the image of the evil which is foreseen by opinion. It is this affection that reason commands us to annihilate, and whose occurrence even we are to forestall, because when this affection occurs, the soul is sick, and healthy when it does not occur. In the latter case, none of these images, which are the causes of affections, form within the soul. That is why, to free oneself from the images that obsess one during dreams, the soul that occupies herself therewith is to be wakened. Again, that is why we can say that affections are produced by representations of exterior entities, considering these representations as affections of the soul. Psychological process involved in purifying the soul and separating soul from body. But what do we mean by purifying the soul, inasmuch as she could not possibly be stained? What do we mean by separating or weaning the soul from the body? To purify the soul is to isolate her, preventing her from attaching herself to other things, from considering them, from receiving opinions alien to her, whatever these alien opinions or affections might be, as we have said. It consequently means hindering her from consideration of these phantoms, and from the production of their related affections. To purify the soul, therefore, consists in raising her from the things here below to intelligible entities. Also, it is to wean her from the body, for in that case she is no longer sufficiently attached to the body to be enslaved to it, resembling a light which is not absorbed in the whirlwind of matter, though, even in this case, that part of the soul which is submerged does not, on that account alone, cease being impassible. To purify the affective part of the soul is to turn her from a vision of deceitful images, to separate her from the body, is to hinder her from inclining towards lower things, or from representing their images to herself. It means annihilating the things from which she thus is separated, so that she is no longer choked by the whirlwind of the spirit which breaks loose whenever the body is allowed to grow too strong. The latter must be weakened so as to govern it more easily. B. Of Matter. Introduction to the Escorial Numenian Fragment. 6. We have sufficiently demonstrated the impassibility of intelligible being, which is entirely comprised within the genus of form. But as matter also, though in another manner, is an incorporeal entity, we must examine its nature also. We must see whether it may be affected and undergo every kind of modification, as is the common opinion, or whether, on the contrary, it be impassible, and in this case, what is the nature of its impassibility. Nonentity will have intelligent life only as beneath being. Since we are thus led to treat of the nature of matter, we must first premise that the nature of existence, being, and essence are not what they are thought to be by people generally. Existence is, it is, in the genuine meaning of that word, that is, it is essentially. It is absolutely, lacking nothing of existence. Fully being existence, its existence and preservation are not dependent on anything else. So much the more, if other things seem to be, they owe this thereto. If this be true, existence must possess life, perfect life, for otherwise it would not be existence any more than non-existence. Now, perfect life is intelligence and perfect wisdom. Existence, therefore, is determinate and definite. Nothing outside of it exists, even potentially. Otherwise, it would not fully satisfy itself. It is therefore eternal, immutable, incapable of receiving anything, or of adding anything to itself, for what it would receive would have to be foreign to it, and consequently be nonentity. In order to exist by itself, existence must therefore possess all things within itself. It must be all things simultaneously. It must at the same time be one and all, since this is of what we consider existence to consist. Otherwise, instead of emanating from existence, intelligence and life would be incidental thereto. Therefore, they could not originate from nonentity, and on its side, existence could not be deprived of intelligence and life. True nonentity, therefore, will have intelligence and life only as they must exist in objects inferior and posterior to existence. The principle superior to existence, the One, on the other hand, gives intelligence and life to existence without itself needing to possess them. Materialists cannot understand how solid earth is nearest nonentity, and why greatest existence is least material. If such be the nature of existence, it could be neither body nor the substrate of bodies, for their existence is nonentity. Materialists, however, object: how could we refuse to attribute being to the nature of bodies, such as these cliffs and rocks, to the solid earth, and in short, to all these impenetrable objects? When I am struck, am I not by the shock forced to acknowledge that these objects exist as real being? On the other hand, how does it happen that entities that are not impenetrable, which can neither shock others nor be shocked by them, which are completely invisible, like soul and intelligence, are genuine beings? Our answer is that the earth, which possesses corporeal nature in the highest degree, is inert. The element that is less gross, the air, is already more mobile, and resides in a higher region, while fire withdraws still more from corporeal nature. The things which best suffice themselves least agitate and trouble the others. Those that are heavier and more terrestrial, by the mere fact that they are incomplete, subject to falling, and incapable of rising, fall by weakness, and shock the others by virtue of their inertia and their weight. Thus, inanimate bodies fall more heavily, and shock and wound others more powerfully. On the contrary, animated bodies, by the mere fact of greater participation in existence, strike with less harshness. That is why movement, which is a kind of life, or at least an image of life, exists in a higher degree in things that are less corporeal. Corporeity is nonentity because of lack of unity. It is therefore an eclipse of existence which renders an object more corporeal. While studying those psychoses called affections, we discover that the more corporeal an object is, the more is it likely to be affected. The earth is more so than other elements, and so on. Indeed, when other elements are divided, they immediately reunite their parts, unless there be some opposition. But when we separate parts of earth, they do not come together again. They thus seem to have no natural earth, since after a light blow they remain in the state where they are left by the blow that struck or broke them. Therefore, the more corporeal a thing is, the more it approaches nonentity, returning to unity with the greater difficulty. The heavy and violent blows by which bodies act on each other are followed by destruction. When even a weak thing falls on something weak, it may still be relatively powerful, as is nonentity hitting nonentity. Sensation as the dream of the soul from which we must wake. Such are the objections that may be raised against those who consider all beings as corporeal, who wish to judge of their existence only by impressions they receive therefrom, and who try to found the certitude of truth on the images of sensation. They resemble sleeping men who take as realities the visions they have in their dreams. Sensation is the dream of the soul. So long as the soul is in the body, she dreams. The real awakening of the soul consists in genuine separation from the body, and not in rising along with the body. To rise with the body is to pass from one sleep into another kind, from one bed to another. Really to awake is to separate oneself completely from the body. The body, whose nature is contrary to that of the soul, consequently has a nature contrary to that of being. This is proved by the generation, flux, and decay of bodies, all processes contrary to the nature of being. Matter compared to a mirror which reflects everything, though really empty. 7. Let us return to matter as a substrate, and then to what is said to exist within it. This will lead us to see that it consists of nonentity, and that it is impassible. Matter is incorporeal because the body exists only as posterior thereto, because it is a composite of which it constitutes an element. It is called incorporeal because existence and matter are two things equally distinct from the body. Not being soul, matter is neither intelligence, nor life, nor seminal reason, nor limit. It is a kind of infinity, neither is it an active power, for what could it produce? Since matter is none of the above-mentioned things, it could not be called existence. It deserves only the name nonentity, yet not even in the sense in which we may say that movement or rest are not existence. Matter is real nonentity. It is an image and phantom of extension. It is an aspiration to a form of hypostatic existence. Its perseverance is not in rest, but in change. By itself it is invisible. It escapes whoever wishes to see it. It is present when you do not look at it. It escapes the eye that seeks it. It seems to contain all the contraries, the large and small, the more and the less, the lack and excess. It is a phantom equally incapable of remaining or escaping, for matter does not even have the strength of avoiding form, because it has received no strength from intelligence, and it is the lack of all existence. Consequently, all its appearances are deceptions. If we represent matter as being greatness, it immediately appears as smallness. If we represent it as the more, we are forced to recognize it as the less. When we try to conceive of its existence, it appears as nonentity. Like all the things it contains, it is a fugitive shadow and a fleeting game, an image within an image. It resembles a mirror in which one might see the reflections of objects external to it. The mirror seems to be filled and to possess everything, though really containing nothing. As objects are merely reflections in a mirror, matter is no more affected by them than would be a mirror. Thus matter is a shapeless image, into which enter and out of which issue the images of beings. These appear in it precisely because matter has no shape. Though they seem to produce something in it, they really produce nothing in it. They have no consistence, strength, nor solidity, as matter has none either. They enter into it without dividing it, as if they would penetrate water, or as shapes might move in emptiness. If the images that appear in matter had the same nature as the objects they represent, and from which they emanate, then if we attribute to the images a little of the power of the objects that project them, we might be right in considering them able to affect matter. But as the things that we see in matter do not have the same nature as the objects of which they are the images, it is not true that matter suffers when receiving them. They are no more than false appearances without any resemblance to what produces them. Feeble and false by themselves, they enter into a thing that is equally false. They must therefore leave it as impassible as a mirror, or water, producing on it no more effect than does a dream on the soul. These comparisons, however, are yet imperfect, because in these cases there is still some resemblance between the images and the objects. Since matter cannot be destroyed, it cannot be affected. 8. According to Aristotle, it is absolutely necessary that what can be affected must have powers and qualities opposed to the things that approach it and affect it. Thus, it is the cold that alters the heat of an object, and humidity that alters its dryness, and we say that the substrate is altered when it ceases being hot and grows cold, and ceasing to be dry becomes humid. Another proof of this truth is the destruction of the fire, that by changing becomes another element. Then we say that it is the fire, but not the matter that has been destroyed. What is affected is therefore that which is destroyed, for it is always a passive modification that occasions destruction. Consequently, being destroyed and being affected are inseparable notions. Now, it is impossible for matter to be destroyed, for how could it be destroyed, and in what would it change? Objection that matter must be passible if its qualities change as they do. It may be objected that matter receives heat, cold, and numerous or even innumerable qualities. It is characterized by them. It possesses them as somehow inherent in its nature, and mingled with each other, as they do not exist in isolated condition. How could nature avoid being affected along with them, serving as it does as a medium for the mutual action of these qualities by their mixture? If matter is to be considered impassible, we shall have to consider it as somehow outside of these qualities. But every quality which is present in a subject cannot be present in it without communicating to it something of itself. Different senses of participation will allow for matter to remain impassible. 9. It must be noticed that the expressions "such a thing is present to such a thing," and "such a thing is in such other thing," have several meanings. Sometimes one thing improves or deteriorates some other thing by its presence, making it undergo a change, as may be seen in bodies, especially those of living beings. Again, one thing improves or deteriorates another without affecting it. This occurs with the soul, as we have already seen. Again, it is as when one impresses a figure on a piece of wax. The presence of the figure adds nothing to the nature of the wax, and its destruction makes it lose nothing. Likewise, light does not change the figure of the object which it enlightens with its rays. A cooled stone participates a little in the nature characteristic of the thing that cools it, but none the less remains stone. What suffering can light inflict on a line or a surface? One might perhaps say that in this case corporeal substance is affected, but how can it suffer or be affected by the action of light? Suffering, in fact, is not to enjoy the presence of something, nor to receive something. Mirrors, and in general transparent things, do not suffer or are not affected by the effect of images that form in them, and they offer a striking example of the truth we are here presenting. Indeed, qualities inhere in matter like simple images, and matter itself is more impassible than a mirror. Heat and cold occur in it without warming or cooling it, for heating and cooling consist in that one quality of the substrate gives place to another. In passing, we might notice that it would not be without interest to examine whether cold is not merely absence of heat. On entering into matter, qualities mostly react on each other only when they are opposite. What action, indeed, could be exercised by a smell on a sweet taste, by a color on a figure? How, in general, could things that belong to one genus act on another? This shows how one quality can give place to another in a same subject, or how one thing can be in another without its presence causing any modification in the subject for which or in which it is present. Just as a thing is not altered by the first comer, likewise that which is affected and which changes does not receive a passive modification or change from any kind of an object. Qualities are affected only by the action of contraries. Things which are simply different cause no change in each other. Those which have no contraries could evidently not be modified by the action of any contrary. That which is affected, therefore, cannot be matter; it must be a composite of form and matter, or something multiple. But that which is isolated or separated from the rest, what is quite simple, must remain impassible in respect of all things, and remain as a kind of medium in which other things may act on each other. Likewise, within a house, several objects can shock each other without the house itself or the air within it being affected. It is, therefore, qualities gathered in matter that act on each other, so far as it belongs to their nature. Matter itself, however, is still far more impassible than the qualities are among each other, when they do not find themselves opposite. End of Ennead 3, Book 6, Part 1. Ennead 3, Book 6, Part 2, by Plotinus. Translated by Kenneth, Guthrie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. If form be unchangeable, so is matter. 10. If matter could be affected, it would have to preserve some of the affection, retaining either the affection itself, or remain in a state different from the one in which it was before it was affected. But when one quality appears after another quality, it is no longer matter that receives it, but matter as determined by a quality. If even this quality should evanesce, though leaving some trace of itself by the action it has exercised, the substrate will still more be altered. Proceeding thus, it will come to be something entirely different from pure matter. It will be something multiple by its forms and by its manners of existence. It will no longer be the common receptacle of all things, since it will contain an obstacle to many things that could happen to it. Matter would no longer subsist within it, and would no longer be incorruptible. Now, if, by definition, matter always remains what it was since its origin, namely, matter, then if we insist that it be altered, it is evident that matter no longer remains such. Moreover, if everything that is altered must remain unchanged in kind, so as not to be changed in itself, though changed in accidents, in one word, if that which is changed must be permanent, and if that which is permanent be not that which is affected, we come to a dilemma. Either matter is altered and abandons its nature, or it does not abandon its nature and is not changed. If we say that matter is changed, but not insofar as it is matter, it will, to begin with, be impossible to state in what it is changed, and further, we would thereby be forced to insist it was not changed. Indeed, just as other things, which are forms, cannot be changed in their being or nature, because it is this very unalterability which constitutes their being or nature, likewise, as the being or nature of matter is to exist insofar as it is matter, it cannot be altered insofar as it is matter, and it must necessarily be permanent in this respect. Therefore, if form be unalterable, matter must be equally unalterable. Matter participates in the intelligible only by appearance. 11. This was no doubt the thought present to Plato when he rightly said, "These imitations of the eternal beings, which enter into matter, and which issue therefrom." Not without good reason did he employ the terms enter and issue. He wanted us carefully to scrutinize the manner in which matter participates in ideas. When Plato thus tries to clear up how matter participates in ideas, his object is to show not how ideas enter into matter, as before so many have believed, but their condition within it. Doubtless, it does seem astonishing that matter remains impassible in respect to the ideas that are present therein, while the things that enter in it are affected by each other. We, nevertheless, have to acknowledge that the things which enter into matter expel their predecessors, and that it is only the composite that is affected. Nevertheless, it is not every kind of composite that is affected, but only that composite that happens to need the thing that was introduced or expelled, so that its constitution becomes defective by the absence of that quality, or more complete by its presence. Nothing is added to the nature of matter, however, by the introduction of anything. The presence of that thing does not make matter what it is, and matter loses nothing by its absence. Matter remains what it was since its origin. To be ornamented is to the interest of something that admits of order or ornament. It can receive that ornament without being changed, when it only puts it on, so to speak. But if this ornament penetrate into it as something that forms part of its nature, it then cannot receive it without being altered, without ceasing to be what it was before, as, for instance, ceasing to be ugly, without, by that very fact, changing, without, for instance, becoming beautiful, though ugly before. Therefore, if matter become beautiful, though before ugly, it ceases to be what it was before, namely, ugly, so that on being adorned it loses its nature. so much the more as it was ugly only accidentally. Being ugly enough to be ugliness itself, it could not participate in beauty. Being bad enough to be badness itself, it could not participate in goodness. Therefore, matter participates in the ideas without being affected, and consequently, this participation must operate in another manner, and, for instance, consist in appearance. This kind of participation solves the problem we had set ourselves. It enables us to understand how, while being evil, matter can aspire to the good without ceasing to be what it was, in spite of its participation in the good. Indeed, if this participation operate in a manner such that matter remains without alteration, as we say, and if it always continue to be what it was, there is no reason to be surprised if, though being evil, it can participate in the good. It does not swerve from its manner of existence. On one hand, as for her, this participation is unavoidable. It participates as long as it endures. On the other hand, as matter continues to be what it is, by virtue of the kind of participation which does not interfere with its nature, it undergoes no alteration on the part of the principle which gives it something. It always remains as bad as it was, because its nature persists. If matter really participated in the good, if matter were really modified thereby, its nature would no longer be evil. Therefore, the statement that matter is evil is true enough if it be considered to imply that it is impassible in respect to good, and this really amounts to saying that it is entirely impassible. Sense objects are unreal and are chiefly made up of appearance. 12. Plato agreed with this, and being persuaded that by participation matter does not receive form and shape, as would some substrate that should constitute a composite of things intimately united by their transformation, their mixture, and their common affections. In order to demonstrate the opposite, namely that matter remains impassible while receiving forms, invented a most apposite illustration of a participation that operates without anything being affected, namely that engravers, before using dyes on the soft wax, clean them carefully. Almost any other kind of illustration would fail to explain how the substrate can remain the same in the presence of forms. While trying to achieve his purpose, Plato has raised many questions. He has, besides, applied himself to demonstrate that sense objects are devoid of reality, and that a large part of their hypostatic substance is constituted by appearance. Plato demonstrates the permanence and identity of matter by showing that it is by the figures with which it is endued that matter affects animated bodies, without itself suffering any of their affections. He wishes to convince us that in being endued with these figures, matter undergoes neither affection nor alteration. Indeed, in the bodies that successively assume different figures, we may, relying on analogy, call the change of figures an alteration. But since matter has neither figure nor existence, how could we, even by analogy, call the presence of a figure an alteration? The only sure way of avoiding a misunderstanding in expression is to say that the substrate possesses nothing in the manner it is usually supposed to possess it. How then could it possess the things it contains, unless as a figure? Plato's illustration means that matter is impassible, and that it contains the apparent presence of images, which are not really present therein. Plato's figurative language might lead to errors about his real opinions. We must still further preliminarily insist on the impassibility of matter, for by using the usual terms we might be misled into wrongly thinking that matter could be affected. Thus Plato speaks of matter being set on fire, being wetted, and so forth, as if it received the shapes of air or water. However, Plato modifies the statement that matter receives the shapes of air and water by the statement that matter is set on fire and wetted, and he demonstrates that by receiving these shapes it nevertheless has none of its own, and that forms do not more than enter into it. This expression, matter is set on fire, must not be taken literally. It means only that matter becomes fire. Now, to become fire is not the same thing as being set on fire. To be set on fire can achieve no more than what is different from fire, than what can be affected, for that which itself is a part of fire could not be set on fire. To insist on the opposite would amount to saying that metal itself formed a statue, or that fire itself spread into matter and set it on fire. The theory that a seminal reason had approached matter forces us to question how this reason could have set matter on fire. The theory that a figure had approached matter would imply that that which is set on fire is already composed of two things, matter and a figure, and that these two entities form a single one. Although these two things would form a single one, they would not affect each other, and would act only on other entities. Nor would they even in this case act jointly, for one would affect no more than to hinder the other from avoiding form. The theory that when the body is divided, matter also must be divided, would have to answer the question, how could matter, on being divided, escape the affection undergone by the composite of form and matter? On such a theory, one might even assert that matter was destroyed, and ask, since the body is destroyed, why should not matter also be destroyed? What is affected and divided must be a quantity or magnitude. What is not a magnitude cannot experience the same modifications as a body. Therefore, those who consider matter affectible would be forced to call it a body. Matter as the eternal location or residence of generation. 13. They would further have to explain in what sense they say that matter seeks to elude form. How can it be said to seek to elude the stones and the solid objects which contain it? For it would be irrational to say that it seeks to elude form at certain times, but not at others. If matter seeks to elude form voluntarily, why does it not elude form continuously? If necessity keep matter within form, there can be no moment when it would not inhere in some form or other. The reason why matter is not always contained by the same form must not be sought for within matter, but in the forms that matter receives. In what sense then could it be said that matter eludes form? Does it always and essentially elude form? This would amount to saying that matter, never ceasing being itself, has form without ever having it. Otherwise, the statement would be meaningless. Plato says that matter is the nurse and residence of generation. If then matter be the nurse and residence of generation, it is evidently distinct from the latter. Only that which can be affected is within the domain of generation. Now, as matter, being the nurse and residence of generation, exists before the latter, it must also exist before any alteration. Therefore, to say that matter is the nurse and residence of generation is tantamount to saying that matter is impassible. The same meaning attaches to such other statements as that matter is that in which begotten things appear, and from which they issue, that matter is the eternal location and place of all generation. Matter as location of forms remains impassible. When Plato rightfully calls matter the location of forms, he is not thereby attributing any passion to matter; he only indicates that matters go on in a different manner. How? Since matter, however, by its nature cannot be any of the beings, and as it must flee from the being of all beings, and be entirely different from them, for seminal reasons are genuine beings, it must necessarily preserve its nature by virtue of this very difference. It must not only contain all beings, but also not appropriate what is their image, for this is that by which matter differs from all beings. Otherwise, if the images that fill a mirror were not transient, and if the mirror remained invisible, evidently we would believe that the things the mirror presents to us existed really. If, then, there be something in a mirror, that is that which sense forms are in matter. If in a mirror there be nothing but appearance, then there is nothing in matter but appearance. Recognizing that this appearance is the cause of the existence of beings, an existence in which the things that exist always really participate, and in which the things which do not really exist do not participate, for they could not be in the condition where they would be if they existed without the existence of existence in itself. The myth of poverty and abundance. 14. What? Would nothing exist in the sense world if matter did not exist? Nothing. It is as with a mirror. Remove it, and the images disappear. Indeed, that which by its nature is destined to exist in something else could not exist in that thing. Now, the nature of every image is to exist in something else. If the image were an emanation of the causes themselves, it could exist without being in anything else. But as these causes reside in themselves, so that their image may reflect itself elsewhere, there must be something else destined to serve as location for that which does not really enter into it, something which by its presence, its audacity, its solicitations, and by its indigence, should, as it were, forcibly obtain what it desires, but which is deceived because it does not really obtain anything, so that it preserves its indigence and continues to solicitate satisfaction. As soon as poverty exists, it ceaselessly begs, as a well-known Platonic myth tells us, that shows clearly enough that it is naturally denuded of all good. It does not ask to obtain all that the giver possesses; it is satisfied with the possession of some of it, thus revealing to us how much the images that appear in matter are different from real beings. Even the very name of poverty, which is given to matter, indicates that it is insatiable. When poverty is said to unite with abundance, we do not mean that it unites with existence or fullness, but with a work of wonderful skill, namely a thing that is nothing but specious appearance. The miracle is that matter participates in existence without participating in it. It is indeed impossible that that which is outside of existence should be completely deprived of it, for the nature of existence is to produce beings. On the other hand, absolute nonentity cannot mingle with existence. The result is something miraculous. Matter participates in existence without really participating in it, and by approaching to it obtains something, though by its nature matter cannot unite with existence. It therefore reflects what it receives from an alien nature, as echo reflects sound in places that are symmetrical and continuous. That is how things that do not reside in matter seem to reside in it, and to come from it. generation illustrated by lighting fire by refraction. If matter participated in the existence of genuine beings, and received them within itself, as might easily be thought, that which would enter into it would penetrate deeply into matter. But evidently matter is not penetrated thereby, remaining unreceptive of any of it. On the contrary, matter arrests their procession, as echo arrests and reflects sound waves, matter being only the residence, or jar, or vase, of the things that enter within it, and there mingle with each other. Everything takes place there, as in the case of persons who, wishing to light fire from the rays of the sun, should place in front of these rays polished jars filled with water, so that the flame, arrested by the obstacles met within, should not be able to penetrate, and should concentrate on their outside. That is how matter becomes the cause of generation; that is how things occur within it. The relation of matter to reason, illustrated by that of opinion and imagination. 15. The objects that concentrate the rays of the sun are themselves visible, by receiving from the fire of sensation what takes fire in their hearth. They appear because the images that form themselves are around and near them, and touch each other, and finally because there are two limits in these objects. But when the seminal reason is in matter, it remains exterior to matter in an entirely different manner. It has a different nature. Here it is not necessary that there be two limits. Matter and reason are strangers to each other by difference of nature, and by the difference between their natures that makes any mixture of them impossible. The cause that each remains in itself is that what enters into matter does not possess it any more than matter possesses what enters into it. That is how opinion and imagination do not mingle in our soul, and each remains what it was, without entailing or leaving anything, because no mingling can occur. These powers are foreign to each other, not in that there is a mere juxtaposition, but because between them obtains a difference that is grasped by reason instead of being seen by sight. Here imagination is a kind of phantom, though the soul herself be no phantom, and though she seem to accomplish, and though she really accomplish many deeds as she desires to accomplish them. Thus imagination stands to the soul in about the same relation as form with matter. Nevertheless, imagination does not hide the soul, whose operations often disarrange and disturb it. Never could imagination hide the soul entirely, even if imagination should penetrate the soul entirely and should seem to veil it completely. Indeed, the soul contains operations and reasons contrary to imagination, by which she succeeds in putting aside the phantoms that besiege her. But matter, being infinitely feebler than the soul, possesses none of the beings, either of the true or false, which characteristically belong to it. Matter has nothing that could show it off, being absolutely denuded of all things. It is no more than a cause of appearance for other things. It could never say, "I am here or there." If, starting from other beings, profound reasoning should succeed in discovering matter, it ultimately declares that matter is something completely abandoned by true beings. But as the things that are posterior to true beings themselves seem to exist, matter might, so to speak, be said to be extended in all these things, seeming both to follow them and not to follow them. The magnitude of matter is really derived from the seminal reason. 16. The seminal reason, on approaching matter, and giving it the extension it desired, made of it a magnitude. The reason drew from itself the magnitude to give it to the matter which did not possess it, and which did not, merely on that account, acquire size; otherwise the magnitude occurring within it would be magnitude itself. If we remove form from matter, the substrate that then remains neither seems nor is large, since magnitude is part of form. If what is produced in matter be a certain magnitude, as for instance a man or a horse, the magnitude characteristic of the horse disappears with the form of the horse. If we say that a horse cannot be produced except in a mass of determined size, and that this magnitude remained when the form of the horse disappeared, we would answer that what would then remain would not be the magnitude characteristic of the horse, but the magnitude of mass. Besides, if this mass were fire or earth, when the form of fire or that of earth disappeared, the magnitude of the fire or of the earth would simultaneously disappear. Matter, therefore, possesses neither figure nor quantity; otherwise it would not have ceased being fire to become something else, but, remaining fire, would never become fire. Now that it seems to have become as great as this universe, if the heavens, with all they contain, were annihilated, all quantity would simultaneously disappear out of matter, and with quantity also the other inseparable qualities will disappear. Matter would then remain what it originally was by itself; it would keep none of the things that exist within it. Indeed, the objects that can be affected by the presence of contrary objects can, when the latter withdraw, keep some trace of them; but that which is impassible retains nothing. For instance, the air, when penetrated by the light, retains none of it when it disappears. That which has no magnitude can become great is not any more surprising than that which has no heat can become hot. Indeed, for matter to be matter is something entirely different from its being magnitude. Magnitude is as immaterial as figure. Of matter, such as it really is, we should say that it is all things by participation. Now, magnitude forms part of what we call all things. As the bodies are composite, magnitude is there among the other qualities, without, however, being determinate therein. Indeed, the reason of the body also contains magnitude. On the contrary, matter does not even contain indeterminate magnitude, because it is not a body. Magnitude is an image formed by the universal reflection of universal beings. 17. Neither is matter magnitude itself, for magnitude is a form, and not a residence; it exists by itself, for matter cannot even appropriate the images of beings. Not even in this respect, therefore, is matter magnitude; but as that which exists in intelligence or in the soul desired to acquire magnitude, it imparted to the things that desired to imitate magnitude by their aspiration or movement the power to impress on some other object a modification analogous to their own. Thus magnitude, by developing in the procession of imagination, dragged along with itself the smallness of matter, made it seem large by extending it along with itself, without becoming filled by that extension. The magnitude of matter is a false magnitude, since matter does not by itself possess magnitude, and by extending itself along with magnitude has shared the extension of the latter. Indeed, as all intelligible beings are reflected either in other things in general, or in one of them in particular, as each of them was large, the totality also is, in this manner, great. Thus the magnitude of each reason constituted a particular magnitude, as for instance a horse, or some other being. The image formed by the universal reflection of intelligible beings became a magnitude, because it was illuminated by magnitude itself. Every part of it became a special magnitude, and all things together seemed great by virtue of the universal form to which magnitude belongs. Thus occurred the extension of each thing towards each of the others, and towards their totality. The amount of this extension in form and in mass necessarily depended on the power that transformed what in reality was nothing to an appearance of being all things. In the same manner, color that arose out of what is not color, and quality that arose out of what is not quality, here below were referred to by the same name as the intelligible entities, of which they are the images. The case is similar for magnitude which arose out of that which has none, or at least out of that magnitude that bears the same name as intelligible magnitude. Sense objects appear, and are intermediary between form and matter. Sense objects, therefore, occupy a rank intermediary between matter and form itself. They no doubt appear because they are derived from intelligible entities, but they are deceptive because the matter in which they appear does not really exist. Each of them becomes a magnitude because it is extended through the power of the entities that appear here below, and which locate themselves here. Thus we have, in every direction, the production of an extension, and that without matter undergoing any violence, because, potentially, it is all things. Everything produces its own extension by the power it derives from the intelligible entities. What imparts magnitude to matter is the appearance of magnitude, and it is this appearance that forms our earthly magnitude. Matter yields itself everywhere entirely to the extension it thus, by the universal appearance of magnitude, is forced to take on. Indeed, by its nature, matter is the matter of everything, and consequently is nothing determinate. Now, that which is nothing determinate by itself could become its opposite of what it is, and even after thus having become its own opposite, it is not yet really this opposite. Otherwise, this opposite would be its nature. Magnitude is only appearance. 18. Let us now suppose that a conception of magnitude were possessed by some being which would have the power not only to be in itself, but also to produce itself externally, and that it should meet a nature, such as matter, that was incapable of existing within intelligence, of having a form, of revealing any trace of real magnitude or any quality. What would such a being do with such a power? It would create neither a horse nor an ox. For other causes, the seminal reasons would produce them. Indeed, that which proceeds from magnitude itself cannot be real magnitude. It must, therefore, be apparent magnitude. Thus, since matter has not received real magnitude, all it can do is to be as great as its nature will permit, that is, to seem great. To accomplish that, it must not fail anywhere, and if it be extended, it cannot be a discrete quantity, but all its parts must be united, and absent in no place. Indeed, it was impossible for a small mass to contain an image of magnitude that would equal the real magnitude, since it is only an image of magnitude. But, carried away with the hope of achieving the magnitude to which it aspired, this image extended to its limit along with matter, which shared its extension, because matter could not follow it. That is how this image of magnitude magnified what was not great, without, however, making it seem really great, and produced the magnitude that appears in its mass. Nonetheless, does matter preserve its nature, though it be veiled by this apparent magnitude, as if by a garment with which it covered itself when it followed the magnitude that involved it in its extension. If matter ever happened to be stripped of this garment, it would nevertheless remain what itself was before, for it possesses magnitude only in so far as form, by its presence, makes it great. If matter were a primary principle, it would be the form of the universe, such as soul is. As the soul possesses the forms of beings, and as she herself is a form, she possesses all things simultaneously. Containing all the forms, and besides seeing the forms of sense objects turning towards her and approaching her, she is not willing to accept them along with their manifoldness. She considers them only after making abstractions of their mass, for the soul could not become other than she is. But as matter does not have the strength to resist, possessing as it does no special characteristic activity, and being no more than an adumbration, matter yields to everything that active power proposes to inflict on it. Besides, that which proceeds from intelligible nature possesses already a trace of what is to be produced in matter. That is how discursive reason, which moves within the sphere of representative imagination, or the movement produced by reason, implies division. For if reason remained within unity and identity, it would not move, but remain at rest. Besides, not as the soul does, can matter receive all forms simultaneously, otherwise it would be a form. As it must contain all things, without however containing them in an indivisible manner, it is necessary that, serving as it does as location for all things, it should extend towards all of them, everywhere offering itself to all of them, avoiding no part of space, because it is not restricted within any boundary of space, and because it is always ready to receive what is to be. How then does it happen that one thing, on entering into matter, does not hinder the entrance of other things, which, however, cannot coexist with the former thing? The reason is that matter is not a first principle, otherwise it would be the very form of the universe. Such a form, indeed, would be both all things simultaneously and each thing in particular. Indeed, the matter of the living being is divided, as are the very parts of the living being. Otherwise, nothing but reason would exist. Matter as mother, nurse, residence, and other nature. 19. When things enter into the matter that plays the part of mother to them, they neither hurt it nor give it pleasure. Their blows are not felt by matter. They direct their blows only against each other, because the powers act upon their opposites and not on their substrates, unless indeed we consider the substrates as united to the things they contain. Heat makes cold disappear, as whiteness affects blackness, or if they mingle, they produce a new quality by their mixture. What is affected is the things that mingle, and their being affected consists in ceasing to be what they were. Among animate beings, it is the body that is affected by the alteration of the qualities and of the forces possessed. When the qualities constitutive of these beings are destroyed, or when they combine, or when they undergo some change contrary to their nature, the affections relate to the body, as the perceptions do to the soul. The latter, indeed, knows all the affections that produce a lively impression. Matter, however, remains what it is. It could not be affected when it ceases to contain heat or cold, since neither of these qualities is either characteristic or foreign. The name that best characterizes matter, therefore, is nurse or residence. But in what sense could matter that begets nothing be called mother? Those who call it such consider a mother as playing the part of mere matter, towards her child, merely receiving the germ without contributing anything of itself, because the body of the child owes its growth to nourishment. If, however, the mother does contribute anything to the formation of the child, she then plays the part of form, and does not restrict herself to the part of matter. Indeed, the form alone is fruitful, while the other nature, that is, matter, is unfruitful. The myth of the Ithyphallic Hermes. That, no doubt, was the meaning of those ancient sages who, in mysteries and initiations, symbolically represented the ancient Hermes with the generative organ in erection, to teach that it is intelligible reason that begets sense objects. On the other hand, these same sages signify the sterility of matter, condemned to perpetual self-identity by the eunuchs who surround Rhea, making of it the mother of all things, to use the expression they employ in designating the principle that plays the part of substrate. The sterility of nature indicated by castration. That name indicates the difference between matter and a mother. To those who, refusing to be satisfied with superficialities, insist on thoroughness, they thus signified in as precise a manner as possible, without lifting the veil of obscurity, that matter was sterile, although feminine also, to extent at least that matter receives without contributing to the act of generation. They indicated it by this, that the Galli who surround Cybele are not women, but neither are they men, possessing no power of generation, for by castration they have lost a faculty that is characteristic only of a man whose virility is intact. End of Ennead 3, Book 6.